To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
We're back after the grand reshuffle in this iQOO BMPS 2024. But this time, we're back with a new face on the block. It's going to be Salty joining alongside with me on the panel. Salty, how you doing, man? It's been a while.
It's definitely been a while, Necro. I mean, I was kind of starstruck with a new face on the block, but it's fine, man. It's old friends coming back together and the banter has to live with. But there's no greater feeling than, calling out and narrating the stories of these pro players. BMPS has been the tournament where I think the biggest and the best have gotten the name, made a name for themselves, Goblin, Ispower, etc., etc. I think this tournament itself as well is going to be an absolute blast.
And so far, we've seen these teams play 50% of their games. That's going to be 6 games in total. 6 more games will be played in this upcoming week.
Yep.
And what are your expectations going to look like?
Specifically for the cutoff, I think right now we're standing at the 30-point mark, right? We know top 64 are going to make it through the next stage. 30-point, I think, is not enough right now. My predictions for the cutoff are going to be approximately around the 65 to 64. I want to know your thoughts, though.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, last time it was around 30, so I would say pretty much it has to be doubled up, right? Around 60 or something like that. But let's speak about some of the teams that performed exceptionally well. Esports, a face that came in out of nowhere, having 89 points in total in the overall standings. And CG, as usual, come on, it's a known name on the block. We all expected them to perform, and that's what they pretty much did.
Yeah, for Silly Esports to get 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they played, I think it was absolutely phenomenal. For Carnival Gaming, they've been on a dream run, especially after the addition of Shogun. So I'm expecting that performance to be back, especially when Goblin is back on fire. But there are certain names who I'm expecting to come back today. Reckoning Esports, what's going on with them?
I've got no clue. Is it pressure? Is it team synergy now once again working together? I'm not sure what exactly is the main problem with Reckoning Esports, but let's just hope in the latter 6 games they do manage to pull off that comeback, because it's also been the meta with a few teams, right? If you remember all the way back in BGS 2024, they're blind. In the first 3 games, these teams did not really perform, and then in the latter 3 games that they played, they just pulled off the comeback of their lives. So anything can happen. Maybe they're just waiting for the right moment to strike. But let's move on for something that's all these teams are fighting for, and that's going to be the prize pool of 2 crore rupees that's currently on the line for this iQOO BMPS 2024, from which the winning team will be getting 75 lakh rupees in their hands.
An absolute big chunk, to be honest. But then you look at the runners-up, they also back 30 lakh rupees cash prize, and then you've got the second runners-up with 20 lakh. But then, ladies and gentlemen, the individual accolades. You've got the MVP of the tournament, the iQOO MVP of the tournament, who wins 4 lakhs. You've got the in-game leader, the best IGL inside the tournament, 2 lakhs for them as well. Emerging star, Necro. I am excited for this award because now it's time for the new faces to take the shine.
And even the fan favorite getting 50,000 rupees all to himself. You move on towards the prizes are not going to be done just there. Some special prizes even for the grand finals are available. Hero Extreme MVP of the finals will be able to get his hands on the Hero Extreme 160R4V, and Hero Extreme Survivor of the finals getting his hands on Hero Extreme 125R.
You are a bike fanatic, aren't you, Necro? And I think you would love to get a hands on these as well. I would love to take a test drive because I'm not really sure how well I can drive them, but I'm pretty sure these players, the ones who are actually winning the awards, they're very well accustomed to do so.
Exactly. We had to talk about Aditya as well from the side of 8-Bit. Even he's quite a bike fanatic. He loves bikes himself. And he was actually in the list as well for the fragging department.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Aditya now slowly and steadily losing that grasp over there. He needs to be back with a vengeance in his mind. Let's move on towards the points distribution. This is exactly how you can fight for that prize pool that you just saw a while ago. First placing team will be getting 10 points in the game. Second placing team will be getting 6, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best part about this entire points distribution, and that's going to be each point per finish that you get. And that's the most important factor because this new points distribution has been adding on that aggression that we were missing for a while.
Absolutely. I mean, unlike the maps like Miramar and Vikendi, where you still get to see that slow-paced action, but I think that's also important. Rotations are also a big part of the game. But Necro, let's talk about the teams who are in the playing 16 right now, currently in the first group, right? We've got an interesting collection, and 4 big names are coming in together, right? Let me read them out. Blind Esports, WSB, X-Park, Reckoning, in the same group at such an early stage of the tournament. What are your thoughts about that? Because I think it's going to be hellfire.
You cannot forget Jubilant Divine too. It is another returning name, and we saw what Jubilant Divine pulled off last year. So you never know. This time, Jubilant Divine is back over here with a lot of things going in the right way. But for the past 6 games that they played, things weren't really looking that fluid for Jubilant Divine. You try and move on to the conversation towards Reckoning Esports, similar storyline. But WSB, they're looking pretty promising with their new IGL. You try and move on towards a few more names that are still playing in here in this entire group. I genuinely think this is one of the most stacked groups so far.
It certainly is the most stacked group. You've got Big Brother Esports as well, and we know what they pulled off in the BGIS of 2023. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about predictions, right? We've always been giving predictions. For me, it was Gujarat Tigers all along the way, specifically because of Clutch God's performance. But for Necro, it was WSB. Johnny goes with GT as well. You've got Spiro with Team X-Spark, Ocean on WSB, Maisie places bets on GLITCHxREBORN, and Anki Bot on Reckoning Esports. Now, GLITCHxREBORN, I think, is that only odd one out of this entire list, isn't it, Necro?
Maybe you can also say Reckoning Esports with their performance, how it was in the past 6 games that we just saw them play. Because Reckoning Esports was struggling a little bit too much, but still Anki showcasing a lot of faith in that banner. So let's just hope they can pull off the comeback of their life. And even GLITCHxREBORN, the first 3 games that we witnessed them playing, they were not able to perform that well. But as soon as the latter 3 games arrived, they got a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I think this team has a special relation with official tournaments, you know. I feel like this is one lineup which, in spite of no matter how many changes happen, they always find their footing inside of official tournaments, and they always come out in that way, bringing new talents and emerging new talents and giving them the platform to shine. GLITCHxREBORN, one of the best scouting divisions in the entire country. Hands
down, and they've been doing a great job so far for years and years. We also saw them perform last year. They were there in the grand finals too, the BGS 2023. So, in general, things have been looking pretty good for this one. They have went through some major tweaks as well recently, but you really need to speak on WSB. This is one of those lineups where a lot of the question marks were there. Omega just joining this lineup out of nowhere. None of us saw this coming, right?
Absolutely. No, none of us saw this coming. But as soon as he joined, he performed. There was this one third-party tournament that I was casting, and out of nowhere, it was the first tournament that this lad was playing with his players, and he absolutely blew it out of the park. So there were questions, but he answered them in style of winning the tournament, and I've got huge expectations, especially with the kind of performance that they've had in the first week itself. 60 points. It's not too shabby.
Exactly. You cannot really forget the fact that still WSB, they pack a lot of punch. The fragging department has always been really good for this banner. You move towards the matchup, you've also got a few names like FS Esports too in the playing field, and we saw what FS Esports is capable of in BGS 2024 itself. Reckoning Esports, a bit of a letdown recently, but you never know, they can pull off an insane comeback. Inferno squad is right there too. You've got Jubilant Divine, another returning banner. Expectations are going to be a lot.
Absolutely. Then, of course, you've got Team No One Esports. You've got Team Crore, a team that I'm actually interested to find out for. Big Brother Esports as well. ZEDIxRNB. This is a new name that I really want to turn up for. And 4 Aggressive Men, Necro. Do you remember this team from BGS 2023?
Yes, I do. And 4 Aggressive Men, so far, they have been struggling way too much in the overall standings. They're on the last page. Yeah, I mean, not so aggressive. They are trying their best to be aggressive, but just not able to come out on top in those duels. And as I mentioned, this point structure is really motivating teams to be aggressive. And in my opinion, the earlier you take the fight, the better it's going to be for your later game, because it's just going to propel your confidence for the upcoming moments.
100%. And I think teams have been trying to do so, but a lot of these teams have been faltering in those initial circuits. They try to go in and force these fights, but then one bad move, they kind of lose out on that man number advantage. And we know, as a matter of fact, in the current meta, you need those 4 men alive in that final circuit.
Exactly, and especially knowing the fact that some of these teams are facing off against each other for the first time, we're probably going to see those drop collisions as well come through. And I would love to see who is the one to come out on top and where we'll see those drop collisions. Usually it does happen quite a lot between Pochinki's side, or maybe you can also say towards Rozhok's side, or even Yasna Polyana. But I would love to see some towards Fairapir. It's been a while.
It's certainly been a while, and you could have stole some words from my mouth, you know, when you said that Pochinki drop clash, right? I miss Carpe Diem inside this group, because if WSB and Carpe Diem had been in the same group, there would have been some insane clashes.
You missed out on 8-Bit and Team Tamalas. Even these two guys, it's been a while, man. It's a rivalry that's been going on for a long time. I also want to see a drop collision towards the Snoka military base. It's been a while, even over there. A lot of those things have been left out. Even Noid recently has been the hot spot for a lot of these teams. So anything can happen. Some of these teams are facing off against each other for the first time, and as we know, some of these teams have done a really good job in their first 6 games. But for some, there's going to be a lot of that pressure. These 6 games mean a lot to them. With that being said, let's move on to the first game of the day.
Let's just get into it.
The plane flight path starting all the way from Norupnoi towards Siverny. This plane flight path is tilted to the right side of the map, but still it's completely fine. If you want to move in towards Georgiapol, it will be a decent bit of stretch, but it's okay. If you want to move in towards Primorsk, though, now that will be a tough stretch.
It certainly will be a tough stretch, but I think there are certain places where the spawn vehicle lands right around that pancake region. So teams usually prefer it. But like we said, Novorupnoi, a drop clash that we all predicted. Let's just hope that we get some. Puchinki, I think WSB, they're going to have some free territory over there.
Hands down. For WSB, I would love to see how the playing structure is going to look like this time, because in some of the firefights that we saw in the past couple of games were not exactly looking that great. Yes, they're doing okay in the point standings, considering, as we know, this banner does pack a lot of that punch. Not exactly so much experience. The only experienced player in this entire banner will be Omega. God, Zerov, yes, they have been there for the past couple of times, but still Omega is something that's going to bring in the X factor for this team that was missing.
You know, I feel like Zeref was already IGLing pretty well, but Omega coming in, adding that tinge of experience has made this lineup even better. And now they know exactly which fight to avoid. But there is one team that I'm going to look out for, and that's going to be ASLAAA, because we know this banner for a while. There are some great players, especially Chris OP, who used to play initially in GLITCHxREBORN. I really want to see what this banner can pull off, Necro.
Expectations are something that can lead to disappointments. And ASLAAA Esports, even I had a lot of expectations from them in the first 6 games, and I was quite disappointed, I'm not going to lie, with the performance they pulled off. Because if you remember, in the past couple of tournaments, ASLAAA Esports, they have been a formidable force.
Absolutely.
But the transition towards the official tournament, it wasn't that buttery smooth. And that's what I'm looking for. Team Spark, though, they're already kicking things off against Big Brother Esports, as Tiger this time gets picked off. And that's quite a bad start for Big Brother Esports, considering the first 6 games were not too great.
Team Xpong going towards Novorupnoi and the circle landing right on top. It's towards the mainland. It's going to be interesting. Let's just find out. You've got Blind Esports on towards the Georgiapol region. ASLAAA and Blind, I think they've got the best spots.
Hands down, they have gotten the best spots. Team Spark, for them, that one single point's going to mean a lot. It's all about the confidence, right? This team is already someone that has been dominating through and through. And now add on that one single bit of spark that they just found a while ago. It's going to be adding on to the confidence a lot. WSP, a team that likes to drop in towards Puchin. Keep it this time. They're spreading their wings quite a lot. As I mentioned, Omega, he's one of those players that adds on a lot of that experience to this entire roster. And the other 3 players, compared to Omega, they definitely do lack. But as we do have even Team Crow dropping towards quite a shady compound this time. And WSB, they're going to have the advantage of their lives, considering Team Crow, they've got no clue what to do at this point in time. WSB, they're stacked up with loot. And Team Crow lacking a lot with that. They're trying their best to try and delay the fight for as long as possible. But Omega and the boys, they're not going to back away from this. Utilities will be exchanged from both the sides, but this time, Parth, he gets knocked out, and that's the exact opener WSB was looking for. Now it's time to charge on the second player that's there in the vicinity, and it's Pranav. One single man looking to face off the 4 players of WSB. That's a pressure anyone can crumble under. He's got a barrel to try and fight things back, but he can't really make a lot happen.
Too much on his plate, to be honest. No vest, just one level 1 helmet with himself, and then, of course, just that one barrier to work with. 4 players of WSB chiming in. Great timing on that call from Omega, but that was brilliant. I mean, usually you see WSB never really leaving the turfs of Puchinki, but this was a great call. It was a bold call. He saw the parachutes and he went for it. And I think for WSB right now, the goal is to find the rest of the 2 players. 2 finishes on board already. Now, how do they scout out the rest of the players is the question.
A lot of questions will be there. And me and Johnny had a conversation before the grand reshuffle happened. It is definitely going to come in with a lot of those mysteries. Some teams, for some reason, this has been like the meta. They do not really perform in the opening weeks, and then in the latter weeks, they tend to perform insanely well. So anything can happen over here. Maybe teams like Team Crow, yes, one single game missed out, you never know. In the upcoming 5 games, they can just start to dominate. Even FS Esports, so far, they have been quite suppressed. They're doing decent, but not the FS Esports performance they're known for. And you never know, these 6 games, FS Esports can just skyrocket themselves in the overall standings.
Speaking of skyrocketing, we've got Team X-Park, right? The Lightning. Now, there's going to be a big question mark on these players because now they've got to make that rotation happen from that Novorupnoy region. That bridge completely is stacked with players. There are so many teams on the other side, and reaching the edge of the circle is going to be a big block on their shoulders. For them, I think Big Brothers, they have a great turf for themselves, looting around the Pancake and the Ferripe region. If they move towards Pochinki northward, I think they're going to find a lot of territory open.
Yeah, the positioning can be good, but the man advantage is something that Big Brother is not looking good at. Losing out on a player off the rip like that, that too Tiger. And he's been one of those players that has been the clutch maestro for this entire banner. Jubilant Divine, even that man's on the run. For Jubilant Divine, too, it's not the exact Jubilant Divine performance we all were looking for. They're definitely lacking in this official tournament, and it's got to hurt to the fans as well.
I think it's also a tactic to kind of save their aggressiveness for the later rounds, Necro. A lot of teams do say that.
Maybe.
It's like, we'll come back and perform in the semifinals. Just wait for us to just qualify in these initial rounds. It's happened quite a lot.
Here's the thing, though. A big chunk of teams will be eliminated from the tournament off the rip in the round one itself. So if you do not manage to qualify, well, we're just going to be left guessing.
Well, it's an element of risk which these teams take. We'll have to find out which are the teams who actually make the cut. And talking about that, in the overall standings, there are a lot of big names who are in that downward vicinity.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say a lot about that.
Yeah, and one of those names is quite familiar. Salty.
Taking shots, huh, Necro?
Isn't it?
It's been a long
Maybe
time.
It's
Familiar
just you.
feeling.
Maybe it's just you, whichever banner you go to. But you know what? FS Esports on the screen, pointing fingers towards this banner too, because the first 6 games weren't too good. It was decent, but it's not the FS Esports performance we all were looking for. We know what FS Esports is capable of, and especially in BJAS 2024, this team was the burning torch of consistency. Every single game, you would see FS Esports there in the top 5.
Yep, 100%. Hirdmen, the main man from this team. I really want this guy to actually shine bright, but look at this. You've got a new generation of blind esports, but still ever so brilliant. Blind esports, if you remember BMPS Season 2, they were the winners, but now this new manner. How much expectations do you have with these?
A lot of expectations, hands down. This blind esports, they have been looking impeccable. You talk about the scouting program, and I think so blind esports, they have the best one so far. Team Insane and blind esports, these two teams, they've always been coming up with new faces on the block, and those new faces actually do tend to perform way too good. Even Kemen Esports used to be one of those, but...
Well, tragedy struck, but it's fine completely. Reckoning Esports, where are they heading towards, though? They're completely just out of shelter. They are looking for some greater compounds for themselves, but I think it's time for them to actually make a move. Reckoning has always played edge to edge, and these boys, I know these lads, and Viper, honestly, this 16-year-old kid has the potential to actually become a superstar, the best in the country. He has the mentality to do so as well. I've spoken to him. I've done multiple streams with him as well. And I think at Reckoning Esports, the amount of work they put in behind the scenes, it's got to really shine in this week.
Let's be honest, 2024 is being all about the newer faces, all about the young guns. We are seeing so many of these young guns just chiming up to the occasion, making a name for themselves. You cannot really forget about Reaper and AimGod too from Team Fatality. These two guys, the find of BGMI 2024. But for now, BR in a bit of a trouble. Blind Rippers, they need to try and make it out alive from this entire spot. This time it's Reckoning Esports. The Hungry Wolves looking to chase him down. Even the back's against the wall, and there we go. Immortal is going to be the man to kick things off. He does find the first opener. Now Blind Rippers, a little bit pushed back this time around. Viper still driving around looking to find the second man as well, the second string that is still missing to this puzzle. And for Blind Rippers, the only best outcome to this fight is to just back away.
They are trying to back away, but Reckoning Esports, they are hot on their tails currently in the heat levels. They're through this roof. To be honest, I feel like for Reckoning Esports, they're kind of overextending a little bit, but then with no other teams in the vicinity, there is no risk ratio to this as well. The Blind Rippers, how much can they run? How long is that fuel going to last? Because once those fuel ends, or if Scarjot crashes his car, I think it's the end for him.
Hey, man, I'm loving this so far. I'm not going to lie.
It's a race.
A little bit of a collision on the vehicle, and that's going to be it for Blind Rippers, as this man is getting chased down by 3 players of Reckoning Esports. It blows to be him. He needs to pull off some weird shenanigans, try and lose the trail, but here we go. Hunters is ready with the block. He wanted to block off the player too, but in the end, he just steers his wheel and awaits the players. And for now, it's probably going to be face-off towards the apartments. Blind Rippers, they found themselves a bit of that shelter to play with, and Reckoning Esports would not want to be a part of this entire thing. Reckoning Esports on the run, and Blind Rippers still taking a few shots, making sure that the players are not going to come closer anymore.
I honestly thought it was a great call from Hunters to actually turn his vehicle, trying to go for the block where the rest of his teammates were following up.
Yes.
That could have been a great way to take one man down, but then eventually they just decided that let's go in for a grand reset. But what is happening here, Team Crore? They've lost 2 players already, and it's Jubilant Divine, Necro, the team that you were rooting for. But now, look at that!
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players at Jubilant Divine, but they're looking way too lost. Maybe they just did not really expect anyone to be over here in Primorx. And Jubilant Divine getting caught off guard like that. A bad start to the day, that's for sure. Now taken down to just a 2-man squad, Jubilant Divine. Not so fluid after all. For Team Crore, the exact start they wanted to have. But yeah, unfortunately, a while ago, even they lost out on 2 players, so that's not a great start in general. It's a 2-for-2 trade, you can say.
It was an even trade, but I think it's kind of... Both the teams have suffered losses.
Yeah.
Honestly, 2 players to go through the entire map, that's too much to ask for. But then, let's hope for the best. Let's hope that these teams can actually make out from their placement points. But look at that spray. Perfect. He actually lands 2 players down with it.
Yes, KOP, nicely done. One way to open up the fray. Way too far away, but still, this man is precise. He's just beaming down the players. He's already found 2 knock and Blind Esports. Where can they even go? Laser sticking to their name, standing true to their name, just lasering down the players.
But the finish
is sorrow of his left back. Yeah, as you mentioned, finish being claimed by someone else. And for Blind Esports, the overall picture this time, it's not really adding up. It's the players of 4 AM too chiming inside of the fight.
Charan stole both the finishes. SKOP, he's going to be fuming right now. The spray was so good. But Charan coming in from the back line, just knowing exactly when to chime in and how to claim the rewards. Team ASLAAA, of course, on the other side. They do have 1 finish on Daddy, but they will need greater positioning. They are right at the dead center, right around the Georgopur region, but they have certain teams around them. Zyro spotting a vehicle trying to destroy, but no team around that vicinity. So Team ASLAAA, they can kind of settle down for a while.
It's better to do so. They've got a decent position too, so you do not really need to move a lot. ASLAAA Esports, I like the fact that they're also spreading their wings, but just make sure they're not going to be clipped. All the 4 players, they've got their individual roles set up. While you try and transition towards Jubilant Divine, a team that could have been doing much better, but they messed up towards Primorx. These 2 players, they were completely lost, and 2 free points were given away to Team Crore. And that's what Jubilant Divine now needs to be wary of every single time.
I'm not even sure if Nathan had no clue about Team Crore's positioning, but it's absolutely brilliant.
Gotta give a huge thanks to our official smartphone partner, iQOO Z9S series, starting from 17,999 rupees. It's an absolute brilliant looking device.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
It has that 80-watt flash charge as well, which is extremely important to charge your phones between the games, between the scrims. If you have to go in for a quick charge. And of course, that 5,500 milliamp hour battery.
Hands down.
Brilliant.
Big Brothers, though, this time, they've got a storm approaching them in the name of WSB. And for WSB, all the 4 players, not in that great of a stance just yet. Still having a lot of those question marks in the back of their head. And now Toxic, he's got a wall to worry. Omega pushing on up, but this time it's Omega to get strike down in return. Toxic with his Venom, he injects Omega as even he crumbles down. And now for WSB, fight's taken down to a 3v3. Nicely done from the side of Big Brother Esports, isolating that duel to perfection. Omega, though, overextending a little bit too much. Not exactly having the knowledge on the vicinity, and he stepped in unknown territory. For WSB, still things can be recovered easily. put these teams all the way back in the blue. They need to try and make it to the safety lines because the next zone's going to be causing a bit of that problem for them to rotate. For Big Brother Esports, they're trying to make sure that every single player is playing together. They've got a proper coordination going on. Hirdmen inside of the garage, just patching himself up a bit more, topping the HP off with the boosters. I'm not really a big fan of the stalemates. And so far, this fight seems like a one.
Absolutely. And honestly, the question in my mind was, after Omega's fall, will WSB keep on pressing on that aggressive front? The answer to that question is yes, but they are going to fall because of that. Arman has been taken down as well, and now that leaves us with one player. Gods, immense firepower on this lad, but Big Brothers with 3 players. Will he be able to survive?
Oh, that's a really good flash too. Toxic wants to flush out the player, but it's not going to be so easy. Gods gets knocked out eventually for WSB. They lost this fight in such a bad fashion. It just felt like every single player was way too scattered. They did not exactly know what to do to try and recover. The team play was missing, that's for sure. The communication was lacking as well because Omega, he just straight up rammed his vehicle towards that room and he stepped inside and he got welcomed with an S12K.
I get the objective, Necro. WSB, they've scored 60 plus points already. They know that they have secured their qualification. Let's just try and get those eliminations. Let's just try and instill that fear in the hearts of the opponent.
Oh, Xerath! Hold on to that thought for now, my friend, because Xerath has just pulled off a miraculous spray. Arrow strike down and dusted for WSB. Gods is pretty much done. He cannot be recovered anymore. Before Xerath, it's time to get back to safety. He's the only player surviving for WSB, and now he's probably going to try to collect those scrap points and play for placement.
Absolutely. I think for Xerath, he's been the survival king for a while, so he will have to go back to its natural habitat. But then, coming back to that thought again, right, for WSB, it's all about aggression at this moment. But after Omega's fall, it would have been a great call from Xerath, who is the filter IGL, to just call his troops back and try and accumulate once again. They had to recollect their resources once again and go in, but possibly that was not one of their game plans. But look at this right now.
Oh, Team X-Spark next to #1 Esports. And Pradeep is taking the shots, but I don't think so anything can be found at this point in time. So, X-Spark out of the harm's way. For #1 Esports, it's not the exact performance that we saw in the past days. They have been struggling in this iQOO BMPS. And if you try and look at the zone shift, it's going to be Curveball one this time, shifting all the way towards Rozhawk, but tilted a little bit up north, so there's a lot of that open space.
There's the open space, and then there's that stream that goes right between the circle itself, cutting it into 2 different halves. Now, you've got to make that gamble. Which island do you prefer? And I think majority of the teams choosing that northern territory, the shooting range region. You've got Team ASLAAA right on the edges. Look at their spread and their formation. It's so brilliant. On the other side, you've got a team like 4 aggressive men who just accumulated together. It will be easy for them to annihilate others, but we'll have to find out how well they can do so. Team Inferno squad, out in the open. I'm not really sure, Necro, if this is a good plan.
Yeah, they're playing with fire at this point. But hey, you got to make something out of nothing. It's one of those stages. Blind Esports, this man, Nova21, he has been quite the clutch meister for Blind Esports, but this time he gets denied. It's Laser facing off against Blind, and Blind, they collide. But unfortunately for Blind, the collision was not in a positive manner.
I'm kind of very surprised with LMxLaser, to be honest, because the way SKOP got those 2 sprays down, his finishes did get stolen by 4 aggressive men, but the fact that this team has got those mechanical skill sets, that is brilliant to watch. Now, I want to see where their true potential reaches. I want to see how many points they can accumulate. But having those 4 men still up and alive is a great, great beginning. They're near that water city vicinity, which means they're still at the close edge of the circle. But as of now, Team Reckoning Esports in the center of attraction. They have 2 teams right on either side of their formation, but I want to see how does Team FS Esports react to that, because they can take some bloody shots.
The zone's going to shift up north this time, and all the teams down south, they're screwed, but FS Esports was playing this smart.
Yeah.
They already positioned one of the players up north, and that was Hirdmen, and now Hirdmen's going to work as the insurance policy. All the teammates, they're going to try and close on up towards Hirdmen, so FS Esports, they will have that southern territory in their control before Reckoning Esports. They can also be the center of attraction, and I'm not a big fan of this. They are in the centric side. FS Esports moving in from the back. They've got their hands on this compound. It's all looking good in the hood, but FS Esports, they're on the focus fire too.
Too much noise, Necro.
Yeah.
4 vehicles coming in, a cavalry in the ending stages of the match. It's going to be difficult for them to survive, but look at this, Reckoning Esports already posing up clutch. Taking up so much damage, has been pushed back, but I really want to see if Reckoning Esports, they want to place their bets on this fight, go all in.
No, it sounds a little bit too much. There's too many teams surrounding them. There's always going to be that third-party factor too coming into play, so it's better not to go for that fight. Inferno squad, they face off against ASLAAA, and Chris OP gets knocked out. The confirmation's pretty much going to be easy this time for the team. Inferno squad, they will melt down Chris. And now Daddy in the back, he cannot even try and avenge the player. It's done for.
It's poor from ASLAAA, to be honest.
Oh, but Zyro, here we go. The closure comes into play. This time they're still looking to take the fight against Inferno squad. But Juthin, he will be the first man to get strike down. And ASLAAA Esports, they still somehow recover.
They do recover, but then that small little mistake, right, could have actually mended their way. They could have retained their 4-man advantage up until the final circle. Chris OP was way too ahead of the curve. His teammates were not there. There was lack of communication, but at least now they still have those 3 players in and 4 finishes in the bag. That's a good start for them.
You know what's something that's going to give you a good start too? That's our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R. The bike looks incredible, packed with a lot of that performance too, and a lot of the features. So I would recommend you guys to move on ahead and check this out. But Big Brother Esports, up against the players of ASLAAA. This fight will be an awkward one, especially for Big Brothers. Their backs against the wall. It's not looking too safe. 4 AM up against the players of Team Laser. And this fight will somewhere down line favor the players of Team Laser. But 4 AM, they find a beautiful knockout, and that's going to open up the sight. Kaptan gets knocked out. And now Charun, he wants to create that off angle, but there's also Hero Gaming around the fray. They need to be careful of that fact. Hero Gaming is probably going to try to chime in with the third party. It's going to throw everyone off guard. And Hero Gaming, they're going to have the best possible way to third party this entire moment. From the back, they can strike down the players of Team Laser, trying to accumulate the eliminations. But for 4 AM, they're just charging on through and through. They're not backing away from this fight at all. Look at Neo and the boy. These guys, they straight up chime inside of the action with the vehicles. But here we go. What? Hero Gaming, they collide in this action. But 4 AM, they're collecting every single piece of candy they find on the fray.
How are they still alive? How are these 4 players still surviving this onslaught? It's absolutely impeccable. 1 player down. Harry finally gets taken off, but the 3 players, Charan especially, is still going in extremely strong. Hero Gaming, they've been pushed back. They're also taking damage from the zone as well. Master has been knocked down. It's just 1 player from Hero Gaming, I think, who's still surviving, Necro.
Now, this is a prime example of random chaos, but still, somehow, the players of 4 AM, they came through.
The dodges.
Yeah. I'm not even sure what was going through the players' mind, but Neo was definitely Neo from Matrix, that's for sure. He dodged every single vehicle that was moving on his way. And not just that, even the bullets. And now for Jen, he's the last glimmer of hope. Just sitting inside the vehicle, hoping that he's not going to be snuffed out by the players of 4 AM, because they are definitely looking like the Bloodhounds. All it takes is for them to find the trail, and there we go. The Bloodhounds, they found the trail, and Jin this time ejects outside of the vehicle. What? He wants to take the fight, but Spirit from the back will run him over. 4 AM, they thrive under chaos.
Did he really expect that him being inside the vehicle and smoking himself all around is going to protect him from pouring?
I know, right? The smoke was like a target. He was pinpointing his location to the foes.
Yeah.
Only if it had tossed the smoke somewhere else, maybe the opponents would have been misguided.
Look at this, 9 finishes on 4 aggressive men, and this team going so strong right now with 3 players. I think there's a huge chance that this team can collect that chicken dinner as well. But for that, they need to get inside the circle and look at Team Reckoning split. 1-1-2 split, Viper and Immortal, kind of protecting that southern turf. Goes to show that this team will prefer that southern part of the circle once the circle moves in. I just want to make sure that if Blind Reapers, if they come in from the back lines, these 2 players should not get knocked out.
Team Crow right in the smack center. That's interesting. The man's going to be the center of attraction soon. I don't think so he's going to be able to survive for too long. He does not have a lot of that cover to play with either. And Blind Rippers, this time, they make their presence known. And Yuthin's going to be under fire. As I mentioned, he will be the center of attraction, and that's what exactly happens. But Yuthin, can he strike down the foe? That's right there around the corner. The answer so far seems like it's going to be no. He's just firing randomly inside of the smoke. He's got no clue where the foe is to, and it will be ZEDIxRNB to come out on top from Blind Rippers.
He wanted to try and use the altitude to his advantage, but man lost his target midway in that fight. But it's fine. On the other side, you've got Team RNB as well, taking in shots from Team FS. And this is the FS Esports that we were talking about. Making use of the circle, trying to gatekeep others, putting them at a disadvantage and trying to pin them down. Brilliantly done! The last player from RNT is also going to fall, and that's how Team FS Esports, they're going to make their presence felt, and it's time for some explosions, Necro.
That's what you love to see from FS Esports, dominating, playing it quite aggressive and confident, and that's what they're doing. Being the Guardian Angels off the southern side, not letting anyone breach in. And now this time, it's time to focus on the team that's right underneath them. It's going to be the players #1 Esports. TraceGod ready with the util as he tosses in towards that bell. But is he going to find any connection? That's my question. He's indeed the TraceGod. Traces the players down and gets both of them knocked out. TraceGod staying true to his name as he gets both those knockouts on the players of #1 Esports. And now they're handicapped big time.
This man's an absolute god. Did not let those players escape his sight. That was brilliant. But now look at this. Even ZEDIxRNB is going to fall because Team Xbox, they made their presence felt. Shadow 7. The iQOO strikes once again. But Joker is down already. Their new addition in the TX lineup.
Uh-oh, for X-Spark, it's not a great news. Even ASLAAA Esports, they want to be a part of the firefight. They've closed on up, and for Team X-Spark, this can be the separation that they never calculated. But Shadow 7 is tossing so many smokes, it's going to help the players of Team X-Spark set up that base. And they do find themselves in quite a decent spot so far. SprayGod gets his hands on the airdrop too, so that's going to be the upgraded West and the helmet. But a util from the side of FS Esports, it's going to catch SprayGod in return. Greed is never good.
Absolutely. I really wanted to see that MK40 in action, but it's fine. FS Esports, though, from the edges, they're really dominating this turf. Reckoning Esports can be a big four for them. You can see those 4 players still fidgeting around, trying to juggle in between 2 different oppositions. Hitman has to be a little protective about his position. The high ground advantages kind of exposing them from multiple oppositions, and that is one of the reasons why Wizard goes down as well. TraceGod goes down. Team Reckoning Esports, they strike.
Reckoning Esports is playing all their cards right. For FS Esports, they're done and dusted. Too many utilities to try and dodge, and this time the explosion will catch them. Reckoning Esports from the top now, left to rain down depth and destruction. They've got the high ground advantage, and also the intel that's needed. For Reckoning, they've lost out on Immortal in this fight, but it's completely fine. The man can be brought back on his feet with ease. But they need to deal with the teams like Team X-Spark and ASLAAA Esports to try and claim this chicken dinner. And for Team X-Spark, they're losing out on the man number. They're systematically getting dismantled as even SprayGod falls apart.
The deadly duo of Hunters and Vipers collectively picking up 8 finishes between themselves. Hunters is on 6 finishes himself, Necro. This team is at the pinnacle of it all right now. The high ground entry is going to help them. The advantage is there. They have all their players alive. And that just means that they are going to have this game easy. But of course, Team X-Spark, they're not going to go down without putting up a fight. And Shadow is exactly trying to do that.
Shadow 7 now, it's time to patch himself up. He's got 8 first aids. He's ready to fight against the wall of death. That's what he's going for. He's going to go for the Met strat. For ASLAAA Esports, now they're left to deal against the players of Reckoning Esports. And this might just be a fight where ASLAAA Esports collapses. They've only got one last glimmer of hope standing, and that's going to be in the name of Daddy. And as soon as he peeks out, reveals his position and his intentions, can he get the knockout under gravity? Yes, he does! But then, it will be too many players of Reckoning Esports just pouncing on top of him, and he will be overwhelmed eventually. Viper outside of the zone, this man's going to tick to his death. While for Team X-Spark, Shadow 7 is the only player standing alive. And we know has already done his job. He's secured the placement points that were needed to be secured. For Team X-Spark, consistency prevails.
Absolutely. There's still a chance where he can actually peek out, but possibly the zone damage, it's way too much for him. 3 first aids, that's all he has. Team Reckoning. We were talking about this team's comeback, Necro. They certainly were reeling back a little bit.
Oh, he's not going to be able to hand out the death blow.
Nah,
nope.
Thank God.
He does not get the claim on the finish, but still Team X-Park placing themselves on the second spot in that game. Consistency always coming out on top for them, but you cannot forget, this was a comeback game from Reckoning Esports. This chicken dinner was missing for a long time, and it's quite a nuclear one too.
It's certainly a nuclear one. Hunters with 6 on the cards.
7 actually.
7 finishes. Thala for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about coming back into Reckoning Esports and their performance, you saw how they preferred positioning over finishes right off the get-go. But when they had that high ground, you mentioned it correctly. They rained down death and destruction.
Exactly. 23 points in total from this one single game that they accumulated. Imagine where they're going to place themselves in the overall standings. This one single game will be catapulting themselves somewhere around the second or the third page.
100%, 110%, because I think they had somewhere about mid-30s already. 23 points, it will push them beyond that 50-point mark. And that means that just goes to show that I think you're going to be safe, but then they still have got 2 more games today. So I'm really, really excited to see what these kids have on store, because Hunters, I've always experienced that this man was a shotgun beast, but with the assault rifles, he can be this deadly. I had no clue.
Reckoning Esports did not really go for a proper 4-on-4 collision. Instead, they were just collecting scrap points throughout the entire game. They were getting those individual elimination points, bracketed up pretty nicely, and then in the final few moments, they also had the high ground to play with. So Reckoning Esports was like an unstoppable freak of nature. They pretty much claimed that eliminations. They pretty much claimed that chicken dinner too with these. For Team X-Park, when they collided against the team that was right next to them, that's where sort of things came down for them, which was FS Esports. And FS Esports, there's a big reason why FS Esports was not able to claim the chicken dinner. It's because of course, the team that was dominating. It's Reckoning Esports.
100%. I think for Team X-Park as well, ASLAAA was not really the best of neighbors, kind of pinned them down outside the circle, and that caused a lot of problems for Team X-Park. But I was expecting a little more aggression from this team, considering the fact that they did so well, especially in week 1. I thought that today was the day when they go aggressive, similar to WSB. But I feel it's also going to take some time. You know, Joker coming into the lineup, there might be those phases where he might not be able to catch up with the team's pace. So do you think that's the case?
I mean, no, absolutely not. Team X-Park is still doing pretty good. Top 2 in this game is really nice from Team X-Park. It's not like they're struggling in the firefights. No, the only problem in that previous game was the positioning. And Reckoning Esports just had the high ground, as I mentioned. They're going to rain down death and destruction. That's what they did, just collecting all the elimination points that were scrapped all across the board. They easily got those in their hands. FS Esports could have been a formidable foe too, to try and come out on top in that previous game, but unfortunately pinned between 2 banners like Team X-Park and Reckoning Esports from the top. It's next to impossible to survive that.
Absolutely, but then there were certain moments, right? I think one of those moments was WSB pushing up against Team Crore as well. I kind of felt like WSB, they will be able to kind of win that fight, but the fact that Omega got knocked out and the rest of the team still pressured in, that was a big question mark in my mind.
I mean, for WSB, it was quite a scrappy fight, I'm not going to lie. They did not exactly know what the approach is going to look like. They just knew that, yes, they have lost out 1 player, and they've also knocked out 1 player from the opposing team. So maybe right now is the right time to strike, but that's where WSB miscalculated a lot of those things. Omega, he pushed on up directly towards the compound. The players had no clue what exactly is going on towards the house, because it was a complete unknown territory that Omega stepped in. As soon as he moved in, he got welcomed with an S12K to his face. So what can he even do? You cannot even blame Omega there.
Absolutely. There was one team, of course, who did extremely well. 4 aggressive men. We saw that little phase as well, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find that all out 3-point standing.
Finishes and 0
Team
placement.
X-Park 10 points, but then Team Reckoning 23 total points right at the tippity top. We've got Team ASLAAA 10 points as well. 4 AM. We were talking about this team. 9 finishes. 9 points, Necro.
Exactly. 0 placement points, by the way, from 4 AM. And those 9 points came through that one single chaos that we witnessed. 4 AM. They were just incredible in that fight. Even Heroes Gaming, they went for that prowl. They went for that pounce. Unfortunately, the third party, the timing was perfect, but with the way they executed that was a big problem. They straight up stepped in the crosshairs of 4 AM and their opponents that they're facing off against. And indeed, it was Heroes Gaming to come under that crossfire. You move on towards the last page, you see a complete opposite picture. Blind Esports with 0 points. WSB's over there with only 3 points accumulated.
Absolutely. I think it's a big surprise for Blind to find themselves in the second half of the table. But considering this is a young lineup, I think there will be certain games where they fall. And the mental strength of these players is also going to be tested, how well they can actually come back, because they know they've got the capability. They've done it in week 1 already. Now they've got to do it in the rest of the games that are followed.
Maybe you can hope that this week 2 is supposed to be the week of comebacks, but Jubilant Divine, still the same storyline repeating itself.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players, but even teams like Reckoning Reckoning Esports now, they have buckled up things. Even 4AM, they have buckled up. So I'm loving that fact. 4AM just polishing their playstyle, polishing their firepower. They were looking pretty incredible. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1's done and dusted. We'll be right back with Game 2, but after this short break. Oh, I guess I'm a little bit too early, but yeah, the break will be there within a few seconds. But now here we go. It's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That's the plan, yo. Challenging you, shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BMPS 2024 once again. And with me, of course, I've got a very old friend of mine once again on the panel after a very long time. Johnny, how are you doing? Fist bumps?
I mean, I'm doing amazing, and especially, I mean, I don't think I'm doing better than Reckoning Esports are right now, because that pretty much was one of the best performances we've seen from them. And we were hoping to see that in week one, but unfortunately, as Necro pointed out, and we had this discussion at the end of week one as well, that some teams, for some reason, just took that opportunity to just study up on the rest of the competition. And now Reckoning Esports, their homework is done. They're showing their true colors.
You know, I think there are certain teams who kind of consider themselves ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And in the initial stages of tournament, they consider that as experimental labs.
Yeah.
And I think Reckoning Esports, they kind of did that. For now, they're reaping the benefits of it. They know the lobby so well. They're moving around so brilliantly. And they're, of course, just making use of that knowledge, getting those finishes.
Exactly. And I think one thing that is left to see is how consistent can they be. But ladies and gentlemen, again, I mean, it has been an amazing opportunity that has been laid out for you guys. I mean, last week we were announcing, go ahead on Google and look up the iQOO Z9S series. And if you do that this week, well, you can stand a chance to win yourself a brand new iQOO Z9S Pro. This is a new device that is about to come out. And again, another amazing opportunity brought to you guys by title sponsors, that is the iQOO for the iQOO BMPS 2024. Amazing device, right? I mean, me and Fixes, we have had a fight for who gets to take which one. Of course, I won because he's not here right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So now it's your turn. Which one do you want?
I think I'd go with the white one because orange isn't technically my color anymore.
That is the exact reason why Fixes is not here anymore, because he wanted the white one.
But never mind. I think, more than the color of the device, it's more about the battery life. I've been scrimming recently with my players because they consider me a bad player. I've been trying to grind a lot. And the battery life is something which is helping. 5,500 milliamp hour. Yeah. That's amazing.
Exactly. And of course, I mean, we talked about the iQOO Z9S so much. I mean, such a pocket-friendly device starting at 17,999 only, ladies and gentlemen. So do go ahead and check it out. And of course, when we talk about the performance, fastest device in its segment with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, of course, something that every single player starting out on their journey is going to require. If you want to begin that grind, it got to start somewhere, right? And this is the perfect starting spot.
100%. A lot of people actually ask me on stream as well, which is the device which we should actually opt for to start our career with and how to start a device. I think iQOO Z9S Pro or iQOO Z9S, absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. But again, coming back to the performances by the teams, Reckoning Esports, that was a phenomenal run. Although I enjoyed that chaos that was brought on the board by Four Aggressive Man. Yes, I mean, last week was extremely surprising. We were like, all right, are we watching the same team in action? And that kind of caught us off guard for a bit, but now I am happy to see them back. But let's see, I mean, we are about to head into the map of Miramar, and of course, Xbox being there, you have a lot of expectations from them, but let's see if they can secure that win.
I kind of expect a Blind Esports to kind of come back as well. The first game, I can kind of take it as one-off game for them. The map of Miramar may be one beneficial, but I still remember Big Brothers used to dominate on this map. The older roster. Uzumaki will be proud of this new roster, does the same in this map once again.
I don't know if he's going to be proud considering he's waiting for his opportunity to strike somewhere else, but again, I mean, this team, yes, the new lineup from Big Brothers has been kind of a letdown, if I'm being honest. I mean, not the same performance that was not the same performance that is there what we expected from the previous iteration of Big Brothers, and apart from that they have this sort of soft legacy to live up to as well, which brings in it along with it a little bit of a pressure as well. But as you were talking about Blind Esports, right, you were hoping for a comeback. I think you're going to be left waiting for more. Because the thing is, Blind Esports, they've already done a lot of heavy lifting in week 1 itself. So there's nothing left for them to do in the second week. I think they will just pretty much maintain an average of 5 to 6 points per match, cruise through the finish line, and just be happy about the fact that they've already made it inside of the top 64. Pretty much already made it.
That is something which I was trying to explain to Necro as well. Like for WSB, a similar storyline. They've got 60 points already. And Omega, I think for him right now is to train the boys so well aggressively is that when the firepower is actually required in the later stages of the tournament, they can actually do so. But for Blind, I think it's going to be a similar storyline. You just prepare in the initial stages. So that when the time actually comes and the lobby gets tougher, I think you're prepared for it.
Exactly. I think that is what I think these teams that have already secured more than 55 points will be focused on. Just practicing their setups, running into unnecessary team fight, basically put themselves in as uncomfortable as of a position as they can, so that they know or they train themselves, mentally prepare themselves just to stay calm when things actually do not go their way. We saw Mogo Esports do that quite a lot once they did pretty much secure a lot of points on day number 1. Day number 2, they were just running around the map, hunting down the other teams. And I think a lot of these big names will actually start to employ that strategy this week. Now, that creates a lot of problems for the teams that are struggling to qualify, because they need those points. And if you do not know what's happening inside of a team fight, how are you supposed to get those finishes? How are you supposed to secure those points? I mean, we saw what happened to Heroes Gaming, right? In that fiasco against the players of Four Aggressive Man. Well, Four Aggressive Man definitely did reap the benefits of that fight. Heroes Gaming, they were on the receiving end, and that is definitely something that will not make them happy.
Absolutely. You know, there's one more team that I'm actually looking out for as well. LMxLaser, especially that spray from SKOP. I really felt that this team has potential. Now, we did not get to see that turn into rewards and results in the first week. But hey, I mean, who is stopping us to actually dream? Who is stopping us to actually expect some good things? We've been talking about these big names, and they, of course, will get a platform to shine. But LMxLaser, I am going to be watching this team out in the map of Miramar as well. Where do they drop? We'll find out very soon.
Well, Well, let's see where are they going to go and how many points will they end up securing, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Miramar, it's on our screens, and this time, Salty, I think since you are here, it's a very special occasion, so the gods of BGMI have decided that they're going to make sure that every single player inside of this lobby will be extremely uncomfortable, because look at that flight path. Starts from Valle del Mar, sticks to the southern half of the map, and ends at Impala. So anything beyond Picardo, Monte Nuevo, it's going to be a struggle for these teams to get there.
I honestly don't care, because Los Lunas is my home turf and it goes right on top of my home turf as well. But we'll find out how these teams make that rotation. They're going to find those isolated vehicle spawns as well.
Yeah.
And that will be extremely important. But this flight path does induce a lot of those early collisions. Expecting some drop collisions, Johnny.
I mean, yeah, we are going to expect a lot of drop collisions. As you mentioned, the scramble for vehicles early does cause a little too much chaos in the early stages, but I feel like we are going to have an awkward situation develop towards the western half of the map. You see the players of BR, For Aggressive Man, Reckoning Esports going for a split drop, but they should be able to avoid getting spotted out over there.
Chumacera and Ladrilera, these are the two places where a lot of these fights are going to happen. Harry has gotten down already, and of course the melee weapons are going to come through. WSP, this team and drop collisions, it's a separate love story altogether. They don't really need weapons all the time. Shotguns on Charan, not really a weapon that can really cross the distance when it comes to reaching the other building. But WSP, do they have something? The SKS.
A DMR against a shotgun. This is going to be interesting. I mean, both the weapons quite high up in terms of damage numbers. But as you mentioned, WSB, they will have the advantage at range. If they get a little too close, then Charan is definitely going to mow them down, just without even breaking a sweat. Gets a Uzi as well. So another weapon that is extremely good at close range. And Charan, he's in an isolated spot as well. So this is going to be a struggle for the side of For Aggressive Man. It seems like the other two lads have decided unanimously that they are going to abandon this position completely. Let Charan deal with this threat on his own. Because as you can see, Neo along with his teammate, they are playing towards the eastern side of Monte Nuevo. So they are going to go for a safer approach. But that is not going to be allowed to them. Because there is the players of FS Esports moving out into the open. And Neo capitalizes brilliantly, secures the opening frag for his team. The first one on the board for them, at least in the map of Miramar.
Absolutely, did not really expect that, especially with FS Esports rotating in. They saw that isolated player, in spite of that, could not really react. The other player was there in support, but this is one of those disadvantages of moving in different vehicles altogether. You can't really avoid those sprains coming, and there is no backup fire altogether. But now look at Charan. Poor old man has got nothing to do, especially with WSB just swarming all around him. And Zeref has started already make a move for him. So I think there is nothing that is left for this man to do. Unless we get to see a miraculous clutch with the shotguns.
I don't think that's going to happen. They prepped him quite nicely with that nade being lobbed towards him. He's down to around 50% HP. And WSB, they show up like a cleanup crew. Finish him off, loot his crate. And now they're going to go move along their merry way. Off to a much better start this time around. WSB. 2 frags secured within the first 5 minutes of the match beginning. Gives them a really nice position to be in. Now they can spend the next 10 minutes just going for the loot. Not really bothered about team fighting anymore.
Depends, honestly, because the approach was still the same, Johnny. In the map of Erangel as well, the approach was to go in Blitzkrieg and finish off the opposition. This time as well, they get to see an opposition in front of them. Doesn't really matter if they have weapons or no. They pick up their scramble loot and they go in for the fights. That is extremely well mastered by Gods and others, of course. I didn't want to see that the duo of Gods and Arman going in extremely aggressive, but look at this. The previous match, iQOO MVP, you've got RGEX Hunters. Like we talked about, right? I usually know this man to be the DBS God. He's pretty much capable with the M4 as well. 7 finishes, 54% contribution, Johnny.
The best part is Hunter's competition plays for his own team, Viper. Both these two players have been incredible in the recent days. They have played in the tournaments that they played recently. They have been phenomenal. We keep talking about and bringing up the fact that Viper recently, in fact in the last BGIS, was able to break a big record of most number of finishes secured in a single game. And that was a legacy that he has taken down. But talking about legacies, we have Xbox in front of our eyes, and they're mowing down the players of ASLAAA Esports one by one. 3 players already finished off, and Xbox, they've gained a big advantage in this fight. It's a 4v1 situation. Sarang knocked out. It's not even going to matter to them. Look at them running around the corner. They want to finish Megatron off first. And Chris OP with the M249. Can he take this one all alone? Does not really have his teammates to work with. No utility as well. UMP. It's whatever he gets, it's not going to be enough unless it's a DBS or an S12K, and the players of Xbox just blindly run towards him without anyone pre-firing the corner.
An opportunity for Team Xbox to actually seek revenge from the last game. Chris OP
That's done.
should have had the extended mag. The weapon misfires, but of course, is the cleanup crew tried to go in for that one single finish, but Team Xbox, they're not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
I still remember the amount of problems Xbox had to face because ASLAAA was pushing in constantly, pushed him outside the circle in the last game, but this time Xbox were like, all right, we'll finish you first.
Man, it's Miramar. I mean, teams like Xbox, teams like Carnival Gaming, they are way too comfortable with those drop clashes in this particular map. Because it happens to them so much, they are conditioned to it. If you don't drop clash them in this map, then they panic. Then their brain just instantly goes, all right, what happened? Did we do something? Is everyone avoiding us? Why are we so lonely?
That's a question a lot of us face, Johnny, in our daily lives, but we'll talk about that later on. But currently on my screens, on my map feed, in fact, there's a huge split that I see. It's not coming in from Team RNB, but the team who is right in front, Heroes Gaming. It's a 2-2 split, 2 players in LSR, 2 players in Campo Militar. And if you know about the map, you know how big of distance that is. Players trying to fall back, but that won't be allowed. Mafia, cleanup crew, absolutely crease plays with that red dot.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Just tracks him perfectly. Kick to the ground and finished off. Mafia securing the first frag for his team. And RNB off to a decent start, considering they are towards that northeastern edge of the circle as well. It's not going to be too difficult for them to gain access to the first play zone at least. If the second shift happens towards the eastern side, then they might be, western side, then they might be in trouble. But as of now, if they can somehow figure out a way to just gatekeep the players of Heroes Gaming, there are more frags waiting for RNB to be collect. But let's see, Heroes Gaming, what is their decision going to look like? Campo Militar is one of the most isolated positions inside of the map. It's quite remote, all the way towards the northeastern edge of the map. So they will have a lot of options. Either they can try to rotate along the eastern shoreline, or they can move along the northern edge of the map, go through oases, breach the circle from water treatment. But all of that is hypothetical. We are going to find out what happens in a while. In the meanwhile, having a look at Blind Esports.
Absolutely. And, you know, the fun part is in every one of those possibilities, they are going to face opposition. So it's going to be hard for Heroes Gaming to actually deny opposition their points and still breaching the circle safely. It's always a double-edged sword when you're actually trying to drop in such a one corner of the map. But we're talking about Blind Esports. A comeback from this team is something that I'm expecting. And right alongside in Picardo, they have got company. They've got LMxLaser, another team that I'm watching out for. So 2 teams at the center of the map, in the center of the circle. Johnny, I'm having a good time on the desk.
I mean, we are going to have a much better time. I think there's going to be a cluster building up towards the center sometime soon, because we see the players of Xpark heading towards Picardo as well. And I think there was a slight movement from Reckoning Esports as well. They were playing from Chumacera, but now are looking to push towards Picardo, or maybe just the hills towards the western side. But WSB once again on our screens, and as we expected, after the first 2 frags were secured by the side of WSB, things have calmed down. They have completely abandoned or disengaged from pushing further for the players of 4 Aggressive Man, move towards Monte Nuevo. Oh, look at that. He's stuck now. Yeah, it's not going to fit there, Arman. You've got to find another way.
Reverse gear, get back in position, try and get back from that edge. But WSB, you were talking about peace. I think there is one team that is charging in from that western highway right towards them, and that's going to be number 1 Esports. Look at that. WSB will be facing the brunt of it as well, and just in case the big brothers do time to chime in as well, I think for WSB it will be a very difficult job to get inside the circle. But this, Johnny, I think is the most basic Miramar circle that we can expect.
Yeah, I think we can expect a slow game from here on out. Unless someone decides to be cheeky, because Crore, Reckoning Esports, that's an open position between Picardo and Los Leones, so You will be able to spot out the opposing side from a distance. It's going to be difficult to take a fight out there, though. Allowing anyone to chime in for a third party. We all know that that is going to be a flip of coin. Whoever shows up has the open right to take their shots on whoever they see, whoever they please to.
We'll find out, of course. Really want to see this team, make some moves. Team Inferno squad, PMWI IGL. We've been looking at this team for such a long time. But of course, we've also been looking at something extraordinary. The iQOO Z9S series comes at only at 1799, 999 in fact.
Yes. And I think you added that one extra digit. Blind Esports will add an extra digit to their finish counter. One of the players from Cyber Reckoning Esports shut down. They are going to try to look for one more. Oh, barely survives Viper with their DP. He's putting so much pressure, but the problem is he is alone. Because look at the radar over there. His teammates in the back lines, yes, they have the high ground advantage. But if by any chance Reckoning Esports turn their vehicles around, show up to pick up the fight against DP, and he does not fall back within the line of fire of the other players of Blind Esports, then he is in for an isolated fight and an isolated takedown. But Reckoning Esports, after losing Immortal, do not want to take any further risks, so they fall back, disengage, find a better position to play with.
Absolutely. The three players who are still surviving, I think they have got the caliber to actually destroy everyone. You've got Viper, you've got Gravity, you've still got Hunters on the loop as well. And in the center of the circle, I think Reckoning Esports, they certainly can cause havoc. And look at them, still scouting, not really trying to reposition themselves. The split that they have is pretty good. They've got a 2-1 split working in, trying to protect themselves from the right-hand side. But I want to see which are the teams right around them. They've got Team Blind Rippers coming in from the southern side, and nobody's watching that angle. So I think there might just be a problem.
Oh, it definitely can be. If your backlines aren't clear, you risk getting stabbed in the back. I mean, Reckoning Esports might just learn that lesson the hard way. Although still tunnel vision on the players of Blind Esports up front. And it's going to be very difficult for them to actually make this fight work, considering there's a lot of distance between them and where DP and Saurav are. So even if they are able to secure that opening knock, to bring about a conversion of that knock into a finish, it's going to be extremely, extremely difficult and highly unlikely. So at this point you have to think, is this just a waste of ammo?
It certainly is a waste of ammo, to be honest. But it's also the initial pre-fires to kind of set up your position already. Your opposition knows that, all right, fine, this is the edge, this is the cliff that Reckoning Esports are at. But talking about Blind Esports, look at where Evil is, right? I think he's holding that majority of the center, but WSB getting back into their aggressive shoes. I think they've pulled up their socks, and now they've understood the assignment. Big Brothers, they've chimed into the party. Candy, I think, has been spotted already. So Gods is on his guard. But where have the rest of the players from number 1 esports gone by? We just talked about them, right?
Yeah.
Number 1, Big Brothers, as well as WSB. A trifecta was happening, but from the map feed, it seems like number 1, they've disengaged.
Yeah, it's quite phenomenal that, as you mentioned, there were 3 teams that we expected all of them to collide, but that did not happen. But whoa! What is this? Jubilant Divine, they are taking on the lads from RNB. Having secured the first knock, Dason got a little too overconfident. Falcon charged in towards him. The S12Ks exchanged a lot of bullets, but the knocks were also traded out. Now Jubilant Divine still at a man advantage in this fight. Mafia is going to get finished off. Falcon still knocked out, and he's on the wrong side of that fence. So for him to crawl out to gain access to his teammate Adwin and hope for a revive, hope to be brought back into this fight, it's going to be extremely difficult. Although what he's doing right now is relaying a lot of information from what is happening inside of this factory to his teammate. Nades exchange, Nathan, he's going to have to run for his life. And now Jubilant Divine, the setup is there for them to be successful. Look at that. Neo from the backline speaks out into the open. Adwin knocked out as well. I think this might be the end of RNB in this matchup. The last player, he's a little bit further away from this fiasco. At least 100, 150 meters far away towards the eastern side, but
decision from him to actually fall back, you know. He did not want to take this fight, or in fact, just get eliminated completely off the bat. can play for those placement points yet, but what a defense from Jubilant Divine. The push wasn't really something to scoff at. It was certain the nades did come flying in, but the way Jubilant Divine kind of spread themselves up to cut their losses, that was absolutely brilliant. But look at this, Team X-Pac starting to chime in. The opening is what they want right now. Sarang does have the nades cooked in. You've got Team LMxLaser X LM pulling out on those flank lines as well. I think Sarang's job is extremely going to be important.
Yeah, it is. If he finds this opening, does shift the momentum of the entire fight in the favor of Team X-Pac. And they need that cover position as well, because if you notice on the radar, LMX, they've gone for a 2-2 split, 2 players on the outside, but Sarang, he gets knocked out. As I mentioned, the backline's compromised, and yet X-Pac, they do find the trade. They're looking for the second, but Shadow, he runs inside of that Molotov and loses a big chunk of his HP.
Absolutely, Team Laser X. They've done a phenomenal job holding this push up, but SKOP is being charged up. 2 bullets on that DBS chamber. Certainly not enough, but Team X-Pac, the way they've chimed in, Spray God was on a sliver of HP. Sarang is still out, and SKOP has been drawn down. But the rest of the team is still starting to flood in. Spray God needs to find that opening. Oh! Find that connection from the backline. That's brilliant. Team X-Pac, they're starting to flood in, and not just they flood, they completely blew out the opposition in style.
Yeah, Jin himself got electrocuted over there, and X-Pac, they find those 4 frags. The decision to charge in for the rescue of the teammates backfires upon the players of LMX, and 8 finishes to kick off the game for the side of X-Pac. Look at that, Spray God is returned to his old form. Last week, I mean, Spray God was still wonderful, but X-Pac, I think they clicked in a little bit too late, maybe just realizing, because it is X-Pac, they are the champions of VGI 2024. I think they were like, all right, we're just going to chill for a while, and then maybe we're going to go for all of those frags, which they did actually. 39 frags secured in the opening week, just 13 placement points in comparison.
And I think anything below 5 frags per game for Spray God sounds low as of now.
True.
This man has set the bar way too high up right now. I really want to see how does Joker and Spray God, the partnership, gel up, because Ninja and Spray God together, they were absolutely fabulous.
Oh, this partnership is also actually phenomenal, because I think Joker, there was one match where he also stepped up with 5 or 6 frags to his name, and he has been quite consistent with how the performance has been.
The only primary difference between Joker and Ninja Jod, I feel like they've got similar firepower. Joker plays a little bit more for the team.
Yeah, that is true. But I think that is what the team needed as well. You sometimes need a man in the backlines, like in a situation like this. Jubilant Divine, they left Neo in the backlines, and I think that suppressing fire that they were hoping for, it's not really there. Inferno squad, they find the trade, the nade looks good, the damage is going to be dished out, but not enough. And Gotendo from the flank finds the first, swatting flies mid-air, finds the second as well. And Jubilant Divine, they're going to be down to their last man. It's clean-up time for the side of Inferno squad, and they are definitely setting this map on fire. 3 finishes on the board, the last man pinned down, absolutely nothing he can do. Well, except one thing, he can run, jump from the other side, try and run away. There he goes.
Not that big of a fall, but I think it's going to be a very long run.
Yeah.
But for Inferno squad, this was something. That one guy between that one little wooden blockade, just using his movement, goes onto the left-hand side, connects a DBS shot, comes out on the right, and connects that flick. That was something to really take notes out if you're an aspiring esports player. But next for him, I think this is going to be a survival battle. But coming back to Reckoning Esports, 3-man surviving, they've got Team Blind Rippers right in front of them.
And I think they have kind of baited them into thinking that Gravity might be alone, but here comes the cavalry from both these sides. Blind Rippers, they've closed in. They have that concrete cover available. Gravity, his teammates are right next to him, so it's not going to be a troublesome situation for Reckoning Esports now. Hunters, Viper, both alive. They are looking for that first opening. Still haven't found it yet. There's a ridge that separates these two sides. And 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock before the blue zone also adds to the pressure.
This seems like a military fight from the 1950s, with both the sides having a straight line formation and one big hill just separating them from center. But look at this, WSB versus Team Big Brothers is starting off right now. Candy has been brought down. Toxic, is he going to be enough, Johnny?
Well, we are going to find out how toxic he actually is, because the players from Big Brothers, they're falling left and right. Even Toxic is going to fall to the floor. Tiger does find the trade though. And now in a 2v2, WSB, it looks like there might be some trouble for them. Zerif also knocked out, runs right into the shotgun wielded by Aru. WSB down to the last man gods, looking to be the savior for his team. Tiger hiding in the corner. There is still no cleanup. They have lost those bodies. The confirmations have come in. So no matter what happens, the teams are going to be left bleeding. And there it is, wrapping around the corner. Tiger bounces. And the side of WSB, they're going to be wiped out from this game. Big Brothers, they do manage to survive, but not for long, because get washed. Sparks are flying, and they're going to cause a fire. Big Brothers pin down. Tiger going for a revive. Joker takes it with a Molotov. Gets knocked out through that S12K. The last round left, he goes for a reload. Tiger somehow managed to secure that fourth frag, but is it going to be enough? We have seen those shotgun clutches in the past, but this time he is going up against the side of X-Park. ADS is not enough. And there is the wrap-up. 9 eliminations secured by the side of X-Park. They are on fire indeed, but what a chaotic recovery attempted by the side of Big Brothers Esports. I think they will have to settle for this 5 points. Can't do much from that.
Nothing more, but look at this. There is another fight that's brewing up. It's Team Crore up against Team Blind. Team Blind, of course, they've taken early casualty. OP has been brought down once again, and OP has been thrown out of the park. It's Parth who is doing an extremely fabulous job. It's a 3v1 right now, if I'm not mistaken. The recovery has to come in through. The revive has to be clicking it through. In fact, 3 players can be back online. It can be a hard reset, but Team Crore, I think they're in the back lines already.
Yeah. Not really in the best position to achieve a lot. What a nade! Wow! Saurav did not see that coming, man. And now Evil. Another S12K. Kind of a risky move, showing him back to a position where you know the opposition is there. Nova is going to try and pin down the man playing from the tower. And Evil's going to be left to deal with the 1v2 situation indoors, but doesn't really work out. I think that might be it for the side of Blind Esports. Team Crore, they are going to be able to pick up that final point as well. Nova isolated. Nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to hide.
I'm not really sure what's happening to Blind Esports. No communication, not a lot of synergy working in together. Kind of expected to come in this week and expect Blind Esports back to their very best. But this is far from their best showing. One player still surviving, Nova 21. Has to fall back, has to play in that safe game. But talking about that safe game, the circle is so far away from him. Look at that. On the other side, you've got Team FS Esports as well, trying to climb up that ridge. And on the other side, you've got the scrambled players of Reckoning as well as Blind Rippers. Wait, what? Wait, what? Scarshot? Did he finish off 2 players from Reckoning?
I think so. I think Reckoning Esports, even they didn't expect it. Reckoning Esports, they hit the dust. Just 2 eliminations secured in this match, taking an exit on that 12th position, so no placement points coming in for them. And that is definitely not something you want to do if you want to compete and be the Hero Extreme MVP of the finals. Our official mobility partner, ladies and gentlemen, for the iQOO BMPS 2024 is Hero. And as we keep saying, whichever player walks away with the title of the MVP of the finals also rides back home on the beautiful Hero Extreme 160 R4V.
Absolutely. Currently, Heroes Gaming, they've also taken down a player of Team X-Park as well. So they are en route to doing that. As of now, the circle, a massive curveball for all of these teams, and especially for 4 aggressive men. Look at the amount of distance they've got to chime in, but that was a moment and a half from Blind Rippers, honestly. Did not expect that from Scarjor. That was a 1v2 situation against the best players currently in the country right now from Reckoning Esports, and he pulled that off in a clutch moment. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, but let's see how far can they take this, considering now they've been spotted out by the players of Inferno Squad as well. Inferno Squad, they're going to try and punish the late breaches. As we do have Heroes Gaming rotating from the blue zone. Lots of shots fired towards them. Finally, the knock is going to be secured by PMWI IGL. Going to look to convert that knock into a frag, but no. Was it the play zone? The last tick of damage coming from the play zone over there.
Well, talking about the play zone, it's in no man's land right now. You've got Team FS Esports. They are holding the edge of a cliff at this point, the foothills of greatness, but it's going to be tough for them to hold that position. Team Crore is chiming in from the back lines. The smokes are going to protect them for a while, but look at Team FS. The center of attraction, the high ground makes them vulnerable to so many shots, and of course they will try and hide it, but the virtual covers of the smoke isn't going to be enough, Johnny.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough, especially on that slope. And of course, all of the commotion that they've caused did draw a lot of attention, and especially from the players of Team Crore, as you mentioned. But could someone please tell Xpark that these are not the grand finals? It's just the second half of round 1. I think they have like 11 frags on the board now. They found a few more.
Doesn't really matter if you're a champion. You play every game like a champion. That's sportsman spirit.
Sure, why not?
Well, talking about sportsman spirit. They will have to win this game, of course, if they want to repeat their performance of BGI's 2024. It's going to be a tough job.
Yeah, it definitely will be. The competition this time is looking absolutely solid and phenomenal. Oh, look at that Molotov. It's going to be quite close, but does miss. Trace got over there by a few pixels. And FS Esports, the struggles continue. They've made it to the top 7 of this match, but still are struggling to find those frags. And if a similar performance from previous week, or quite contrary to the performance from the opening week, actually. They had 8 placement points, 29 eliminations. This time they are going to, well, they have placements in this game. No eliminations, but Alexa, his buggy was on fire, and yet, for some reason, he thought he was the Ghost Rider himself. Just kept going and going and going, and eventually was knocked out. Map space, in fact, map control gained by the players of FS Esports. They do open up their account, first frag on the board, and now they know where the players of Inferno squad are going to be coming from. But the real threat is from the flanks. The real threat is from these lads, especially SprayGod from the side of Xpark. 7 eliminations already secured, looking for the 8th one. 13 is the total tally for the team. And it seems like with how they are playing, their intentions are definitely not of slowing down anytime soon.
100%. In fact, I think he's going to break that record of Hunters of 7 finishes in the first game as well. The main threat, of course, just like you mentioned, comes in from Inferno squad who've got the height advantage. But then there are certain dark horses in this game as well. The ones who come in from the foothills, the ones who come in from the flanks, and Team Xpark is going to be one of them. But Team Xpark, are they going to be satisfied being the dark horses? No, absolutely not. They're charging the king of the hills, Team Inferno squad. Look at the way they are being pushed back. The nades and the utility usage is absolutely fantastic. Goten will have to regroup with the squad, but that gives Team Xpark such amazing space inside of the circle.
Right now, that is what the fight is for. Who gets to walk inside the zone? Because the zone is out into the open and everyone is playing behind a ridge. In order to walk towards the circle, you will have to expose yourself, become a little bit vulnerable, and that's the only way you gain access towards the zone itself. So you do not really see anyone charging towards it. Right now, one of the lads from the side of Xpark has actually done that. SprayGod moves in with absolutely no fear in his eyes. And the punish is definitely going to happen. Crow run of times in. What? How is this man still alive?
I have no clue, Johnny. 8 finishes on the card. He just went in bonkers with a shotgun and still managed to survive somehow.
He wasn't even looking at him. He was looking somewhere else, and yet SprayGod finds the frag, and Team Xpark, they find themselves in a 2 versus 3 situation against the players of Inferno squad. They still have a little bit of utility left. 2 Molotovs, 1 nade remaining on SprayGod, and he knows for a fact that Inferno squad, they're going to push towards him. SprayGod, barely a sliver of HP, instantly goes down, but Goten, he's going to get traded out, and Sarang in a 1 versus 2. Sees Jatin on the other side. The DBS comes in. A 1v1 now. Owen spotted out as well. And this could be the big win we wanted to see from the side of Xbox since the opening week. The champions of BGIS. It seems like the warm-up is done. And now it is their time to rally. Nade lobbed out. It's going to fall behind Owen. Jatin relaying the information about the opposing player, but all Sarang needs to do is to dish out some extra bit of damage, and he has succeeded indeed. Owen, he was trying to put up that first aid. Will he succeed? A big question. Now Sarang off read on where the reposition is, but Owen, he makes the mistakes of moving inside the same ridge again. Another nade connects. Again to 50% HP he goes. And Sarang, he still has the edge, needs to finish off Jatin if he wants to deny any further information being handed out to that man from the side of Inferno squad. 2 nades remaining. Now it's going to be down to the last one. And the blue zone is going to force Owen to step beyond that ridge, which will give Sarang the edge into this fight. Comes out the M4, the spray whiffs, and Sarang, he ducks to avoid getting shot at. Now, the S12K, can he connect those shots with the shotgun? It's a Scarrel on the other side. Will the shotgun win or the AR? The duel around the corner, another shot, but he fails this time. And Inferno squad, they finally do shut down the side of Xbox. But is it enough to gain the edge on the overall leaderboard? Now, Salty, they had 11 eliminations in Inferno squad, but Xbox, man, 15 finishes.
I have no clue, honestly. I will not be on the receiving end of a grenade barrage coming in from Sarang. I will not be there, because you saw how struggling of a position Owen was in, right? That dip was there, and Sarang was continuously bombarding. It's fine. He did miss some shots with the shotgun, but the way Spray got pulled that off, I think I have nothing to say about it. Team X-Pac, they've just showed why they're the champs.
Yeah, I just have one request. Someone please nerf these guys, man. Someone do something about them. They are unstoppable. They were in... How long were they in a 2 versus 4 situation? I think that was a duo remaining for, what, like 6-7 minutes?
Yeah.
And yet, they were unbeatable in every single fight.
You talk about the firepower, right? Spray God has some amazing firepower, but you saw the duo game that was put up by Spray God and Sarang.
Yeah.
Spray God pulled all the attention towards himself. Majority of the players from IS were looking towards him, while Sarang got to chime in. That is how the rest of the 2 players got knocked out as well. And to be honest, it was his game. It was his game to lose.
Yeah.
Team Inferno squad, kudos, credits to be given to them. They had the high ground, but Team X-Pac, this was their game.
Yeah, man, I mean, it was their game indeed. And what a phenomenal performance, though, from both these teams, because we can't really take anything away from the side of Inferno squad as well. 11 eliminations and the chicken dinner is not a small feat. So they do bring those 21 points from this game. But this was the one of the last duels. Goten did find that frag, but he did walk into the line of fire of Sarang, who was able to find the trade. And then the last 1v1, the AR against the shotgun, and he just went with those small little bursts first to prep him up, switches to the UMP and just finishes them off. The cleanup was absolutely beautiful.
You know, it could have been a clean game for Team X-Pac had Sarang finished Owen off, but that was it. That was also kind of the undergod versus the pro storyline that we're always talking about, right? The pros, certainly, they've got amazing facilities to work in. They've got top-of-the-line devices to work with as well. But for the undergod, they kind of start somewhere and they make their way up to the top. I think Inferno Squad, they're doing that. And if you guys also want to do that, then if you're looking for a device, the iQOO Z9S Pro.
Exactly. That is what you need to go for, man. I mean, an amazing device at an amazing price as well, starting at 17,999. And of course, we keep talking about its features: 2,000 Hz of touch sampling rate, 5500 mAh battery, 80 watt of flash charge, everything you need. So you can grind for a long time, as you mentioned. And then if you run out of juice, you can be back in a couple of minutes. And of course, one thing though, I mean, we were talking about those fights and how the game came to end. You know who I feel bad for? I feel bad for Pranav from Team Crore.
Why?
Spray God wasn't even looking at him. I think he fired like 2 shots. Spray God just felt, alright, I'm getting a little bit of tick damage from the back. Someone is tickling me. Just turns around. He's like, hi buddy, bye buddy, done and dusted.
I don't expect that fight to actually come to an end like that, especially with the way Spray God was charging in. It felt like he was heated, but well, he certainly was heated. He was up top. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to discuss the results of this game as well. Team X-Pac, are there any names who can topple them in this one? I don't think so. They've got the first rank, 17 finish points, 6 position points, 23 points. Exactly, Johnny. Your math is getting better.
No, my maths was a bit off. I thought they had 15 eliminations. I missed out on the last 2 that they were able to secure. But 23 points was like actually a phenomenal performance. 21 by the players of Inferno Squad. But look at what happens whenever there's a vacuum of those eliminations, right? Yep. You have 28 finishes captured between the first 2 teams. It leaves everyone else in the lobby with absolutely nothing. I mean, there was a scramble. You see these teams like Reckoning Esports taken out early with just 2 eliminations, LMX with 1 point, but what is that going to accomplish? Reckoning Esports, even the opening week, were in a little bit of a struggle compared to their own history, right? 42 points within the first 6 matches that they played. Now, that is not the Reckoning Esports that we saw in BGIS 2024 recently, right?
Absolutely. But with that first game, I think Reckoning Esports kind of stabilized their position. 20-pointer in that first game, but the fact that they could not again perform in the second one does raise a lot of questions about consistency. We did see Immortal fall, but then I'm waiting for when will Immortal get replaced as well, because when the other player comes in, that playing 4 is an absolute impossible beast.
Exactly. I mean, as of now, it's all about getting your players prepped, and of course, I mean, for a team like Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, that first game was there. Now this one, they just completely got lost in. So it is about bringing that consistency into the performance right now. Of course, today they just have one more match remaining, so they might just end up waiting for tomorrow. But I think it's not a bad day overall. Let's see how the game of Sanhok goes.
Absolutely. We'll have to find that out. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just move to a break. And we'll find that out. Sanhok is definitely an important map. Inferno squad will be my prediction. Ladies and gentlemen, put your prediction in the chat as well. We'll see you very, very soon after the break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it has been an exciting state of affairs as Week 2 of Round 1 begins in the iQOO BMPS 2024. And Necro, X-Spark, it seems like they're back in their old ways.
X-Spark, this is the actual Spark we were waiting for. Now, finally, they're over here getting things done. First game as well, they finished in the top 2. Second game as well, they finished on the second spot. Yes, the final few moments were a little bit missed. I'm not going to lie. We saw that whiff with the shotgun. Then later on, things were just not recovered properly. But still, let's be honest. On the positive side of things, they did have a lot of elimination points and also the placement to back it up. So it's looking pretty nice. Inferno squad, though, I'm quite stoked to see them back in the race.
Exactly. I mean, Inferno squad with that win, and especially a big win, they've kind of pulled themselves back into a fighting position in terms of the overall leaderboard. But it's going to be interesting to see, can they keep this going tomorrow as well? Because this is one of those teams, we were having this discussion again and again during Week 1. There's a lot of potential, but can they deliver? One thing that delivers, ladies and gentlemen, quite nicely is the iQOO Z9S series, doesn't it, Necro?
Of course it does. I mean, we know it's quite a great phone, and not just that, even pocket-friendly. Starting just from $17,999. It's a great beginner's device if you're looking to start your professional journey. But let's move on to conversation now. As we know, the upcoming map will also be the map of Sanhok. Inferno squad, they need to be super consistent, that's for sure. Even for
Mm-hmm.
Team X Park, it's already all good in the hood in the overall standings. If they want, they can go on a hunt. If they really just want to stay things back, they can do so as well. But Blind Esports, the previous game was a big mess up, getting taken down by a team like Team Crow. None of us saw this coming.
Exactly. I mean, with how the fight began as well, it wasn't expected. Blind Esports, it just felt like they were completely lost and had no information of how they wanted to charge forward and how they wanted to pick up the fight and pick up the pieces over there. But now, Necro, one thing that is happening right now, what we are noticing is already Reckoning Esports did well, X-Park is continuously doing well, so they are creating that vacuum of points for this particular group. Anyone from this group that initially started the day off with less than 30 points, they're going to be in so much trouble, man.
Man, you're speaking of Jubilant Divine, I guess. Because they
Divine,
have been struggling way too much. Even in the first 6 games that they played, things were not looking too solid. Now, just look at this. 2 games already done and dusted in the week 2. They've only got 1 more game to go, and that too in the map of Sanhok. And you know Sanhok is a zone-oriented map. It can favor anyone. If Jubilant Divine's got the zone right on top of them, it's all good.
I'm not just talking about Jubilant Divine, by the way. I'm talking about Big Brothers as well. I'm talking about ASLAAA as well. I mean, teams that we had big expectations from but aren't really able to perform right now. Because even Big Brothers aren't really doing that great in terms of the overall ranking. I think they've just managed to cross like 35 points in total.
They're just barely scratching the surface, and that's definitely not enough. If you want to place yourself in the 50% that will be moving on forward in the tournament, you need to do much more. You need at least that one single banger game that puts you in the latter half of the board.
Okay, so last week before the week came to an end, you and I were having this discussion about where we expect the cutoff to be. Have you figured it out? Did you do the maths during the weekend?
I would say somewhere around 62, or maybe you can't say 57 or 56, somewhere around that. It's somewhere between that.
55 to 65.
Yeah.
Do we keep that bracket?
Yeah, we
so
do.
Big
We
Brothers, I
definitely
think they are going to be lacking behind. They're going to need big numbers on the board.
Hands down.
Considering there are like 4 matches left, what needs to be done, man? I mean, they're going to need a big game right here, right now in the map of Sanhok.
That's what I exactly said. They just need one single big game to catapult themselves once again back in the reins. They do have a chance. They do stand a big chance. But that one single big game, so far looking at it statistically, it seems next to impossible. Even FS Esports, they're quite consistent, but we're still waiting for them to deliver that one single major blow.
Yeah, FS Esports, I think it's our expectations from FS Esports that build the pressure on the players. So we need to let them breathe for a second, just see how they do on this map of Miramar. Sanhok, and then let's see where they end up. Because Miramar, before this, they tried the level west, weren't really able to accomplish a lot on that particular map. Although a little bit of a letdown from 4 Aggressive Man yet again. I mean, the first game, that early aggression was quite beautiful, but then completely faded away on this game of Miramar.
Hey, but I'm loving the fact that Team Crow as well is sort of gaining that confidence, right? Shutting down a team like Blind Esports is not easy. Blind Esports, they have been a formidable force, a force to be reckoned with. But Team Crow did not crack under that pressure. They constantly were taking down the players, and then in the final few moments, they also moved up. Yes, unfortunately, placement is something that they did not really have great in the game, but still, man, at least they're trying their best to recover.
Exactly, I completely agree with that, and I think the improvement is visible. I mean, in Game 1 and Game 2 as well, as you mentioned, just having that courage, having that confidence of running into a team fight and figuring out how to get those extra frags, it's always going to be important. And Team Crow, at least that aspect of the game is sorted out. Now, all they have to do is figure out how to make sure that they have at least 3 players remaining up until the final moments, because they were in the top 4 in terms of teams taking an exit in this match. They were able to walk away with a decent number of placement points as well.
Yeah, but Johnny, what's going on with Heroes Gaming?
Oh, no.
This is one of those teams in BGMI 2024, Heroes Gaming, they were setting bars.
Yeah.
And now look at them in iQOO 2024. It's not even been that long, by the way, just a few months. And already a big dip in the performance from this banner.
Oh, it seems like they've been out of practice for a long time, but hopefully if they have a big win on the map of Sanhok, they can bring themselves back into the competition, but let's see how it goes.
As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again in the rainforest of Sanhok, starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards Hathin. This time tilted on the northern side, but hey, it is the map of Sanhok. It does not really matter. You can easily extend on towards the spots where you want to move in. No matter, be it Camp Charlie, be it Bantai, be it Docks, you can easily try and move on forward towards those spots. But once again, I'm still looking for these drop collisions. That's what Sanhok is known for.
But I have to ask, since Salty arrived, these flight paths have changed completely. On Miramar, we had a flight path leading extremely to the southern half of the map, and now on Sanhok, it's to the extreme northern side. What's going on, Necro?
Man, I hope the same plane flight paths will be seen even when Revenant arrives.
Why? Why are you like this? But yeah, hopefully.
You see, you ask me, why am I like this? Well, ask yourself first. Why are you like this?
Because I've been staying with you for too long, man.
Oh, man. It's the, what do you say? The transfer of the personalities?
I guess so. Well, there's going to be a transfer of points, it seemed like, because look at where Big Brothers are going. They're surrounded by the players of number 1 Esports, Jubilant Divine, quite close to them. Although, it was X-Pac in a game of Sanok. I expected a little bit of early aggression. It has been denied to them.
Yeah, it has been. Team Crore all the way down south towards Kampong. Then you've also got Jubilant Divine moving in towards that area, towards Camp Bravo, slowly and steadily, or Camp Charlie, that's what I meant to say. You've also got a team right next to them, and if I'm not wrong, that's the team of Big Brother Esports. So Jubilant Divine and Big Brothers, they're going to lock horns off the rip. I would love to see how that one comes into fruition. For Jubilant Divine, they have been struggling as much as Big Brother Esports.
Yeah.
Both these teams are way too desperate for points. You've got RNB on the screen, and even this team is one of those names that haven't been able to recover at all in these latter games that they're playing. All it takes is one single big game, dude. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
10 elimination points and a chicken dinner. You're instantly back in the first half of the board.
You don't even need the chicken dinner, to be honest. I mean, as long as you walk away with 10 plus eliminations, it's all going to be good. But ASLAAA up against the players of RNB, and Zyro finds the opening.
Yeah, and the opener's going to be quite good too. Zyro this time, though, gets strike down perfectly. ASLAAA Esports, the recovery's going to be there no matter what in the fight before RNB. It's quite a bad start for ASLAAA Esports, exactly what they were looking for. The fact that the man did not reposition and still he was staying in that corner, and as soon as the opposition went for the peak, he instantly got strike down by that one single bullet with the TBS. But what's happening with the players of RNB? They're crossing out in the open. They've got no clue how to take this fight. They're completely lost. And ASLAAA Esports, they've got the bigger advantage this time around, as Falcon's going to be the last man standing for RNB. And this should be an easy cake for ASLAAA Esports. Daddy's going to be the man up close and personal against Falcon. It should be a piece of cake that's eaten with ease.
You've said cake twice now, Necro.
Yeah.
Do you want cake today?
For me, it's a delight to witness this fight.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is a delight, but I'm just confused. What was RMB thinking over there? Especially that one man running out into the open like that. It wasn't really going to work out.
Yeah.
Hadwin, easy knock for ASLAAA. ASLAAA is definitely going to be celebrating. Guys, 4 frags. We got 4 points.
Exactly. That's why I'm calling it the cake. It's the cake of celebrations that ASLAAA Esports is cutting open. And every piece, as they keep on eating those pieces, one man falls down of the opposition team. They've eaten 3 pieces so far. 1 more to go.
You are hungry today, right?
No, I'm not. But anyways, BR on the screen. Blind Rippers, what are your thoughts about this banner?
Blind Rippers, I think we expected a lot from them. And yes, in week 1 as well, decent performance, 46 points secured. They had 30 finishes in the 6 matches that they played, 1 chicken dinner as well. But I think as week 2 began, they are also one of those teams that are just focused on aggression, which might actually take away their chances of moving into the round of top 64, round 2. So they have to be extremely careful, because 46 points, yes, you are close to qualification, but you haven't qualified yet. I think you have to touch 60, and then you have the safety cushion to work with. That is one of the reasons why WSB is playing like they are.
Yeah.
They had those 60 points in week 1.
Yeah, WSB is pretty much playing YOLO, right? Let's be honest. They're like, yeah, we've pretty much crossed on over that qualification bracket anyway, so we can try and go for the extra bit of risk.
Exactly.
And for the teams like Silly Esports that have already got more than 80 points, they can try and do anything they want in these latter 6 games. That's how much freedom they have acquired. But yeah, moving back towards the Blind Rippers conversation, have you noticed a pattern?
Blind Rippers? No, not really. What am I missing, Necro?
Blind Rippers and Blind, once again in the same group.
Oh. Yeah, but we aren't really seeing them go up against each other the way we wanted.
Last time we did, when they played their first 3 games.
Oh, yeah.
And it was Blind Rippers to come out on top in that fight. They stood true to their name. And that was the only team who was able to defeat Blind Esports in a proper 4-on-4 collision.
Now I wonder what happens once they go up against the OGs of Blind Esports, who now play for iQOO Seoul. That's going to be an interesting fight.
That's the thing, though. They're not Blind anymore. Their name is Blind Rippers.
Oh, so they aren't going to be able to beat them?
Maybe not. WSP?
Oh man, X-Pac is on the hunt.
Yeah. For 4 a.m., it's not a great news at all. Charan's been the man who's been popping off nicely for 4 a.m. And he's got a chance to strike down 3 players in the front. Team X-Pac completely unaware of the fact that there's a man from 4 a.m. right around the vicinity. And there we go. 4 a.m. Charan strikes as he gets the first man knocked out. Now the second man's around the fray too, but this time he's not going to stand a chance against Sarang as Sarang puts that nail in the coffin. For Team X-Pac, it's all good in the hood. Was a little bit of a leak, but it's fine.
I mean, it was a panic, man, over there for the side of X-Pac as well. Not just the entirety of X-Pac, but for the IGL Shadow himself.
Mean, it's one of those surprise packages that you open and it's just a clown face directly pouncing on your face. It's a surprise.
Either you can get scared or you can just destroy the entire box.
And that's why I just never open surprise packages the way they're supposed to be opened. I rip them.
Oh. I thought that was just because you never bought yourself a pair of scissors.
One way to put that. Why do you need scissors when you've got fingers?
All right. Necro Wisdom.
You can just tear through anything with those as well. But jokes apart, the conversation needs to be towards 4 a.m. and how their journey has been so far.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 a.m. started things off on a great note with 9 elimination points to kick the day off. But then the transition towards the side of Miramar wasn't too fluid.
I mean, even the opening week, their struggles were quite clearly visible. No placement points secured in the 6 matches they played. 18 finishes on the board. So not really doing too well for themselves, but...
There's so many teams down south.
Yeah,
4 teams right next to each other. FS Esports, Big Brothers, Team Crow. And ASLAAA Esports on the left.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to the players from Big Brothers. To be honest, at any given point, they are going to come up against the players of FS Esports.
Yeah. It'll be an awkward collision too. And for Big Brother Esports, facing off against a team that's already doing pretty decent in the overall standing is not the positive fight.
All right, Necro, I have a question. Didn't Jubilant Divine and Big Brothers drop together towards Camp Charlie?
They did, yeah.
How is Jubilant Divine towards Painan now? Big Brothers still sticking towards Bantai.
I guess Jubilant Divine realized the fact that Big Brother Esports were dropping towards Camp Charlie, so at the last instance, they instantly changed their glide towards those individual compounds that are there around Camp Charlie. They looted those, now on the move towards the zone. So that is quite smart from them.
Yeah, but they are going to need that one big game, and if you do not really aggressively push for those finish points, you will never really get them. But look at this, Big Brother spotted out. Toxic hits the floor instantly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was thinking over there. On top of a 2-seater like that. Getting knocked out instantly. And even confirmed. FS Esports, they know exactly who they're facing off against now. It's Big Brother Esports too. And Big Brother Esports, they've been struggling way too much. For FS Esports, they can't afford to pull off shenanigans like these because they know they can easily qualify. But for Big Brothers, this means a lot. FS Esports is constantly peppering shots against them, putting the players of Big Brother Esports in a big panic. But now Hitman's there in the back lines, and here comes the spray! But the spray's not going to find any sort of connections. It's quite a whiffy spray from Hitman.
Exactly, and FS Esports already a blunder has been made because they were playing in a 3-1 split. Clutch was on the other side of that small little cliff, and he was knocked out. So Big Brothers did find the trade in that fight. And now with the numbers equalized, they can make an off play, but it seems like Candy, a mistake was made. He exited that vehicle, and he's going to be forced to take a swan dive into that river.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Trey Scott is going to try and hunt down Tiger along with his teammates. Realizes this is going to be an interesting fight. 5 grenades on him. 2 Molotovs. Oh man, the utility dump. It's going to be absolutely insane on those 2 players.
Trey Scott is one of those players, or one of the names to be feared in that entire lineup. Big Brother Esports, they need to be a little bit watchful. They're tunnel vision right now, and the remaining players of FS Esports that are there in their crosshairs, but there's a man right behind him, and they've got no clue of that.
Yeah.
Trey Scott is just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. As soon as the players, they sit inside of the vehicle, that's when he will go for that strike. Trigger discipline to the max. He's not moving at all as well, just making sure that the opponents will be with that anonymous factor. Trey Scott patiently waiting, while Big Brother Esports, they're looking like the innocent kittens. But they will be devoured by that player if they do not watch out.
You have to be careful. I mean, extremely careful and cautious about him. The first question in a situation like this is, do they even have the information of Tiger just waiting for... Well, Trey's got waiting for them to just abandon that shack. But look at that now. That's an interesting shift of the circle. Takes us back to boot camp. WSB will be quite happy with that circle shift.
Yeah.
On the other side, Necro. It's time to strike.
Not yet, my friend. And now it is! Trey Scott. This man is quite good with his sprays, considering his name is Trey Scott himself. And he finds both the players as he strikes him down. And one single mag is going to be enough to wipe out the entirety of the opposing team. Nicely done by FS Esports. Perfectly played by Trey Scott.
Yeah, that was perfection indeed. And look at that. He ends up securing the 4K against the players of Big Brother Esports. Wipes out the entire team by himself. Well, his teammates did help out, but he gets all of those frags now. Jubilant Divine, we were talking about them. They were the team destined to go up against the side of Big Brother Esports. Opportunity denied, but what is happening over here? Number one Esports, they are about to walk into the trap. And this man, he's just waiting to strike. Omega picks off a target on the flank. The backlines of number one Esports are going to be compromised, but he completely ignored the players right next to him.
Yeah, he was pinned down hard. And now for number one Esports, the fallen man will be back upon his feet too, but Omega needs to be revived as well for WSB. And here comes the pounce, here comes the prowl from the side of WSB as Zero from the back closes on up, and he finds a two-piece with that one single spray. Now it's time to switch your focus on the remaining players. Number one Esports, WSB, still the only mission in front of their eyes to save the day for Omega. And that's what they're exactly doing. Zerif is sort of like a big distraction. From the front, he's moving up, but he's also taking shots from the sideline, from boot camp itself. They need to be quite vigilant of that. Revival onto Omega's going to be there with these. It's not an issue, but number one Esports will be that constant threat.
Yeah, and of course, as you mentioned, the damage being brought upon Seraph. They have been made aware of the presence of Inferno squad, who are playing that eastern side of boot camp nade exchange. Gods, there's no idea how close Adi is going to be. Especially armed with that DBS, can definitely take down at least two players if they make the mistake of just running in blindly towards him. Oh, but he gets distracted, and Gods just lobs a nade right on the back of his head.
Yeah, he tossed it to perfection. And within a moment, you will see the entirety of number one Esports collapsing. For WSP, this was way too much of an easy fight to be converted. Arman was still there in the back lines. He did not even move.
He's like, all right, guys, you guys go handle it if you can. I'm just going to stay there.
But WSP is definitely playing with fire. The players are now crossing out in the open towards boot camp, and Omega is the only man on the edges.
I think WSB already, as we have discussed, they are in a comfortable position in terms of the overall ranking.
Oh my
so they
God.
do not really care. But Blind Esports up against Reckoning.
That nade from Evil could have been the table turner. Hunter's could have been knocked out. He was walking straight into it. But Hunter realized the fact that there's a nade sailing in, and he instantly changed his direction. Reckoning Esports up against the players of Blind Esports. And this fight will be an intense one, that's for sure. The collision's going to be so deadly that both these teams will be taking equal damage, that's for sure. For Blind Esports, the previous game hasn't really gone the way they wanted it to. Team Crow was the one who got the better of them. And now for Blind Esports, they find the perfect strike. As Evil takes down one man way too low, but Evil messes up big. He connects that one single shot, but then he whips everything else. For Reckoning Esports, now the fight is in their court. Utilities being tossed, but this time it will be Reckoning Esports with the upper advantage. Nova 21 pinned behind that rock, and this util will find that perfect connection. As now there's another team who steps in the territory by the name of Team Laser. And even they want to be a part of this entire moment. But for Reckoning Esports, the main target will be in the name of Blind.
Hunter's asked a question. Are you feeling lucky? And his answer, yes. There was no way he should have been able to survive that onslaught from Evil, and yet he did. DP is going to be the last man left standing from the side of Blind Esports, and they are surrounded. It's not just Reckoning Esports lurking around this compound. LMxLaser, they have showed up as well. Jin and Kaptan. And Reckoning Esports, being who they are, they should be prepared to take this fight as well. Nade lands in. Overshoots a little bit, goes behind Viper, but look at that, we have the iQOO MVP of the previous match. 8 finishes, 47% finish contribution. Spray God.
Solid stuff from the boy. With 8 finishes, only having 47 finish contribution. That is interesting.
Yeah, they had like 17 total from the previous match.
That's a mammoth of a game, but moving back towards this entire fight, LMxLaser is also in a big world of trouble as the man gets ran over. Jin gets welcomed by the presence of Reckoning Esports and the Hungry Wolves. They're here to collect those scrap points once again. Blind Esports, they have been quite weak in the 4-on-4 fights for some reason. Today's day hasn't really been theirs. They need to buckle things up as soon as possible. But for LMxLaser, now they're just down to this one last glimmer of hope, and that's going to be in the name of Kaptan. Reckoning Esports looking like the formidable force that was missing in the first week.
And Reckoning Esports, as we mentioned, one big game is required to attain that safety cushion on the overall leaderboard. But as you were talking about Blind Esports, I think Blind Esports is basically chilling, man. That's 74 points from the opening week.
Yeah.
So if they aren't safe, I don't know who is.
They indeed are chilling, but still, in 4-on-4 collision like this, if you're getting outruled by an opponent team, that's a big sign of concern. And for Reckoning Esports, they already found the one big game that was needed.
Blind is going to be caught blind from the players of Heroes Gaming. They're crawling right behind him.
It's not such a heroic entry after all. And there we go, Robin. He might have just revealed his position, but still, DP's got no clue. There's someone lurking from the back. It's the players of Heroes Gaming. And soon DP will be shot dead.
Oh, man. It's like watching a war scene from a movie. All 4 of them just crawling up the hill.
Such an awkward warfare.
Yeah.
The next zone shift is going to shift in towards the warehouses of boot camp. And 4 a.m., they find themselves in the best possible spot. Inferno squad, you can see on the screen, even they make their run towards that vicinity. So now it's going to be on a big lockdown. Inferno squad will make sure no one else chimes in the action. Towards boot camp, you've got WSB and even FS Esports. Right behind FS Esports, there's Team Crow's one man. But towards this hilltop, the fight's panning out in quite an awkward fashion. But before we continue this game and the action towards the map of Sanhok, we got to give a huge thanks and a shout out to our sponsor, which will be Hero Extreme 125R. It's our mobility partner.
Let's see. Talk about being mobile and Heroes Gaming, they move in. At least try to move in towards those triple warehouses, but as soon as they show their faces, the punish comes in for aggressive. Man, in this game, they've been quite aggressive. 6 eliminations on the board. Neo looking for the last surviving player from the side of Heroes Gaming. But realizes it's going to be too risky to check those open containers out back.
Reckoning Esports at the top. Still pinning down the warehouse in the front. Luckily enough for them, the zone moved away as well, so now Reckoning Esports, they can have a chance to funnel in so many elimination points. It's crazy.
Yeah.
There will be so many teams taking an exit from that warehouse, but the only team that can be a big pain in the foot is in the name of ASLAAA. If they do manage to deal with that threat, it's all good in the hood. And ASLAAA Esports right now, they just want to keep their identity hidden. As Hunters, he strikes down one of the players from the side of Inferno squad. Reckoning Esports, they're already ready with the firecrackers.
Yeah, either you push in towards the triple warehouses or you take control of that cliff side. And Reckoning Esports, they found that opening, as you mentioned, against the players of Inferno squad, but going for those warehouses, it's not going to be easy for them as well. The moment they do, ASLAAA Esports will have an opportunity to strike. take down the players from Reckoning Esports. Plus, one of their men did get knocked out, so they are in recovery mode as of now.
Oh, that nade
nice
was
nade.
perfect.
Yeah.
WSB, one way to find the opening. Hitman's knocked out, on the verge of being done and dusted too. It's not a great news at all. For WSB, slowly and steadily conquering the entire area, as now we transition towards ASLAAA Esports, facing off against Reckoning. And of course, it's Reckoning to come out on top so far. ASLAAA Esports, they're taking too much damage upon themselves, and eventually they will poof into thin air.
Oh man, ASLAAA Esports. Now that was a quick beatdown handed to them by the players of Reckoning Esports, but for Aggressive Man, they get shut down as well. And Inferno squad, at least this is looking like a performance that we wanted to see from this team. 4 eliminations secured. They have control of the circle as well. And the only team that stands in their way and victory, it could be the side of WSB. Because Reckoning Esports, they find themselves outside of the play zone.
Yeah.
Gravity is going to be one of the last players surviving, put under a lot of pressure. And Viper, he's already been knocked out as well.
Yeah. For Inferno squad, once again, it's Justin performing up to the mark. The players of Inferno squad do want to push the boundaries, make it inside the safety lines, but it's looking way too exposed. It's not going to be that easy. Even for Reckoning Esports, they would need to leave the safety grounds. Gravity, this man is literally on fire, but he will still survive. Barely on a sliver of HP. He's got a lot of first aids too, by the way. He's ready to go for a med strat, that's for sure.
But will they be given an opportunity to do so? That is going to be a big question because the nade lobbed in and Gravity, while he does survive for a few extra seconds, the second nade, even though it was close, does not really connect. Viper was forced out into the play zone and he gets finished off. And Gravity in the backlines, Necro, as you mentioned, he's decided that heal battle is the only option that remains for him. But 5 first aids, 4. It's not going to be enough. I think the game is going to be settled between WSB and Inferno squad.
Yeah, they just need a little bit of more time. That's it. Few more seconds before they can end things on the second note. But will this fight really come into fruition right here, right now? The answer seems like it's going to be no. But yes, I guess it will. Inferno squad, they just get knocked out with just complete use of utilities. That's all they needed.
Yeah, and again, WSB, they were being bullies in that final few moments because you saw what they did.
Yeah.
Inferno squad was in the triple warehouses. The circle took a shift back towards the roadside of boot camp. And well, WSB, they just moved out, took control of that northern edge, and Inferno squad, there was no way they would be able to take that fight. They were forced out from behind that cover.
Yeah.
And WSB, they took full advantage of that. As you mentioned, nades being lobbed in towards them because they knew exactly where the players were going to position, take the exit and take those fights. You just have those 2 doors you can go through.
And now with that game, you can also say WSB, they have secured their spot in the upcoming rounds, 100%. They got a chicken dinner. They were already doing way too good in the overall standings.
Exactly.
So it's all falling into the right place. But for Reckoning Esports and Inferno squad, what a consistent finish.
It was a consistent finish, but it does still leave a lot to be earned for, right, from the matches tomorrow. Because Reckoning Esports as well, as we mentioned, that first week, it landed them in the middle of the pack, not really in a safer position to qualify for round 2 today. Yeah, they were doing quite well for themselves. They pushed themselves a little bit higher, but let's not forget we still have a lot more teams eyeing for their spot inside of the top 64. So Reckoning Esports, I think if they show up tomorrow, secure like 6-7 points in every single game, that will get them through to the threshold, and it will give them a little bit of safety cushion to work with as well. But I think today, I'm not satisfied, to be honest.
You can't say Reckoning Esports right now are way too close to the edge line. All it takes is a little bit of that push to once again bring them back to the safety cushion, right, that we're speaking of. Reckoning Esports started things off with a chicken dinner. They started things off with a big bang. And now the second game was a bit of a letdown, but third game, once again, it's quite a consistent finish. So I would say it was a banger of a day from Reckoning Esports if you try and compare this performance to the past 6 games that they played.
I mean, yeah, if you compare it to the last week's performance, then yes, today has absolutely been better, but then again, it's Reckoning Esports, man.
Yeah.
We all are aware of what they did in the BGIS 2024, and that is what we want to see from them. Look at X-Park, right? They are the champions of BGIS 2024, and even though the first game they played in week 1 was a little bit of a letdown, they were very quick to bring themselves back into their old form.
Yeah, that's the thing with XSpark though, right? They start things off slow.
Yeah.
If you remember BGS 2024, they got kicked out of the grind, and then they came back in from the in-game qualifier. So XSpark, they like to move in with their own pace, and now in these latter 6 games, XSpark is of course doing really phenomenally well. You move the conversation on towards a few letdowns, and that's going to be Big Brother Esports.
Oh no, yeah.
It was a complete lack of awareness, if you'd like to say. The players did not know exactly what was going on in the surroundings.
Do you want to talk about an actual letdown? That first fight between RNB and ASLAAA Esports, what was going on over there?
Both these teams, quite the newer faces on the block, if you'd like to say. Even for ASLAAA Esports, yes, the banner is quite old, but still the players are quite new, so maybe just trying to adapt to the heat levels. And as we know, these latter 6 games are going to be super sweaty. All the teams that haven't really made the breach, they're going to try their hardest to make it to the upcoming rounds, while the teams that have already made it, they will try to make it the toughest.
Exactly, and we are seeing that happen already, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these big names that weren't really performing well, or a lot of these unknown names that weren't really performing well, now are taking those risks. They are trying to go for those drop clashes. We saw that early attempt being made by the players of Big Brothers, looking to go up against the players of Jubilant Divine. Unfortunately, Jubilant Divine just instantly evaded, went up north, and they were caught off guard by the players of FS Esports.
That's the exact point, though. Jubilant Divine, they're showing their backs to the fights.
Yeah.
And that's a big sign of concern. If they want, they can go for a 4-on-4 fight and maybe try and get at least a decent amount of eliminations. But at this point, it just feels like it's a little bit too late for Jubilant Divine to pull off that comeback. They've only got 3 more games to go, and the comeback, it seems way too much of a Herculean task for that team now.
Let's see if they can make it work, right? I mean, chicken dinners and all those matches. I'm always going to be hopeful, but we do have the rankings from this particular game of Sanhok on our screens. WSB finishing it off with 25 points, Reckoning Esports 12 points, so not a shabby performance. But here we have it. Blind Esports just 2 points, XSpark 2 points. These two teams, they do not care how many points they get now. Their work was done in week 1 itself. But Big Brother Esports, now this is a big letdown. Again, getting 4K'd by a single player from the side of FS Esports like that.
Yeah, it was way too tough. Trey Scott just waiting for the right opportunity and then just tracing down all those 3 remaining players from that team. For Big Brother Esports, even they have been a major letdown. Even Jubilant Divine, they have been a big letdown. At least Reckoning Esports, they gather things back in these 3 games that they played. So now they're on the uphill curve. But as I mentioned, now the task is way too Herculean. If these teams are just relying on the latter 3 games that are left over, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a good idea because there's going to be so much pressure. Single misstep, and we all know how painful it can be if you fail to qualify by a single point. No one would want to put themselves in that situation. So it is better to be a little aggressive, but you have to make sure that you are finishing in the top 3 in every single game.
Yeah, and finishing in the top 3 can be a little bit easier only if you start things off with a bang. Once again, you need a few eliminations to get you that confidence booster. And once you get that confidence booster, you know you can make anything happen. And especially if you take down a team that's already doing way too good in the point standings, that's going to give you that extra bit of booster that's needed. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back with the upcoming group.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है 1 मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And now it's Salty joining alongside with me on the panel. Salty, welcome back for the game of Weekendy. I guess the podcast hours will be back.
The podcast hours, yeah. I was missing this for a while. I was missing someone saying podcast hours for a while. But Weekendy, I'm not really sure how the players are going to approach it right now.
I mean,
now, with a big burden on their shoulders, Necro, they will have not the liberty to kind of play it solo. Will they actually take it up a notch? What do you think?
Keep this thing in mind, it's also the newer group setting their foot in this time, and this time it will be a reformed group as well. So a lot of those expectations will be there from the fans, but a lot of the mystery as well will be revealed as soon as we step our foot in the first game. With that being said though, you might just have a chance to win something incredible and be a part of something incredible, and that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 17,999. If you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S, you might just be one of the lucky 15 winners to get your hands on iQOO Z9S Pro.
Absolutely. It's a great device for someone who is starting their competitive journey. I've been talking about this, right? It has got all the great features. Number one, of course, the battery life. I think that is the major issue that every one of these young players they face, because it is a very draining on your device. Having a 5,500 milliamp hour battery that helps you a lot, and when you have to quick charge it in between the scrims, you've got that 80 watt flash charge as well. So what more do you want? And of course, if you talk about performance, Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, it's absolutely a beast.
Just adds on to the performance. It's something that's going to help you as an esports player. That's going to be 2000 hertz touch sampling rate. That's even better for buttery smooth experience. But let's move on the conversation towards Weekendy, right? The cold lens, usually the action starts off quite late, but there are a few names like GLITCHxREBORN that might just ignite the fire as soon as it's needed.
Absolutely. Now, a few questions that come to my mind that I'm going to throw at you is, are the circles moving away from Mount Kresnik?
Yes, they are. Mount Kresnik ending. It's been a while since I've witnessed that. But hey, even GT can bring in that heat, right? GT, they have been known for their aggression recently.
Absolutely.
And they're doing quite a great job in converting those duels underneath them. If you're trying to look at the point standings too, GT, they've got insane amount of elimination numbers underneath their belts. But let's just move on towards the overall standings for now and see how the board's shaping up. Reckoning Esports at the top with 37 points. In the span of 3 games, we've got Team Xpark with 35 and WSB with 33.
I was very surprised, in fact, to see Reckoning at the very top, considering WSB pulling in back-to-back games. I was expecting WSB to get that number, but Inferno squad, I think this is the team that I'm very happy with. One chicken dinner. They've got 16 elimination points and, of course, 32 total points. They've maintained that balance, Necro.
They indeed have. Even FS Esports is there on the 5th spot. You've also got 4AM. You've also got BRIP right there, which is going to be Blind Rippers. And even ASLAAA Esports, not exactly the ideal performance we all hoped for, but still there with 15 points in the top 8. What else can you ask for? They've got 3 more games to go tomorrow. They will be back in the race, and they just need to be consistent. That's all they need to be.
They certainly have to be consistent. And you and Johnny were having the conversation of what should be the approach like in the last 3 games. I feel like it's going to be do or die. You can't really kind of expect to play your default game and expect to qualify, especially if you are in that bottom 64. But enough of this conversation about qualification. Right now, we have a new group that is coming in as well. And we've got to talk about the teams that are in hand right now. We predicted Gujarat Tigers, you predicted someone else. For me, Gujarat Tigers, I feel like, especially with the performance that ClutchGod is bringing in, they will have to top the charts today.
I mean, they've got the momentum, yes, nothing taken away from that, but it's GT we're speaking of, man. They're usually known to choke things in the latter few stages, right? But over here, it's not even going to be a choke because GT, they've already done the climb.
Absolutely.
They've already got so many points in the overall standings that now if they even get 0 points in the span of 6 games, it's still all good in the hood. They can easily move on forward in the upcoming rounds.
100%, and I think ClutchGod personally as well, right? For him, there's been that trophy cabinet for him that has been vacant for a while, and it was that personal fire in him that kind of burned the midnight oil, got him so many finishes in the first week. I'm expecting for him to kind of do the same thing here as well, but do not scoff at Harsh and Skips, because these players also pack a massive punch.
I mean, in the past, this team used to be known as Team Insane. Just Clutch God was not really a part of that.
Adi.
And Team Insane, we know what they were capable of. They brought in so many better things. They also set in a big record in the BMPS 2023 that we witnessed. So yeah, for Team Insane, it was quite a glorious lineup. And now this time known as GT, just the IGL has been switched up. That's it.
Absolutely. There's one more team, Necro, that I am specifically looking out for, and that's Error Esports. They've also kind of got themselves around 50 points. Mr. Spray is playing really well. And the fact that this team kind of plays that center part of the circle, I feel like inside of Vikendi, that might be an advantage.
Another team that's been doing really decent, that's going to be Team Versatile. Samraj and the boys once again back in the fray to try and prove a point. But for these guys, they have been struggling a teeny tiny bit in the past couple of games. But all it takes is a bit of that push, instantly bring them back in the race, and we know they can easily qualify and move on to the upcoming stages. For Team Versatile, it should be all good. You've also got a few names like Ignite Gaming, Honored Rivals. If you remember, Honored Rivals are the same guys known as Skulls Esports in the back in the day.
100%, right? Skulls Esports in the last edition of the BMPS, they played really well, got very far inside of the tournament, but this time around, we'll have to find out. But there is one name that I'm really, really excited to find out, and that's going to be for Miracle Esports. Adi leading the team, especially with Siam and others on the block as well. Adi himself, inside of the BMPS 2023, he got himself a very high placement. This time around, I think he's kind of aiming for the same thing.
But so far, this banner has been struggling way too much. For Miracles, they have been choking their 4-on-4 fights. Things haven't been converted that well lately. And let's just hope that Adi this time around, considering he knows he's got 6 more chances to go to try and prove his worth, he's going to do much better. Because one thing is for sure, there was a bit of that gap between the games, right? So Adi must have went back to the drawing board, watched these other teams play, and especially watch the teams that have already been doing good, and try and maybe implement something similar to that.
Talking about implementing something similar, right? I think Adi is that one guy who has perfected the art of slow playing, but he also knows when to amp it up, when to switch it to the 6th gear when it's absolutely required.
That's the thing though, man. He hasn't been playing slow, especially in the BMPS 2023 that we witnessed. This team was one of the most aggressive teams in the entire banner. And we know what Team Insane was capable of, getting so many eliminations, getting chicken dinners left, right, and center. But unfortunately, in the grand finals, they were not able to be the champions. That's a whole other story. But Adi's quite an aggressive IGL, and I want to see that aggression back in the entire banner.
You know, the conclusion that we kind of derive from this conversation is maybe the Assaulters can be a bottleneck right now. You've had the majority of the time there was Harsh, Skips and others who were kind of chiming in every single time. This time, you've kind of got those players like Siam, Jazzy. You've got these OG players, but right now, currently, the performance, there's a big question mark.
Hands down, it's a big question mark, and I think so. The only reason why that is because it's because the team's playing passive. They haven't been challenging a lot of those fights off the rip like that, just the way Team Insane used to do back in the day, right? So Adi maybe needs to amp things up a little bit. They need to amp the aggression up, try and make sure that he's utilizing the firepower that he's got in the lineup, because so far that was not the case. The team was trying to play completely based on the placement.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of these theories we're going to find out how pan out on the map of Vikendi, of course. I'm really excited to see this cold dessert, but of course, we've seen a lot of these fights happen on Castle. We've seen a lot of fights happen in Villa as well. Where does the circle end recently? I think that is going to play a massive role, because I'm not expecting any drop collisions or any fights in the first 3 or the first 4 circles.
Yeah, first 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening, let's be honest. That's the stage 5 hits, though. That's when it's just chaos all across the board, and it's really tough to understand what exactly is going on the map. And now let's move on the conversation to some of the newer faces on the block, right? You've got Team Cosmic. Barely in the final few moments, or in the final few games, you can't say. They clutched things up big in the overall standings. They got that one big performance just to keep themselves barely on the edge of qualification.
I think 28 points in total for Team Cosmic. They will have to kind of amp things up right now. We've talked about where the cutoff lies, 64 points. And now if you kind of divide it, you've got to make that push. You've got to need the 40 to 50 points in the rest of the games that remain, which means you've got to be consistent. I'm not really sure if the players are ready for such for such a versatile team and for such a versatile group that we have right now.
Yeah, a returning banner though, and that has been making their presence felt in the official tournaments over and over again. It's going to be Tribe Hirdmen. At this time, Tribe Hirdmen, they're struggling way too much. Last time when we saw this team in 2023 and 2024, they were doing much decent in the firefights, but this time around, they have notched down things by a margin.
Another returning team, Team Empire as well. We've been looking at this team, and the first time I think I saw them was in BMPS 2023, possibly inside of round 3 or round 4, where this team was playing the most technical game that I've seen in history. Not in history, technically, in that tournament. But then again, could not really keep up the performance as soon as the lobby got tougher, right? Now I have no clue, because this lobby is insanely tough, especially the red groups right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Team Empire, it's always been Empire himself sticking to the same banner.
Yes.
While the other players, they have been shuffling around every single time. So maybe you can't say the newer faces on the block starting to struggle. Jitters for the first half of the days. Anything can happen, man. Team Empire is quite a known banner. Even Empire himself, he's been around the pro scene for a long time. The newer faces, they're definitely struggling. But let's just hope in the latter 6 games they do make that comeback. But Ignite Gaming recently, they have been looking pretty promising. In the first 6 games that they played, they were decent.
Absolutely. I mean, Ignite Gaming, you've got the Nitrate Esports as well, you've got NXTGEN Gaming. A lot of these new names we are trying to, give them the limelight and build superstars. We've seen that happen in the previous editions of BMPS as well, and that has always been the objective. But the point is, you've got a platform like this, you've got a lobby, which kind of gives you the space where you can move around and actually display your fragging skills. So far, a lot of these teams, in spite of having their mechanical prowess, which we see in the scrims and all the other third-party tournaments that grow in, somewhere down the line in official tournaments, do you think the undergods, they feel under the pressure and they choke?
Of course they do, man. Some of these undergods are also playing against their own idols that they've been watching for a long time. And now when you're facing off against them in a lobby like with so much intensity, automatically it's going to be that pressure that's building up. And that's why a lot of these newer names do tend to choke. Now, speaking of the newer names, let's talk about a name that has been there around the block for a long time. And that's going to be GLITCHxREBORN. When I saw this team for the first time in the first half of the games, especially in this iQOO BMPS 2024, when they played the 3 games, I was disappointed, I'm not going to lie. I thought GLITCHxREBORN, why is there such a big dip in the performance? But then they were back with the latter 3 games, and they just pulled off a back-to-back.
I still remember the way they actually qualified for the LAN finals in the last edition. They had to get a chicken dinner in the last match, and they did so. But, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the iQOO MVP contenders right now, you've got a new faces coming up, and Goblin, he's kind of been pushed down, Necro. Spray God leads the charge right now. 23 finishes on him, 37% finish contribution. Matches played, he's played 3 extra games, so that's going to count.
Exactly, that's the point, right? That's why Trey Scott is over there with 22 finishes. Now Goblin is there with 20, but still he's only played 6 matches. Even ClutchGod is there from the side of GT. You've also got Hydru from the side of Silly Esports. And Silly Esports, they have been an interesting banner on the block. As soon as they started to perform in the iQOO BMPS 2024, everyone was caught off guard. Everyone was wondering, who is this team? Where did they come from? But Silly Esports was there in BJAS 2024 as well, but just they were not able to make it too far.
Absolutely. But, there's been this framework that is being laid down, right? The grassroots are being stressed upon. They are being given as much limelight as possible. And I think few organizations have come up which kind of make these players, nurture these players from their grassroots levels. And one of the reasons why we see so many underdog names do so good, Silly Esports, just like you said, is one of those names. Hydro being in the top 5 contenders. Error Esports is also is a team, right? We've seen them in the past. They did come in knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI, but they could not never really make an impact. Now coming in from those scrims, this team looks absolutely solid.
You cannot forget about Jux Esports too. Amazing, especially this one single man is once again striking hard in the lobby, my friend. Amazing has been quite a player in the forefront for the entire banner. Once again performing so well individually. He's getting those eliminations underneath the board. I just hope that this time even his team is able to activate themselves at the right time. You cannot even forget about Fatality. Raven Esports, 100%. Known as Raven Esports in the back. And even Fatality's been doing quite decent.
Absolutely, those players, right? You talk about Hulk, you talk about Hanzo, these players, they certainly are one of the finds of the tournament that we have done. And speaking about finds of the tournament, I feel Goblin himself is a find of BMPS, right? From Season 1, we were talking about him. This man is moving to an impossible feat himself. So far, he's got 20 frags. In the previous 2 editions, he's accumulated 257. He's moving on to 300 finishes overall, and the second player is so far away. There's nobody that touches Goblin Goblin when it actually comes to the Pro Series?
I mean, Goblin has been a great player for the entire banner, right? In the past, he played for iQOO Seoul, now he's playing for CG. And no matter what banner he plays for, he's been that consistent fragger. He's
100%.
been someone that you can always rely on. You know Goblin is there to try and get the eliminations underneath. You add on Goblin with Neo, now that's a powerhouse right there. And this team, that's why CG has been dominating through and through. But Omega's change really caught me off guard. Omega shifting on over towards WSB, it was the talk of the town.
It certainly was the talk of the town. But since you were talking about talk of the town, we were talking about powerhouses. Let's go back to the conversation of CG. At one point in time, for a tournament specifically, we had S-Power, Goblin and Neo in one lineup. We thought that that lineup, if had its stake. What are your thoughts? Do you think the Shogun and S-Power transfer, is that something which is ideal?
I wouldn't really say that was needed, but still, if it is there, then it's been working out wonders. It's not really bringing a lot of those changes, I'm not going to lie. It's still all good. Shogun is also a man who packs a lot of punch anyways. He's also a controlled aggressor for the team. So I guess CG really needed that in that aspect in their entire banner. That's why they got Shogun underneath their belt. But moving the conversation forward towards the Assaulters and the IGLs, right? Now, these days, the meta is pretty much being this way. There's one IGL and 3 Assaulters. You've got Global Esports as a prime example. You've also got Team Versatile, as Somraj is the only IGL. The rest 3 are Assaulters. You've also got CG right there and as an example too.
Absolutely. You talk about IGLs, Lala always comes up. Lala, of course, which basically represents Clutch God. He himself has been an IGL, the entry fragger for the team, and he has done so well, 19 frags in this one. Omega, right, Zeref, he was an IGL, but now Zeref kind of plays as an assaulter, gives himself the freedom, and got himself 8 finishes in the last game.
That's the exact point, though. When you make an assaulter an IGL, that really hinders his performance. And I'm not a big fan of that. That's why there should be a dedicated IGL to a team. But now that Zeref is there with the backseat, is doing so good, look at it. And Zeref is able to perform up to the mark, that's for sure. Because this entire banner of WSB, they were known for aggression. They were known for firepower. Yes, in the final few moments, they used to show things up. That's a whole other story. But still, look at the journey. They used to pack so much punch. That was another powerhouse. But now the fact that driving force is also in the hands of Omega, that's even better.
100%. I think Omega, with the kind of shenanigans that is pulled in the past, right? Man himself used to be called the zone magnet. He always knows how to find that center of the circle. And when you match an aggressive team and a zone magnet together, I don't really think there are flaws in that setup as well. For WSB, this can be the dream lineup. They also had Trigger for a while as well. Trigger, in my opinion, I think one of the best supports that you can have in a system. So this entire team, I'm thinking that this team might be the next great team, might be the next Gladiators or the next Team iQOO Seoul as well. Who knows? You never really know. This team can succeed.
That's the exact point, though, right? In the newer meta, you do not really need the support player.
Yeah.
You just need 3 Assaulters and 1 IGL. You're good to go. And majority of these teams are pretty much trying to follow the same pattern. Yes, Trigger is the best supporter, but now it's time for him to step things up even in the fragging department. If that's not going to be the case, well then he's just going to be tossed around within banners and after banners. That's pretty much what's going to happen with that player. He's quite a great find, nothing taken away, but now it's time to step things up, that's for sure. And a lot of these IGLs are also doing that. If you saw in a recent third-party tournament, Somraj, he was able to play so good, even though he had the banner right on top of him, he was still able to get so many eliminations. Even the IGL now need to step up in the fragging department. We were diving so deep in the conversation that we were just completely left out on the fact that Vikendi's on the screen right now, starting all the way from port towards down south cement factory. Now, this plain flat path is quite on one side of things. If you want to move in towards Dino Park, Milnar, even Winery, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Absolutely. Moving towards Movatra, moving towards Dobro Mesto can be an impossible task. But ladies and gentlemen, this is Vikendi after all. And that just goes to show that it's going to be some cold wars happening in the neighborhoods. Talking about the neighborhoods, of course, are we going to witness some 2 teams in the similar vicinity? Are we going to witness Gujarat Tigers or possibly a GLITCHxREBORN in those early clashes? We are going to find out, as these birds, they do tend to spread their wings in the skies. Gujarat Tigers moving towards Peshkova. As of now, you've got Team NXT as well moving towards another fringe of the map. They do have Team 4 Miracles right next to them. So I want to find out if Kyoya and Siam are going to go in for those early finishes.
Hey, Mount Kresnik is in the smack center of the zone, by the way. There's a high chance we might just see a Mount Kresnik end. But yeah, still looking out for a few drop collisions. And if that's going to be coming through or not. You've got NXT up north. You've also got 4M right next to him. GTE dropping towards Peshkova. I want to see GT face off against someone off the rip. But hey, 4M this time facing off against NXT. And this fight will be interesting, considering 4M, they have been struggling way too much. And the same thing can be said even for the opposition this time around. He's got his hands on the weapon too. He's taking constant shots, but he needs to be considerate of the fact that the opponent's got his hands on the DBS, and all it takes is one single blow to try and rule Yachts out of the game. And Newbie Jod, he's got the cover fired from the back by his teammate. And that will be saving the day for the side of NXT.
Not a good start, especially when you know that you're not in the best of positions on the overall standings. For Miracle, I think the split was way too big. But for Adi, he kind of was completely pincered. He had oppositions coming in from the backlines as well.
Yeah. And that's why things just did not really work out. Dropping in the enemy territory. But Ignite Gaming on the screen. Up against the players of 4 Dominators. And it's been the complete opposite way to their name, by the way. Their name is 4 Dominators. But instead, they're the one to get dominated every single time in every single fight. This time, maybe it's time to switch things around. Be the one on the aggressive side of things.
It's a curse of the name, Necro. It is always the curse of the name. But for now, for Dominators, they're still trying to find that opening. Nades do come in. It's a smoke wall that they have kind of put up to try and cross the distance. But this is a very risky move, honestly. 4 players trying to chime in without an opening, without information, Necro. What do you think is going to happen?
I like the fact that they're pushing in tandem, so that's a good thing. All the 4 players charging at the same time, clearing out areas after areas, rooms after rooms. But now this is what you call an overstep. AWA's pushed up close and personal a little bit too much in the opponent's territory, and still he's getting away with so much damage. And even the backup's going to be there from the side of 4DTR. The opponent, they made quite a rookie mistake. They were not able to set up the cover fire in the perfect fashion. But yeah, Monster does get struck down eventually. That's going to be the even Steven trades the players are looking out for. And now Ignite Gaming out of nowhere. They just bring things back to life.
This was easy for Ignite Gaming, to be honest. And this is one of the reasons why I said, yes, they certainly were moving in tandem. There was teamwork in their movements as well. But they did not have information of where the players are, right? And when you have no information, how will you even push in and how will you clear out the corners? No matter how many players you have, you're always going to get wrapped around.
That's a valid point, right? Especially in urban warfares like these, you need to know exactly where every single player's positioned. Because you never know. There might just be crossfire set up from a window, and you can just get caught off guard, and that's exactly what happened.
The trap was set up, and they walked right into it. But, you know, I think Team 4 Dominators, they're going to learn from their mistakes and come back in the next game. But look at this team, GLITCHxREBORN. LeBron being the leader of this team, LeBron has definitely switched up on multiple banners in the last couple of months, but for him finding him home in GLITCHxREBORN, I think this is one of the best squads that he's going to be leading for a while.
Yeah, hands down. LeBron, you've got a few more known names. You've also got Duke in that roster.
Scuba as well.
Yeah, and if you remember, Duke was the rising star of BGS 2023. And so far, he's been doing quite good, living up to that name. Good with Dukes.
Gone are those legacy days of GLITCHxREBORN, their first roster where Roman used to be the IGL. All the players, in fact, if you talk about them, they've kind of fallen, Necro. They are nowhere to be seen. Even Chris Opie, as a matter of fact, is not in the best of shape. Hoping that these players do find their footing. But talking about players who find their footing, top 5 players from the last game. Zeref with 8 finishes. Gods with 6 finishes. You've got Neo from 4 aggressive men with 6 finishes. And Jatin with 4. It's been a very high-fragging day, isn't it, Necro?
Yeah. It's got a power-pack performance from that WSB squad. That's for sure. Even Inferno's squad was doing quite nice. Inferno's squad has been consistent. That's all I can say. Reckoning Esports too, finally getting their footing back in the game. I was really scared for Reckoning Esports. I thought, well, this is the performance dip right here. But no, I guess they have things under control. So that's a good thing. TNR right now on the screen, and TNR's on the move. Even they just want to place themselves in a better spot inside of the zone. But keep this thing in mind. Utilities are going to be of the essence on the map of Vikendi. Usually you do see a lot of those fights erupting with just utilities.
The biggest utility when you're playing the map of Vikendi, I feel, is patience. You cannot supplement patience inside of this game because every time you see a vehicle or a team in close proximity, you will have that tickle inside of you to try and push in, to try and go for the slam-ins. But especially in a map like this, where you know your rotations and your positioning will be of high essence, you've got to preserve those utilities for something greater, possibly a chicken dinner.
So is it like a new utility that's added in the game? Patience.
It's not a utility, Necro. That was a metaphor. My metaphors, Necro, how do you forget that?
What about aggression? Have you heard about it?
That's also a utility.
Yes.
If you think about it.
I
Mental utilities, Necro. Mental utility.
I want to see that being used by these teams.
Gujarat Tigers, you have them in front of you.
And so far, they're playing it quite slow, which makes a lot of sense. It's the map of Vikendi. Why'd you need a force fight when you know you're easily going to be there in the final few moments of the game anyways?
Brings in old memories, man. Mount Kresnik Circle, all the teams are right around the corner, and we knew, right, how prolonged these fights around Mount Kresnik are. Majority of these teams are going to survive till the 5th circle.
So do you still meditate on Mount Kresnik?
You know, I've kind of given up on meditation, honestly.
It's not really your thing?
It's not my thing anymore. I've taken up boxing instead. Aggression.
Interesting.
Talking about aggression, Team Error Esports. 50 points. In fact, 61 exactly. 31 finishes, 30 placement points, and 2 chicken dinners. This team has definitely surprised us all, Necro. And I think if they continue this run of form today, we can definitely call them not a one-season wonder.
Error Esports is one of those banners that has been making their presence felt in pretty much all the official tournaments that we've casted so far. And now this time in iQOO BMPS 2024, it's a complete different new wave that we're seeing from this banner. I just hope that this wave is going to be lasting for a long time. Because a lot of these newer faces, they do tend to have a pretty strong presence. But then later on, it tends to fade away. And I don't want to see that same thing repeat itself.
It's a very usual thing in sports, honestly. You see certain teams, especially if you talk about football, if you talk about cricket, a lot of these clubs will emerge and one season they will just absolutely blow things out of the park. But then what makes a team great is how they maintain that consistency, how they maintain that top-notch performance throughout seasons and throughout years. So I feel like for these teams to be from good to becoming an absolute legend, they will have to keep up that ante.
Yeah, and mental plays a big role in that. HR on the screen, and for HRZ, they've got a lot to live up to. It's quite a known banner. In the past, these 4 players, they used to play for Skull Esports, but now they've changed things around to Honored. Let's see how this one pans out. The first 6 games that they played, decent outing. Not exactly the outing that I hoped for. But now I want to see them perform even better in the latter 6 games.
42 points.
Yeah. It's quite decent, right? They're still on the edge. All it takes is that bit of a push to place themselves on the safer side of things. If they get one single good game, they're instantly there. They've made it. And then they can try and pull off the weird shenanigans. They can use these grounds as the testing grounds.
But on Vikendi, I think they will have to be a bit cautious.
Of course.
Can't really push in, can't really show that aggression. I know I want Artho, I want Bijlu, these guys to actually go in all guns blazing, but it does get very, very dicey. But look at the map, look at the circle. You do have that small little region of Port Vosto as well, a small little region of Cement Factory and Gujarat Tigers. I think the main intention is to stall away from this cluster as long as possible, and when the circle shifts in, finally, that is when they want to inject themselves in.
My eyes are still pinned on Somraj and the boys. Versatile. All the way down south towards Kantra. All the way back in the blue. Just waiting for the right moment to rotate away from those bridges. Because usually, those bridges are camped by a few teams.
Yep.
But only if you rotate late, that's when you can have the shorty that, yes, no one's going to be there now. And that's why they go for the late rotate.
And it's always a thing for Somraj, right, to play in from the edges of the circle, but when it actually comes to aggression, he never shies away and talk about aggression. Need be cooked in from Aiden. Does it land right on the money? Yes, it does!
Oh my god! It was perfect too! Aiden perfectly done as he finds the first knocker. Error Esports in a big world of trouble. The man tried to fade away to safety, but just instead he just exposed Ignite Gaming, what a way to kick things off. They've already converted a fight underneath their belts, then placed themselves towards Villa in quite a solid stance. And now they're facing off against a formidable force like Esports, and they've already found the advantage. Hulk is running low on 5.56. He needs some bullets. But yeah, it's completely fine for IG. They're doing so good. Now getting one more elimination underneath their banner. They've already gotten 4 finish points off the rip. So yeah, 5 points in total. For IG, that's a great way to kick things off. And now just imagine the confidence booster this team's going to have.
Not just that, also preserving their 4 players inside of Villa, which is like almost the central part of the circle. That is going to give them a huge confidence boost as well. But talking about confidence boost for all the undergods, just get yourself the iQOO Z9S series, which starts from 17,999.
And not just that, if they move on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S, they might just stand a chance to win a iQOO Z9S Pro themselves. 15 of those devices will be given away, and you can be the lucky one.
Can I participate as well?
I think so, no, man.
But why?
I don't know.
I'm also an undergod, right? I'm also playing some scrims these days, trying to get my gaming skills up.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. There's a difference between improving and playing, and there's a difference between having that stagnant flow. You're consistent at being bad.
Necro. All this talk. I'm going to come back one day with my skills improved. I'm going to be Asia #1 conqueror one day.
You've got big dreams, my friend. It's a good thing. You got to have those. GT4 now, under a bit of attack crossfire from the opponents. A few shots were taken upon Dark Lord. He's going to be safe for now, and he's facing off against Team Empire.
This is going to be a good fight. Really want Team Gujarat Tigers to actually push in.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. No one's actually going to take any sort of measures. They're just going to stay there, pinned down on these boat spots, trying to burn through the enemy meds, trying to take those constant shots. They will be exchanged, but nothing big will happen. GLITCHx, once again, forced to start things off slow, considering it is the map of Vikendi, and Wicked is on the screen. For GLITCHxREBORN, we know how things started off. With the first 3 games that they played in iQOO BMPS 2024, it was quite a bad start.
Yep.
But the recovery, it was instantaneous, and it was pretty nice.
It certainly was, right? Because they've got experience under their belly, especially playing in official tournaments. But when it comes to consistency, that is the thing which needs to be tested. You look at Wicked, you look at Scuba, all these players, they're tried and tested. LeBron himself is played in such high stages of the competition. Vishu, still untested, but it seems like he can also be a gold mine himself. But, you know, you look at the strategy, you look at the finish status as well. The only team who tried to be aggressive and tried to barge in someone else's compound is the one team that has been eliminated, Necro. Every other team, they're safe and sound.
Classic game of Vikendi. Starting slow. And starting with that tiny spark.
How does it end, though?
Chaos all across the board. That's how it's going to end. But yeah, as we know, the grand finals are going to be happening in Kochi, Kerala. Things will be different over there, right?
Yep.
The players, they need to make sure that they're having a proper routine set up. They need to have those proper timings as well for themselves. They need to be disciplined in general.
100%.
Have everything sorted in places. Things cannot be scattered across. If you want to have a perfect timing for practice, you need to schedule that.
I think being around players and living in boot camps, multiple boot camps, in fact, has kind of taught me one thing, that an athlete life, even if you are an esports player, having that athlete mindset is extremely important. Waking up at a consistent time, consistently grinding, doing your drills and playing those scrim games on time, in fact, and consistently reporting your progress. I think that is the only way you can kind of gauge yourself and improve. Otherwise, it does get difficult. And this is what separates the undergods and the pros, because I feel like the undergods, they're raw talent, but to actually become a legend or to actually become a great professional, you've got to have the discipline.
They need to be forged.
Yep.
And sometimes when you feel like you need a day off, you can go on our official mobility partner, which is Hero Extreme 160R4V for a nice long ride.
I mean, I'm getting jealous right now, man. I don't really have my bike somewhere in Hyderabad, but once I go back, I'm definitely going to go back for a ride.
Which bike do you have?
I mean, I kind of was hoping for a 160R, but then I did get myself hands on the Hero Extreme 125R.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are your reviews about it?
I think it's a great bike, especially its handling. It's great. The pickup, especially brilliant. But it's very comfortable for city riding. I'm not someone who actually goes in for long rides or someone who actually speeds a lot, Necro. I'm pointing my fingers at you.
Interesting. I'm all about that speed, though. You know, 160R 4V, that's for me. A bit of that extra bit of performance, that oomph that's needed, the kick.
For that, you need to become the MVP of the finals.
Yeah.
Qualify for the finals first.
I guess no matter what, we move into the finals anyways.
But I think I can become the survivor, you know. I can find myself one spot in a corner in a shack and I can try and survive throughout the finals. Do you think I can do that?
Maybe you can, sure. You need a lot of meds for that, though.
A lot of meds.
Yeah.
But I think I can pull that off and possibly win myself another Hero Extreme 125R. But for now, let's just talk about this. Bot Army Esports. It's been a long time. I have seen them for a while. But now, when they come back, yeah, for sure, they did have a couple of shots out of their kitty. A little bit of a damage here and there. Team Versatile was right in front, but Outcast had to fall back.
He indeed had to. For Versatile, it's one of those banners that likes to take things slow. It is Somraj we're speaking of, right?
Yep.
Somraj has been one of those IGLs who likes to take things slow, methodical, tactical. And that's what he's doing once again. Rotated all the way from down south, now up north towards Coal Mine. That's quite a long rotation. Next zone shift's going to be on the screen, and this time it centers on up towards Mount Kresnik once again. ARZ's right there around the fray too. Aerobotz. You've also got Assam Titans. Recently, this team made their presence felt. And I've been loving to witness this team in action too. But I just want to see what they've got in the latter 6 games that are being played right now.
Absolutely. I like the formation coming in from Gujarat Tigers as well. Dark Lord was set up right on the money on Mount Kresnik, while the rest of the 3 players followed up perfectly. Gained some great positioning on the map, and especially we've seen some Mount Kresnik circles. They usually tend to go towards that stream on that right-hand side. So Gujarat Tigers, they're on the right side of the circle at least.
Yeah, but still they're hoping for a curveball-like shift, and that's the problem. Hoping for a shift on top of you. It's one of the worst game plans that you can have. But hold on to that thought. You've got TNR facing off against Aerobotz, and TNR, one thing is for sure, they're collapsing down in a big margin. And eventually, it will be the players of Aerobotz to come out on top. Vixen and Viper are still knocked out as carry was confirmed. But Aerobotz, the day will be saved for them by Odin.
They kind of survived unscathed. 2 players were definitely knocked out. But the way TNR kind of pushed up, I never really felt it was a cohesive move. It felt like individual players charging in. Yes, they did win a couple of duels, but that was it. But look at this, Team NXT. They have Gujarat Tigers right up front, and they've got the high ground advantage as well. And Necro, I think this is the time where NXT, they can make their presence felt.
Indeed they can, but look at what's happening on the screen. GLITCHxREBORN, they face off against the players of Bot Army Esports. Devotee, he has been the player in the forefront every single time for this banner. But this time, Devotee, he does not even need to do anything. As the players of Bot Army Esports, anyways, they will be the one to come out on top in every single duel that they take against GLITCHxREBORN. And it's a big fumble from GLITCHx too. Both the players, they instantly do collapse, and now it's down to Wishu and Wicked. What can these 2 players pull off? It's a little bit too much to try and ask for. Outcast was the confirmation, was the casualty in this fight, but it's completely fine. Still, the big man advantage is in the hands of Bot Army Esports. And now this nade's being lobbed in from Devotee. Is it going to be tossed into perfection? The answer is going to be no. GLITCHxREBORN still strong with just a 2-man squad, but the 3 men from the front from Bot Army Esports will be a constant threat.
I think for GLITCHx right now, they need to reset and get back in this fight. Scuba is still bleeding out. There is still a small window of time where they can actually push up and clean out. Because for GLITCHxREBORN, I think it's enough that they have played that passive game. Now they need to go aggressive. Nades do come flying in, but not really a lot of damage dished on towards the other team, and even the circle is shifted away from them right now. So it's a tough times right now for GLITCHxREBORN. They will have to leave this fight and get back in the circle.
Pretty much. GLITCHxREBORN's players, they haven't been feeling too good. And look at the reply This time, Wishu will strike hard, as now he will try and make the push happen in tandem with Wicked.
What was the objective going out in the open with nade in your hand? Especially when you know you can get shot at. But now look at this. The push does come in. GLITCHxREBORN, Wishu and Wicked. Can this partnership pull off a miracle?
They're both pushing in quad in a coordinated fashion, but then they're facing off against Devotee as he opens up the fray. He's been the main playing player for the side of Bot Army Esports, and now look at Wicked. It's quite a wicked shot indeed as he strikes down both the players, but still, the big man is alive. Devotee himself is still striking in the game. And Devotee has been the player who has been the main playmaker for Bot Army Esports. I've been mentioning this over and over again. As long as Devotee's alive, the hopes are still alive for Bot Army Esports. And there we go. He clutches things up as usual.
You saw that preemptive nade? He predicted that fall. He knew that the player is going to jump down from the window itself, but that was brilliant. But on the other side, you've got another fight which is brewing up.
Oh, well, TC, they faced off against IG, and you blink it and you miss it. They evaporate into thin air.
The fight was brewing up, but it kind of brew up well out of proportion right now.
Yeah.
Team Ignite Gaming, though, for now, they've got a more formidable foe in the form of Gujarat Tigers.
I'm not going to lie, I'm just worried for Team Cosmic at this point. Yes, they had one single big game in the latter 3 games that they played in the previous week, but for Team Cosmic, they need a few more good games to bring themselves back in the race in a good spot in the overall standings and move on forward in the upcoming rounds. And inconsistent performance is not something that's going to keep them there. Esports, even they're down to a 3-man squad, but considering they've already gotten so many points, they can't afford to use these grounds as testing grounds.
Not the best of positions for Esports, Necro. I feel like they're way too much in the open, especially with all these nades coming in from Team HR. That might just be a little too devastating. One player is up close and personal, and that's going to be Mr. Spray. But how does he win those fights? How does he get that first opening against Team HR is going to be the big question. Outside the circle as well. Not really prioritizing the circle. Team HR, they will have to deal with this team before they can move in. And of course, to do so, utility is being flooded in.
Yeah, HRZ. They're tossing in the utils against the players of Esports. And now for Esports, at least they do stand a big chance of winning the fight. But as soon as I say so, one man gets strike down instantly. Phoenix is going to be the one to find that beautiful opener. And Mr. Spray, can he fall back to safety? That's my question. The answer is probably going to be yes, but HRZ, right now is the right time to make the push happen. They've got a few more utilities to back him up, but Phoenix has ran out of those, and that's a big sign of concern now. Maybe the rest of the players can have a few more to try and back him up, but Esports, they're still okay with this position they've gotten.
I like what Phoenix is doing, right? He's got 2 crates right in front of him. He's constantly looting them, bringing in utility, and he's throwing in right at Team Esports. And that strategy did kind of give them the entry, the opening, but the rest of the team, just like you said, they did not commit into the fight, and now there is another team which can potentially approach them from the backlines. And that is going to be Team Assam Titans.
HRZ. I love the position from these players, but Esports, they've got the lower ground, and that's where the disadvantage strikes them. As Arto takes down and gets confirmed instantly, now Johnny's there around the vicinity. Util being tossed towards that same area, but Johnny's a little bit far away. And Bijlu wants to find that sweet spot. He's tossing the nades in the right direction, but not exactly at the mark. For Esports, this game seems like it's going to be done and dusted. GT, when they face off against the players of Versatile, as Infinity 2 gets knocked out. And eventually, the entirety of Versatile, they just come crashing down.
I did not expect this, honestly. Team Versatile coming crashing down like a pack of cards. Team Gujarat Tigers, of course, on the money. 5 finishes right off the get-go, and Dark Lord with 3 of them. I was waiting for this player to get back in form, and Dark Lord, what a way to come back into it. But look at this fight. This is going to be interesting. 4 Miracle versus Team Ignite Gaming. Gujarat Tigers left that spot open where 4 Miracle could find their housing, but Jazzy way too much in the open. When you know utility is coming flying in towards you, you've got to find your safe houses. Being out in the open is going to cost your life, and that is exactly what happened.
Jazzy's knocked out, but he can be survived. Oh, look at this fight that's brewing up on the screen. Team Empire, They're facing off against Aerobotz, and Vixen all by herself from the back is constantly peppering those shots. That's a threat that needs to be avoided. And luckily enough, from the top, it's also going to be the players of HRZ unintentionally helping out Team Empire. But then Team Empire, they collapse eventually anyways. And that's going to be one single player from the opposite side just going for the third party and collecting those scrap points. Before now, HRZ on the high ground. They've got so much intel to play with. But soon enough, they will collide against GT.
That is where the problem strikes. But look at this. Team 4 Miracle. They're trying to hold this pushback. Siam falls. The flank has been left open. Two players, Jazzy and Siam. Can they really hold them up? Can they really hold this pushback up? Assam Titans from the backlines can be of great help. This utility usage can potentially stall the fight.
Yeah, that's the great point now. Assam Titans, their eyes are straight up going to be locked on the players of IG. And that's where Assam Titans can unintentionally help out the players right in the front, which will be 4M. And IG's going for the long flank. They're not just trying to take the fight against the players of 4M, but they also know the fact that there's another team right behind the players of 4M. And Assam Titans, they've already lost out on one man. He's trying to beg for mercy, trying to crawl back to his safety, but IG will make sure that that's not going to be coming through anytime soon. With three-man squad, IG's looking pretty confident, and they constantly do want to press upon that charge. While GT's right there in the sidelines, and even if they want, they can go for the third party. They have all the right to do so, but GT's still playing a little bit pushed back. IG, the push comes to shove, as Assam Titans taking too much damage upon themselves. And it feels like the heat's a little bit too much to try and withstand, as IG, they're constantly doing a lot of damage. And this aggression is next to impossible to try and being handled from the side of Assam Titans.
They want to get back inside this compound. They want to get the entirety of the territory, and that much map control does not come easy. On the other side, of course, Dark Lord is continuing assault against Siam. 4 Miracle, they're constantly being peppered down. Two players were still surviving. Jazzy, you've got to move. You've got to do something at least. Siam has got no support from this fella whatsoever. And Dark Lord, he keeps on pressing forward. He will confirm Siam, but now it comes down to that one last player.
Yeah, the Tigers, they're now hungry. And they devour the praise in the front. Within an instant, the Tigers, they've got 11 finishes so far. As usual, just ruling the jungle. But HRZ, the three men who had a big advantage a while ago when it comes to the placement, now they're in a big disadvantage. They need a shift inside of the zone, and it's also going to be quite exposed. How can HRZ make the rotation happen? Has to be the patience game played to perfection. Backs against the wall, while in the front, it's just stacked up with so many foes for HRZ. They need to take fight against at least someone. And at this point in time, THM can be the great choice. Considering for THM, they will be in a great pinch between GT and HRZ.
Talking about Team THM, I think they will have to find an exit from this position. Just like you mentioned, Necro, they are in a sandwich situation and they will be the forefront of both the teams' attack. But I don't really think Gujarat Tigers, they will have to press forward. They have such a lovely position at the edge of the circle. And unless and until the circle forces them inside, I don't really think these players will have to do something extraordinary.
Oh, IG. Not looking too good. Position squad exposed. Every single team knows exactly where IG is, but look at GT. Even they find a bit of that strike against the foes in the front for HRZ. It's quite a bad start to the final few moments. Now taken down to a two-man squad for HRZ. The recovery, it just seems to get even worse for GT. The ideal start they wanted to have for the final few moments. THM still inside of the compounds. You've got Dextro and Pork right next to each other. Tribe Hirdmen. This team has been making their presence being felt in the officials for a long time. But this time, they choke things up early off. And that's not a good news at all. This one single game, maybe, a few placement points, but the placement points isn't really going to be doing a lot. You need the eliminations to back it up. And that's where these two remaining players of Tribe Hirdmen, they've got too much pressure accumulating on themselves. Can they strike back? Can they make the comeback in this entire game? That's the question. They're trying to showcase a lot of patience, just keeping themselves pinned down in those individual houses. But it might just be a little bit too much to ask for. And Bichlu, he finds the perfect connection with the util. As even IG, they strike down another man off the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Two players of Gujarat Tigers on their knees, make it
oh
three.
My
because
God.
now it's just Dark Lord. I'm not even sure how did Gujarat Tigers made sure they fell so hard, but of course, coming back out of it is going to be an absolute impossible task. ClutchGod has been wiped off. Has the entirety of Gujarat Tigers been wiped off? No, one player. In fact, two of them, they're still surviving, and now they've got to play that survival game. A lot of aggression. They try to overextend beyond this fence, but this is exactly what you were not supposed to do.
The precision from Bigelou's utilities, it was magnificent. He knew exactly where to toss the nade and when to toss it. But for now, it's IG up against the players of NXT, and IG will easily come out on top. But the Wall of Death is doing too much damage. It's time to make it inside the safety lines as even GT. The push comes to shove, as Skips is going to be the only man inside of the zone. Wall of Death closing up slowly and steadily, and Aurora, if he does manage to find the strike on the last remaining man of GT, maybe he can be the one to steal the chicken dinner away. And every single player is just going for the Met strat. Aurora is making the push against Skips, and Skips will eventually crumble under the play zone. What a game of Vikendi that was. Such a weird and awkward ending.
I kind of saw Team Honored Rivals having 11 finishes on their money. And I was like, alright, fine, this game is done and dusted, especially in that 1v1v1 situation. But you've got to give it to Gujarat Tigers for their aggression. Up until that last moment, I feel like they definitely had the better of every single team out there.
There were 5 teams in the final moment, and everyone was going for a Met strat. What just happened? I was so confused during the cast. I thought, okay, we might just see a proper face-off with GT and even facing off against HRZ, but no, that was not the case. Everyone was just going for that constant patch-up. No one knew exactly what to do. Even Tribe Hirdmen's player, they were still there in that one single hut, just going for that patch over and over again.
Exactly, right? That was the moment where they could have actually struck. There was one brief moment where ClutchGod did manage to intercept the push coming in from Team HRZ as well, but even that did not really make any great moves. But for Gujarat Tigers, I think once you've crossed that 10 finish point, you can consider yourself having a great game itself.
Yeah, for GT, it's all good in the hood.
Yeah.
They already had so many points in the first 6 games that these 6 games do not even mean a lot for GT. But still, maybe just trying to test the waters, know exactly how things can be in the future. And they can try and experiment right now if they want, because the latter stages will be a little bit too much to ask for.
Absolutely. But one team, of course, I did manage to expect will make it through to the final circle was, of course, Esports. But that did not happen. Instead, Ignite Gaming, they had a very good moment inside throughout this game itself.
Ignite Gaming was looking pretty aggressive and pretty confident with their approach. They faced off against Assam Titans too, and they easily collided against them and struck them down in a pretty great fashion. So IG, no matter what fight they were taking, they were definitely coming out on top. I mean, the entire final few moments just started off with the players of IG. They took a fight, and then Bigelou's precision with the utilities. This one single man dismantled the entirety of GT.
Absolutely. 2 players brought down on their knees, of course. I think they did not expect that. But talk about this one player, Aizen, from Team Ignite Gaming. Continuous pressure, a lot of aggression as well, but also calm and composure when it actually matters. You've got to give it to Ignite Gaming, but I wonder how many points that they have accumulated from this game itself.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure too. They had a lot of elimination points, that's for sure. But when it comes to placement, I'm not sure how many IG has gotten. There were 3 players pinned in that house, and IG made the push against the man of NXT. I still remember that. And then later on, as the zone moved away, I guess the players of IG knew that it's next to impossible to survive the zone. At this point in time, it's better to just go for the mid strat. Aurora was there out in the open in the final few moments. He wanted to find that elimination against the last man standing of GT, but it did not really come through. But in general, it was such a weird game of Vikendi.
It certainly was, right? And also a weird result from Bot Army as well.
Yeah.
Did not expect them to kind of get dished out so early on as well. We expected that there will be 5 to 6 teams who will still survive up until the final circle, but the fact that the entire compound was guarded by that massive fence, I think that caused majority of the problems. None of these teams could actually manage to venture in, especially Gujarat Tigers as well.
Exactly. I mean, still the question remains, right? Who exactly got the chicken dinner?
Honored Rivals.
Everyone just going for the constant mid strat. And I guess, as you mentioned, it was Honored Rivals, right? So those 10 placement points is definitely going to be adding up to the chart, but they did not really have a lot of elimination points.
Elimination points. You talk about elimination points, and I always feel like Team Versatile has been lacking them for a while right now. They got taken down quite comfortably by Gujarat Tigers, if I'm not mistaken. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the point standings and find out exactly how many points did they accumulate. And of course, Honored Rivals at the table top, 19 total points. Not too shabby, actually. Team Ignite Gaming, look at that. 12 finishes and 6 position points, 80 total points.
I never saw this coming from Honored Rivals. I thought they did not have that many elimination points. I I thought they only had somewhere around 5 to 6. But having 9 finish points, that's going to give them 19 points in total. That's a way to kick things off on the map of Weekendy. IG with 18 points in total, even GT, once again, a consistent ending. You speak of the vacuum, and that's going to be there in the top 3 of that previous game.
I'm not really liking the second part of the page as well, because you've got some big names in the picture. You've got Team Versatile, just 1 point in the kitty. Of course, Team GLITCHxREBORN as well, not the ideal ending. And of course, Error Esports, just 1 point.
Yeah, for Error Esports, as we mentioned, as we were speaking of them as well, like the formidable forces in the pack, yeah, 1 single game left out, it's completely fine. They're already doing so good in the overall standings. And a lot of these known names that are already doing so good, they know that they do not really need to perform, and that's why they're just pulling off the weird shenanigans. Even in the previous group, there were a few teams that were just not able to perform, and that's on purpose.
But what about Team 4 Dominators, just pushing in without any information? It's not even like their position inside of the overall standings is also very comfortable. I think this team needs to come up with some better strat, Necro.
Hey, maybe you can't say it's just the newer faces, right? Still taking their time to try and adjust to the heat of the lobby, trying to amp up the aggression as well. Because for DTR, the last time when we saw them perform, they were not able to amp up the aggression at all. Instead, they were the one to get aggressed on by the foes. So this time, they wanted to be on the aggressive side of things. Things did not really work out, but hey, that's how you learn. Let's move on to a short break for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back within a jiffy.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back, everyone, after a very short break. This is BMPS 2024 once again, and we are all set for the last 2 games of the day. And for us, of course, joining after a very short break, Mr. I Super Johnny. How are you doing? And of course, our last game, Weekendy and Heel Battles. That's a love story which has been written in the stars, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, and it goes on for a long time. It seems like it's still not coming to an end. But it still, I mean, utilized to perfection, right?
Yep.
Other than that, I think happy seeing Gujarat Tigers also perform, because that is the team that I was hoping to see. How consistent can they be? Of course, Clutch God, he was amazing as an IGL, amazing as a fragger for the team as well. Don't know how he's been managing to pull it off. But again, it seems like the team's momentum hasn't been shut down.
Absolutely. But of course, talking about momentum not shutting down, if you do not want your momentum inside your scrims as well to not shut down, go to Google and search iQOO Z9S, and possibly you will get a chance to actually win an amazing device. That is the iQOO Z9S Pro, of course. Johnny, I think if we participate, we can win a device as well, right?
Man, me and Necro, we've been up to our shenanigans recently. We've been talking about, well, us along with our lovely viewers, of course. You guys are included in this. We were talking about walking away with these beautiful iQOO Z9S devices that are there in front of us. So, but we're going to have to wait for the broadcast to come to its final few days, maybe towards the semi-finals. These are going to disappear.
How are we going to divide 2 devices amongst the 3 of us? I have no clue. That's going to be something.
Oh, I thought it was just going to be me and Necro.
All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Johnny is no more my best friend, but let's just talk about the overall standings. The numbers are going to be the best friend of all these teams who are playing in right at the tippity top. You still have Team Reckoning Esports, 37 points. This is the group, this is the blue group, of course. You've got Team X-Park, WSB, Inferno Squad, FS, 4 Aggressive Men. We saw this, right?
Yeah.
I was expecting some of the teams from the red group to actually also make a mark, but so far they have.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how they move forward from here on out. I mean, it is about to get intense. And of course, Gujarat Tigers sitting up there. I'm happy to see them up there on that 9th position because, again, just one game being played. Even Tribe Hirdmen, I mean, they are not off to the best starts that we could hope for them. Just like 4 points, right? But then again, to be fair, just the opening match, just the map of Weekend. It's an off map. Everyone struggles on this map. So I guess, or I assume that majority of the teams were waiting for the maps of Miramar and Erangel to roll around to put their best foot forward and, of course, to bring on those performances that we were hoping for to see in the second week of round 1.
Yeah, this is very interesting because I've literally had word with players who have said that usually the set where they play Vikendi, Miramar, Erangel is a tougher set.
Yeah.
The set where they play Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, it's the easier set. So to try and score more points. So the teams from the red group, for them, the challenge is there. And the challenge is going to be for 2 teams specifically, Johnny. Yeah. And I'm talking about 2 very experienced IGL. I'm talking about Adi and I'm talking about Somraj and the respective lineups.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 boys have been doing quite well for themselves, right? I mean, Somraj especially is a decorated player, of course. So nothing is going to be too difficult for him. You talk about Adi. Adi is used to playing with new players. So I think he will definitely be one of those players who will not struggle in terms of bringing his team to the top of the table. But I think, again, they will take their sweet time right now. If you talk about Team Versatile, right, we are seeing a lot of aggression from them. That is what we saw in week 1 as well. 28 eliminations, 9 placement points, because, I mean, it's Somraj, and if you give Somraj Miramar, he is going to go ahead and win that map. That is why they have 19 placement points from that opening week of theirs. But that aggression, this is the conversation me and Necro were having. Teams right now will try to, especially teams that know for a fact that they can qualify, teams with a lot of experience. You talk about Versatile, you talk about Blind Esports, you talk about X-Park, you talk about iQOO, Soul, Carnival Gaming. Lineups like this, what they're going to try to do is put themselves in as uncomfortable position, as difficult team fights on purpose as possible, just so they can get some practice in for the later rounds.
Absolutely.
We've been seeing that again and again.
Absolutely. I think coming back from clutch moments is also a practice, right? Teams do practice their 2v4s and 1v4s as well. One player who has the potential to kind of bring it up is going to be the Octopus himself. I'm talking about Aquanox. He was not playing in the last game. I was kind of disappointed, but I want him to come back in Miramar because without him, I feel like Team Versatile, their firepower is cut by half.
Hey man, give him a break. Like, actually give him a break, because I mean, he's a young kid, and we all know, I mean, with especially athletes, what happens is burnout can become a big problem. You're scrimming every single day for hours and hours, and then middle of the day you have a tournament happening as well. Post that, you're doing your reviews. So all of that happening day in, day out, it starts to affect your mental after a long time. So everyone needs like 1 day off a week just to make sure that the players have that groove and they're not getting too stressed out just playing every single day. And I think that is what it all takes, right? You have to think about mentality first, because at this level, at the level at which the Pro Series is being played, these are 128 best teams that we could find all across the country, right? All across the country, all across the board, 128 best teams we could pick out from. And at this level, mechanically, everyone's going to be pretty much the same. It all comes down to the mentality they play with. It all comes down to, can they handle the pressure and can they remain calm and make those perfect decisions, those perfect split-second decisions every single time. And that can only happen when there's not too much strain here.
100% agreed. I feel getting well rested is also very important. And I think this is one of the prime differences between an undergod and a professional team as well. Because being around these professional players, being in multiple boot camps, the only thing which I've learned is these professional teams, they practice with purpose. They play scrims with purpose, and they don't really play scrims throughout the day. Something which I've seen undergods, they play scrims throughout the day, and they're going to burn themselves out, especially when it comes to LAN tournaments. You've got to be mentally prepared. You play 6 games, you know your mistakes, you work on it, get back in the next day.
Exactly. I mean, that is how it works out, right? You practice one particular aspect of the game, try to perfect it, and then move on to the next one. Again, a few days ago, we had Robinson with us, a man who's been working behind the scenes for Mogo Esports. Again, one of the best teams in this entire tournament, one of the top contenders for the trophy. He also mentioned even they get a day off, right? And even on the day off, the players there's just one thing that is required from them, and that is those individual games. Just play a few of them. Make sure you're keeping your hands warm. You're not walking away from the game entirely. Just make sure you're connected to it. And then once the day for the scrims rolled around, that is when you go back to practice. You recover your notes, see what you have gone through, see what strategy is being practiced right now, so everyone stays on the same page. And again, it takes a long time. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes a long time to build that championship building roster. And I think a lot of these teams, with the experience that they gain from round one, if they fix those mistakes that are being made right now, they can climb the tournament and make those improvements.
Well. Talk about improvements and potentially an opportunity to make improvements is going to be on the map of Myanmar. The flight, of course, beautifully gliding on top of this desert. It's not going to be as beautiful as soon as the players do land on this desert terrain, of course, because it's going to be extremely bloody and hot inside. And I really want to find out where the flight path takes us. It starts off from Partona and goes straight up towards La Cabrera. Flight path, which potentially does move right from the middle of the map, but I still feel there are certain sections, Johnny, which are going to be alienated. You talk about Impala, you talk about Al-Azhar, two very important drop locations for a lot of these teams. I feel like there's going to be a big task in hand to try and reach those positions.
Yeah, of course, anything east of La Benedita, Cruz del Valle is off limits, so even truck stop is going to be a struggle for a lot of these teams. But we all know if you are looking to head towards Puerto Pracio or Impala, you're going to try and land towards those southern highways along the shoreline and pick up a few vehicles, rotate up north along the highway itself. Although one thing we're hoping for is an early drop clash, and it seems like we are going to get one on our hands, because there is a little bit of a kerfuffle between Bot Army Esports landing quite close to another squad. We're going to find out which team that is, because both of them have decided to take control of the city of Chumacera. And we all know, once those parachutes are spotted out, teams start looking for a fight instantly.
100%. Chumacera, it will always have one or the other drop collision, but I think there is still time. Chumacera, I feel the topography, how the city is divided, right? One half is kind of uplifted, while the other half has those buildings around as well. I feel like two teams can loot for each other quite comfortably, but is there going to be that peace treaty between them? I'm not really sure, especially when someone like Bot Army is there. These guys are wicked.
Yeah, Bot Army Esports, they are wicked, but all of that wickedness hasn't really worked out for them. That's what is unfortunate about it. Week 1, not really going well. The previous game as well, off to not what we would want to see. But again, this is going to be that push that we want from them. And it is Error Esports that they're up against. Error Esports, one of the best performing teams from that opening week. Let's see this fight. Can they pull this their way? Johnny, he stayed away from the compounds. Matty, he was caught off guard, or almost caught off guard by the players of Bot Army Esports, who are still lurking indoors, looking for that isolated player. But if they run out into the open, especially from the backlines, they can be caught off guard by Johnny, who's playing that flank.
I like the intent from Bot Army, Johnny. You've got your namesake as well, Johnny, holding the flank. But look at this on the other side. It's got 4 Dominators trying to move away from this fight. One of their players has been taken down. Monster is being shot at as well. And even he's going to go down. The Night Raiders, they are going to find themselves 2 early finishes. And we talked about it, the scrambled weak-kill finishes that you get. But on the other side, I would love to go back to Chumacera because the fight has started. And Johnny is on fire with that Mini 14.
Oh! He is on fire with that Mini, but it was Matty who found a frag with the Winchester. Man, it's always exciting when you get to see that weapon in action. It's such a rare occasion. But talking about rare things, a little bit of an exchange of points. At the bottom of the leaderboard, we have the Night Raid Esports going up against 4 Dominators who haven't really been able to dominate in their opening week. Oh, he's committing everything to this and hasn't really connected a single shot on those 2 lads in front. Even if the vehicle goes down, it is going to be enough, but they might just run out of ammunition. Aman needs to be careful. Oh, the rare tire has gone out. It's just a Vector on Pekka with 14 rounds. They take some damage from that awkward exit. Ava as well has the Winchester. He's prepared for a fight. They're looking for weapons now. Oh no, but the Dominators, it seems like they are about to be dominated. God hiding in a corner. They are setting up that bait with that Uzi. And that's all they have within the both of them that can actually do some realistic damage. And a weapon that stands a chance of clutching this fight, but no! The opportunity denied. The UMP shines brightly.
How long are you gonna run away from the fight? It's kind of unfortunate that 4 Dominators could not really get their hands on any particular weapon as such with which they can deal damage, but you've got to kind of understand your drop locations and perfect it as well. I kind of understand when drop locations tend to go too far from the flight path as well, it becomes a little difficult. But that is where your secondary drop locations come into play as well. And having those 2 spots around the map where you're comfortable to rotate from, irrespective of where the flight path is, I think those are the things which these undergods will have to kind of perfect.
Yeah, of course. I think because this was a scramble for vehicles out into the open. And in a situation like this, it's all just about, are you feeling lucky? Because, I mean, the weapon spawn, the way it works is, there's going to be a rate at which the weapons spawn within a particular radius of the city. And in every single area of the map.
Yep.
It's not going to spawn at the exact same position every single time. So, if you are lucky enough, you're going to find a good weapon. You are going to be prepared for the fight. If you're unlucky, then you're going to be left with a Winchester. Although,
Why do you have to troll the Winchester so much?
I think that's the...
It's a good binocular.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what...
Well, the replay, of course, Johnny just being extremely brilliant. I wish you were as good as this Johnny inside of the game as well. You're good with the sniper rifles, but not with the SMGs.
My era is over, man. I have been practicing, though.
You have been practicing?
Yeah.
Please do so, because I've been doing some scrims myself as well.
I was always better than you. What are you talking about?
Understandably so. But all this talk, Necrobeat, Johnny, all of these guys, they're always going to troll me. But there's going to be that one day where I become Conqueror #1 inside of Asia. And I'm going to make myself proud. I'm going to make my family proud as well.
I hope Maisie in the other studio has heard you saying that. Oh man, that's going to be exciting, the conversation after the show is done.
I don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Let's just talk about GLITCHxREBORN instead.
Oh, phenomenal team. Phenomenal organization. Everyone's been working together quite nicely. And, I mean, it's been exciting to see Scuba stick around, do so well with the team. We were so happy to see them at that LAN finale in Mumbai just last year. Since then, there was a little bit of an awkward moment where everyone was wondering about what happened when the lineup that made it all happen, the lineup that established the name of GLITCHxREBORN, just moved on to Alibaba Raiders. But this new playing 4 is also doing wonderful. So I think they have recovered. But talk about recovery. Can Bot Army Esports recover in this game? They find themselves in a 2 versus 4. And Outcast, oh no. Position compromised now. UMP to work with. The armor has taken a lot of damage as well.
There's a backstab coming in as well from Team Error Esports. Maddie is in position. Outcast will have to be extremely cautious of the chokeholds as well. I like the fact that he has kind of smoked up the window because the nades usually do come flying in from that point on. But when there's a numbers disadvantage of this sort, I really doubt if splitting up is going to be a good option.
They are going to try and go YOLO, but I think Outcast is in a very awkward spot and takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. Trying to isolate Matty, both of them. Now they charge towards him. I think they've countered the footsteps. And Hawk, he pushes forward. Matty still finds the knock as the shotgun whiffs. And he has not even taken a tick of damage in that fight. It's a clean squad wipe coming in from Error Esports. 0 errors made in the execution of Bot Army.
Bot Army, what has happened to them? This team just being a very shallow shadow of them, their prime selves that we got to see in the last season of BMPS.
Yeah.
Outcast, Devotee, these boys. I'm pretty sure last season, especially in the early round, there used to be fear when Bot Army will come and strike you and you wouldn't even get a flinch of it. This time around, they are getting dominated. But Error Esports, they've kind of made marks already. And this team, they are moving extremely strong. But look at this high ground position for GLITCHxREBORN as well. Just north of Chumasera towards those Ladrilera hills. I feel like this can be potentially one of the best spots on the map that you can hold currently.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that high ground advantage, you see the threat coming towards you from extremely far away, but it's difficult to protect as well.
You've got these small little compounds where you can play. You've got that little that little hard cover advantage as well, which is very rare in high ground occasions. But they do have it. They control it, possibly for a very long time now.
That's the problem that happens, right, for the summit. If you're controlling the summit of that hill, the high ground does give you cover as well, but it also allows the opposing teams to sneak using that as a cover from the other side of the hill. So you have to be extremely cautious. It's a very large surface area that you have to protect with 4 players, and that sometimes forces players to take isolated fights in 1v2s, 1v3s, in clusters all by themselves, dealing with a lot of pressure, which is never easy.
Also, another important fact, if the circle does move out, then there's a massive disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
So we've always talked about it, the high ground advantages being a double-edged sword. I feel like here as well, it will be a double-edged sword for GLITCHxREBORN. But look at that small dot of green that's moving in from the Western Highway, little outside the Western Highway. That's 4 Miracle. And they're trying to make their presence felt, but playing in from the edge of the circle, they're still moving into a massive cluster. Do they know what they're heading at?
When you're talking about 4 Miracle over here, they have been quite aggressive in their opening week. So the performance, I think they are going to start looking for fights. What I was wondering was, who's more desperate, Gujarat Tigers or Versatile Esports? Because El Pozo has been a preferred spot by Somraj for a long time. But in this game, they decided to completely abandon it, move towards Ruins. Now, was that rotation made a little bit later? Did Gujarat Tigers move in a little bit later? Or was the drop clash just completely denied by Somraj, realizing that, alright, someone might end up contesting us for the control of El Pozo? But if you are looking for a new device, ladies and gentlemen, at a very good price point, you don't have to look any further. We have the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999.
It's a great device for scrimming. It's a great device for starting out, and Honored Rivals as well. They started out this set with absolute precision, getting that chicken dinner from Vikendi. Their heal battle was perfect. Their positioning was perfect as well. So I'm kind of have big expectations from this team, especially in this game as well. And this is not a team to scoff at. They used to be known as Cults Esports initially, and we saw them kind of move very deep inside of the last edition of BMPS as well, Johnny.
Oh, of course. But it seems like ever since they made that switch, it took them a while to make things click again.
Yep.
Although that previous game was quite phenomenal, and I think that does give them a little bit of momentum to work with in this map of Miramar as well. Let's see how it turns out. Although, now switching focus to Assam Titans. Seeing them for the first time, they were impressive, considering this is their first experience in the Pro Series. Were able to secure 23 points in total from that opening week of theirs, and now looking to get a few more.
Definitely, I think experience plays a part. We've seen so many teams try and knock on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI, but very few have actually made their breach in the first attempt, Johnny. We've seen so many teams try multiple times throughout the years, and we see those repetitive names. ASLAAA, for an example, right? They've been trying to grind for so many years, and maybe finally one day they will get to that land stage, and so for Assam Titans as well. I'm hoping that they take that experience. They still have an opportunity, though.
They still have an opportunity, and what you are saying, that's the exact reason why we keep talking about GLITCHREBORN, because they did it in their first try.
Exactly.
During the BGIS. Very impressive run. But we did have the iQOO MVP of the previous match on our screens. It was Aizen from Ignite Gaming with 6 finishes on the board. Amazing, amazing performance. And the top 5 players as well. But Ignite Gaming, as we talk about it seems like they find themselves in a little kerfuffle against the players of Aerobotz eSports. Mohit spotted out, crossing over towards the left-hand side. I believe even Viper's position is going to be compromised, but Aurora needs to be careful. He exposes himself a little too much on that slope. They are going to be in trouble. It seems like shots fired from the back lines. It's quite a long distance for them to actually make anything of value to go up against the players of Aero Esports. So I think Ignite Gaming, they might go for a little bit of a reset.
But these shots, they're going to alarm the lads of Aerobotz Esports as well, because the sound cues have been heard, and they know, as a matter of fact, that there is a push that is coming in. And if they get to know that it is Ignite Gaming, the kind of performance they put up in the last game, I'm 110% sure that these lads will have to be on their tippity toes. It's not going to be easy. Talking about easy, I think Somraj has kind of made things easy for his teammates to kind of get inside the circle, because the rotation that he's pulling off is brilliant. He's hugging the boundary of the map, Johnny, but he's still making it work because the circle is also doing the same thing.
Oh, of course, and it is going to be quite Quite an interesting thing to see. Where do they end up? Players from Versatile Esports, of course. It's not going to be an easy entry, especially considering just parallel to them on the other side of the hill towards the east. The players from Gujarat Tigers also making the same rotation, and the front lines are going to be blocked by the players of 4 Miracles. Some Titans, though, I think they might have been spotted out by the players of GLITCHxREBORN, and with how Scuba was peeking that ridge, I guess we have the answer. An astounding yes.
These compounds with open terraces, Johnny,
Yeah.
they scare me. You know why, right?
Yep.
The utility can come flying in all the time. The floor can be lava any moment. GLITCHxREBORN, all they've got to do is just get in that firing radius. And of course, wow, when they have that information, I'm pretty sure they have got the smokes to kind of close in the distance. But they do they really take that risk is the question. GLITCHxREBORN, they certainly are in a decent spot on the overall standing. So for them, I think closing out this game on a better note is more important.
That's another way to do things, ClutchGod. This falls back.
Is this the corporate squad, Johnny?
Nah, I think they changed vehicle. This is the luxury squad. They drive Bentleys now.
All of them?
I guess. I mean, we saw 2 over there.
Gujarat Tigers. They've got to have that aura, right? We get to see these aura memes on the internet. Currently, Gujarat Tigers, this team has infinite aura.
Yeah, it does. And they've been quite threatening to anyone who even wants to just look in their direction.
That is what infinite aura is, Johnny.
Yeah. But let's see. Rotation delayed over there as the circle shifts towards the center between Ladriela and Chumasera. And of course, considering it is Miramar, we do have that slow in terms of how the fights are happening inside of this game. But before I even finish my sentence, it seems like Ignite Gaming, they found the players of NXTGEN Esports on the other end of the circle.
The circle, interestingly, has taken a central shift. Majority of the teams, they were playing in from the edges, so now they're forced to make that rotation. But talking about rotation, there's a big collision that's going to happen. It's Gujarat Tigers versus 4 Miracle Vibes, and Siam smacks Harsh back into place. It's the first opening that they found. Gujarat Tigers, they're falling to pieces. Not a lot of trades happening as well. ClutchGod from the back lines. He gets one knock for himself. Finishes things off with just one player who's still surviving upstairs. Johnny, what's going to be the outcome of this fight?
Oh, such an awkward situation for Gujarat Tigers to be in. They're down 2 players left with 2, and I think it might be all over soon. ClutchGod, he's trying to hide. He does need to heal up, and he does. In fact, the DBS in close ranges can be extremely deadly. And look at that. It's a third party coming in, not just from the players of GLITCHxREBORN that you see in the distance, but look at the radar. Versatile Esports also looking to chime in. And if ClutchGod can just hold on to the aggression for a few extra moments, then maybe 4 Miracles, they're going to be finished off by the players of Versatile. And there's the Molly. Adi gets knocked out, and it is now down to a 1v1 between ClutchGod and the last surviving player from 4 Miracles. One of them will take down the other. The nade is being cooked, but no matter who survives, they are going to get finished off and cleaned up by the players of Versatile Esports.
Versatile absolutely breaking the roof off with their aggression. All 4 players chiming in. The slam does come in. ClutchGod still surviving. 4 Miracle, they also have one of their shining stars, Kyoya, alive. And Kyoya, we know, is a great assaulter as well. Can we potentially see a 1v4? Can we see some destruction? We do find the opening.
Wow.
Kyoya with the nade does get the better of Aquinox, but he tries to double up. It does not really work out. ClutchGod has been taken down by Raiden, but Kyoya is still there. 4 Miracles, their hopes pinned on this guy. The shotgun is there, but the S12K is not going to fire through the smoke. He gets pulled back.
Man, running out into the open like that, he knew he was going to take a lot of damage, but there was so much utility just tossed towards him indoors that he was forced to make that risky play. Now stuck in a 1v4. I think his fate is pretty much sealed. More utility left on the players of Versatile Esports, and unless they give him isolated 1v1s, this is their fight. This is the 4th point that they were looking for, and it should not be too difficult for them to grab this. and move on forward. But the problem is that we did see the players from GLITCHREBORN a few moments ago, and they're waiting for this fight to settle down so they can chime in and secure a third party, whoever survives. Now look at this, the blue zone has engulfed the players of Versatile Esports, so they are going to take that extra tick of damage on their HP bars. And the players from GLITCHREBORN still waiting in the distance, but the update is here for Miracle. They are eliminated from this match.
Absolutely. My hopes were kind of pinned on Kyoya. I was expecting a clutch coming in, but that was too difficult, especially with so much pressure and the blue zone being on you. But look at this. Team Empire, such an amazing positioning inside of the circle. This was always a characteristic of this team. Empire himself as an IGL has always preferred positioning himself better inside the circle rather than going in for aggressive. And I think this time as well, on the map of Miramar, is kind of helping them find that groove inside the circle. But we talk about Team Versatile, I think after this fight, they also have paved a pathway for themselves to enter the circle, right? They can inject them straight in.
Yeah, they can move up north and try and see if they can reach from that northwestern edge. It's not going to be easy in the meanwhile, though. Assam Tigers, Jax. This man has been phenomenal since the start, and it seems like he's not going to stop anytime soon. 2 finishes secured by the players of Assam Titans. But if you got to move around in real life, ladies and gentlemen, we have our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 125R, which will be given to whoever gets that title of Survivor in the Grand Finals of iQOO BMPS 2024.
I was having a chat with Necro about me rather being able to survive the Grand Finals, just finding myself one little shack and maybe I can win one bike for myself, you know.
Yeah.
For some nice ride around Kochi.
That is why we never take you in the team.
Come on, man. A survivor gets a bike. What more do you want? What are you going to get with your finishes?
The Extreme 160R4V. That's what I'm going to get with those finishes, Salty.
That was a nice one. That was a nice one. I give you that. Talking about, I give you that. It's Team Versatile, who are possibly giving it back against Team Honored Rivals. One of the players has been knocked out, though. Arthur will clean him up, but Honored Rivals, what are they doing in the blue, and where did they come from even?
Yeah, even I'm asking myself the same question, because the rest of the team is all the way towards the Ladriela Hill. It's just R2, for some reason, who's decided that he will take on the players of Versatile Esports all by himself. Does get rewarded for that risky move by a single point, but while the players of Versatile Esports move forward, they find themselves colliding against the remaining squad of Honored Rivals, just zipping past by. Lucifer, he dodges that vehicle. What a move! Just gets on top of that buggy to get out of the way and just manages to survive. Somraj, his car has taken a lot of damage. There's smoke coming out of the engine, so he needs to be careful not to get shot at anymore.
Or not crashing it in any of the rocks that are right in front of him. Still steering through quite well, but as of now, Team Versatile, all they've got to do is just find themselves that good ridge and hold it. The formation is going to be the key, but from the backlines, there are too many teams which will come and chime against them. You've got GLITCHxREBORN, who are still struggling. LeBron in the front lines. Assam Titans. This is good news for them, because this is a big name that they're fighting against.
Oh yeah, this is phenomenal news from Assam Titans. They have the high ground advantage as well. It seems like the players from GLITCHREBORN, they are a little lost, because Fishu just took a lot of unnecessary damage, although he was able to just dance around those bullets and avoid getting knocked out. Now, as the players of Assam Titans try to move in, Wicked again survives, not getting knocked out over there. Jax is going to turn around, try to see if he can find that second knock, and there it is, Wicked. He's going to be taken down as well. Assam Titans, they find themselves in a 2 versus 3 situation. This gives them the edge in this fight, but can they secure those frags? They know the players from GLITCHREBORN are hiding inside that smoke. One more finish secured. Wishu is going to be the last man left standing, and as the spam comes in, even Wishu is going to be shut down. 6 points on the board for the Titans.
Absolutely. This was such a great performance, especially with the vehicles, right?
Oh,
you know when a team can maneuver in such tight spaces with their buggies, especially with third parties being around, and keeping all of their players intact, that is a sign of greatness. And Assam Titans, from this point on, my expectations from this team is also going to be sky high. But now look at this, Esports joining the party. This team, they're going up against Team Versatile. Johnny, of course, up close and personal against one of the players. Somraj, the IGL, will have a task in hand. He's trying to fly away from this fight, and he manages to get the knock for himself as well. Somraj, he will get traded, but Team VST, they constantly keep the pressure up, and they are succeeding. It's a 1v2 right now.
And of course, the perfect timing on the third party as well from the backlines as the Assam Titans chime in. Esports, 2 players down. I believe it is down to the last man, Mr. Spray. But look at who shows up out of nowhere. It's the last man from 4 Dominators, Pekka. God, that is not a wise move in the backlines. NXTGEN Esports, they're going to look to third party this fight. Assam Titans, they chime in because they want a piece of the action as well. Esports, Mr. Spray still alive with a pixel of HP, a nade, a Molotov in his general direction, and he's going to be blown to smithereens. But look at this. We have UV Jod. He was looking for Pekka God, but the smoke not really allowing the mission, and Pekka God, he survives, blows UV Jod to smithereens, and not just that, the Titans, they have been taken out on the other end. A massive hit coming in. NXTGEN Esports wiped out of nowhere. What is this chaos?
It's not chaos, it's a commotion right now, Johnny. Absolutely insanity, but Pekka God, this man definitely has to be credits for that ballsy move. Look at this right now on the other side. You've got UV who is still surviving. Assam Titans trying to go up aggressive. Esports trying to hold that small little ridge, but he's got the numbers advantage. Utility usage not in the right time. It's 2v1. How's he going to survive? He's not. He's been struck down. Assam Titans, UV with 5 finishes in his bag. This team is going bonkers right now. All that they've got left to do is to try and get the better of Versatile Esports, who've managed to sneak out of this fight amidst this chaos.
Yeah, it was their fight. They were the first team to lose all their players, almost all of them, when the fight was initiated against the players of Esports. But now everyone is gone, and only Versatile Esports remain in that particular corner, the southern edge of the circle. On other side, though, towards the eastern edge, we have this fight breaking out. It's Tribe Hirdmen. And they do end up finishing one of the lads from the side of Ignite Gaming, but they have to be careful. You have Team Cosmic. In fact, it's Zod OP who's just lurking in the corner, takes down one, instantly gets traded out and finished off. 7 teams, 18 players still alive. And Tribe Hirdmen, it seems like their time in this game is also coming to an end.
Ignite Gaming from the backlines. They were sniffing their presence for a while right now. The utility did come in, but they know that the numbers advantage has been dwindling for this side. So it only makes sense for them to push up. But do they give up the space they have right now? It's a massive question. The circle, of course, are not in favor of anyone, but Versatile. This team, they've done a great job. Somraj himself has done a great job in trying to keep himself alive. 2 players still surviving. And this man is not afraid to kind of take his foot away from that aggressive battle. From the backlines, of course, it's Team Honored Rivals, winners of the last game, who are coming to threaten his position.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see where does Versatile end up. Honored Rivals, they have the momentum. Of course, the confidence after their performance on the previous map of Wakendy, so they are going to be feeling quite comfortable in this situation as well. But Lucifer is burning. And this one isn't immune to the fire, so he's definitely going to take a lot of damage, but Phoenix is gone to the back lines. Gotten himself knocked out, needs a revive. His teammate R2 does show up for the revive, but that puts him in a very risky position as he almost gets taken out, drops down to around 50 HP. But as you were talking about a love story, Salty, with Wakendy and Heal Battles, another better one is Somraj and his performances on Miramar.
Absolutely. But I'm not really sure if this is going to come as a chicken dinner for him. Another man goes down. It's a lot of pressure against him. Raiden is the one who is still kind of struggling. And look at that. Team Honored Rivals, Lucifer himself has kind of started to close in. Somraj does have so much angle. But he's going to get the better of the... No, wait, what?
Oh, they do find the trade. He whiffed that spray and the shot from the shotgun. But they do find the trade over there. 7 eliminations on the board for Versatile Esports. But I think R2's nade is going to be the end. And yes, it is going to be quite close. No, they survive the blue zone damage though. Somraj is going to get taken out. Now Raiden is going to be forced to run forward. And there it is. The final tick of damage. At least they get Raiden's finish secured. Somraj, he gets finished off by the blue. Team Empire, Storm and Param, they are quite exposed. What is going on? I think Ignite Gaming, They have the numbers, they have the high ground, they should be able to close out this match unless Storm pulls off a miracle. But no, the nade, it's going to be a mistimed toss as it bounces off the rock, falls right behind him. Storm pushed in a corner, tries to take a duel, gets inside that. Huaz uses it as a tool to take the fight, but even that is not going to work out against the two surviving players in front of him. Now R2, the solo warrior, gets taken out, and Ignite Gaming, they set the map of Miramar on fire. A brilliant winner chicken dinner, 13 eliminations secured as well.
You've got to give credits. You've got to give credits to Ignite Gaming and Honored Rivals as well, because 2 games back-to-back to kind of perform in a way that they've done top 2 in both of them. I feel these 2 teams, they've kind of put new benchmarks on consistency.
Yeah, they definitely have, and it has been phenomenal to see how nicely these 2 names have stepped up, especially in the second week of round 1, because this is where it all matters, right? For teams like Versatile Esports, whatever they're doing, it's amazing. 7 points from this match. They don't really care. They had a lot of points from that opening week, right? So 7 to 6 points every single game. They're going to be happy with that. Now what they look to do is just ruin the day for everyone else. And they did that for a lot of these teams in this game.
They certainly did that. I still haven't found a solution to how they actually got away from that chaos and managed to survive for so long. Position points being added and a lot of finish points being added as well. But that is also one of Somraj's biggest strengths, right? Not just rotations, but when it actually comes to aggression, he knows exactly when to take his foot off the gas.
Exactly, man. That's such a tough lobby to deal with in the opening week. In particular, they had Carnival Gaming in their group, they had Orangutan, they had Hero Godlike in their particular group, and yet on Miramar their results were still phenomenal. So I think they have this one mapped down. If you have Versatile Esports against you, you better be careful on Miramar. But in this game as well, look at what lost them this match, right? The chicken dinner being missed out on all those 7 eliminations and a top 5 finish is always going to be wonderful. The reason they did not have the chicken was because of all those teams climbing towards them. And as you mentioned, even with 4 teams charging towards them in their direction, they still just somehow get all of them to fight against each other and just stay in the back and watch all of that chaos unfold.
You know, it gets even funnier when you find out how the rest of the 2 players got eliminated as well, because the way Aquanox charged, at that point it felt like, alright, fine, Versatile, they're just pushing for fun, right? They're just pushing against opposition, but that one brilliant nade coming in from Kyoya was brilliant as well. Aquanox, had he been in the situation, I feel like the fight could have gone on Versatile's way, but either way, I feel this was a great game for all of these teams, but more so for Ignite Gaming, because I am not really sure how are they ensuring precise rotation every single time. You remember that one part of the map where we saw Team Empire controlling almost the entire part of the circle, nobody else was in. How did that team not win the game?
I think again, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see exactly what happened in this matchup. And again, I mean, we are going to have that winner chicken dinner moment on our screens. And as you were talking about Ignite Gaming, there was this one point where I think the entirety of the northeastern edge was under their control and they just stuck to it. Everyone else, majority of the cluster, was towards the southern edge. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? This ridge. And Ignite Gaming, they were late to the party, but once they arrived, I think all they have to do was pick up those loose stragglers running around with no idea as to which team has the man advantage. And Ignite Gaming, towards those endgame scenarios, they were able to brilliantly punish every single one of those squads.
Absolutely. You know, you talked about punishing. You've got to talk about Assam Titans as well. What was that performance? What was that performance from UV as well? 5 finishes on that lad. This team doing so well, especially in the team fights, right? Even they got included in some of the chaos and the commotions as well, but they came out in style.
Yeah, I mean, they did come out in style and they did bring themselves out with a lot of points from that fiasco. But Assam Titans, yes, they have picked up the pace quite nicely, but can they keep this going?
Yeah.
Because that opening week was not that great. They had a middle-of-the-pack performance, landing themselves on the 70th position, so they weren't really too far away from the top 64. But they have to be consistent, because after they are done playing their matches that remain 1 game from today and 3 games from tomorrow, after they're done with that, the other teams get to play their matches. So before Assam Titans take a leave until the results come out in 7 days, they have to make sure that they at least cross that 60, 65 point marker, get as close to 70 to 80 points as possible. Otherwise, they could be in trouble.
You know, the interesting point also is, I feel in my personal opinion, this is also the toughest round inside of the competition
Yes.
so far.
Yes.
Half of the team gets cut out in round 1. I have never really seen something like this. In the next round, only 1/4 of the teams get eliminated. So surviving this round will be the biggest key. But let's just talk about the point standings in this one. 13 eliminations on Ignite Gaming. Not just position points, but finish points as well. 23 total points, back-to-back good performances. And then you've got Assam Titans, 12 finishes and 2 position points, 14 points in total.
Doesn't matter, as we said, I mean, it's a nice way to pick up the pace, but they have to keep this going. Honored Rivals, we were talking about them. They end this game with 12 points as well, and Versatile Esports with 11. Then we have Team Empire finishing with a single digit, 8 points. Tribe Hirdmen with 8 points. Esports 5, 4 Miracle 3. TNR with 3 as well. On the second page, Aerobotz 1 point. Team Cosmic 1 point. Gujarat Tigers, I think they also realize they don't really need to do much, so yeah.
Let's just say finally they've been shut down.
Yeah, finally someone took care of them. 1 point from this match, and that to just a finish point. 4 Dominators. 4 Dominators had the most unfortunate start in this match, man. They got drop clashed. 2 players instantly were hunted down. They were chased and hunted down. And yet the other 2 lads somehow figured out a way to get that 1 frag on the board, although it wasn't enough. And 4 Dominators. So we saw them get drop clash towards La Driela Chumacera. Guess where they went to survive? They went all the way towards the northeastern edge of the map. They had to travel as far as Truck Stop just to make sure that they weren't wiped out early.
I mean, those are desperate measures, and I think desperate measures are required when the times are really hard. Times are really hard for Team Bot Army as well, because that team also has been struggling for quite a very long time. And I'm not really sure how is this team going to find their footing back as well, because right now I feel they are running the risk of getting eliminated as well. Not really in the best of positions, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about positions, we're going to be coming back in a same position, same chair after a very short break with the last game. Don't go anywhere.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it is time for us to head towards the last match of the day. This is Super Johnny now joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, of course, just like the previous group, even in this group, the teams at the top, it seems like they're taking a backseat for this second week.
Yeah, GT not having a lot of points, right? Just one single digit on the screen. And as you mentioned during the cast as well, they do not really need to go aggressive anymore. They do not really need to chase the points. They're already really good in the overall standings, and they're going to move on forward in the tournament anyways.
Yeah, and they do realize that as well. Esports on the other side, it seems like they do not want to take their foot of the pedal, because Esports was running around looking for those fights, and I think they found a lot of extra frags for themselves.
Yeah, I think so. Pretty much just trying to use these grounds as like the testing grounds, and knowing the fact that yes, they need to polish their firefights a little bit more before they step in much more of an intense matchup in the upcoming rounds. But you know what? What's going to be intense and what's going to be good for the viewers?
What?
That's going to be your official smartphone partner, iQOO Z9S series, starting from 17,999.
And of course, the option is still there. Go on to Google, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance to win for yourself the iQOO Z9 Pro. Now, isn't that amazing?
Ooh, that sounds really nice. 15 of those will be given away. And as you mentioned, you can be the lucky winner. But you know what? Not just that. The performance and the battery backup as well is quite incredible on this device. So you can keep on gaming for hours. But let's move on with the conversation, right? Last game of the day. Last game for this group as well. Teams like Assam Titans, I'm loving the fact that they're now finally taking things a little bit serious and they're buckling things up.
And it's not just them. Even Team Empire, it felt like have finally woken up. And in this game, the performance was quite decent. But now we have to ask ourselves, is it a little too late? Are these teams going to be able to secure all of those points in the 4 matches that they have remaining? Because from here on out, you have the momentum. You can't afford to slip up.
I mean, you pretty much answered your own question, right? Now they need to be consistent. That's the only option they've got left. You can see Team Empire, so far they've gotten 12 points in total, which is not enough at all if you try and look at their standings in the overall standing of the round one. So Team Empire definitely needs to buckle things up. But if you try and speak of the entire moment and how the day has panned out so far, Ignite Gaming inside of this group is dominating. They started things off when Weekendy. They were converting so many of those firefights, and now the previous game too, a chicken dinner.
Man, look at that. 2 games, 41 points. That is unfathomable, right? More than 20 points per match. And it is an impressive performance coming in from Ignite Gaming, but last game of the day, can they be shut down, or are they going to take this all the way to 60 points or 50 points as well in 3 games is going to be very impressive.
But a team that I'm personally rooting for is going to be 4 Miracles, and still so far there's no miracle to bring them back in the race. Just 5 points in the span of 2 games, Johnny. Now you've only got a wrangle left, and all these players are the veterans. How are they struggling so much?
I have no idea, man. No miracle for 4 Miracles, no domination from 4 Dominators as well. So it's just like if you have a number in your team name, you are going to struggle.
Yeah, I guess, and that's been the case with 4 Dominators too. Even in the map of Weekendy, they were drop clashed, and this time 4 Dominators, they decided to move on forward and make the push, but instead they just activated a spring trap that put the opponents with the driving seat, and they were the one to come out on top. Even in the previous game, 4 Dominators got dominated.
Yeah, and this time around, I think it was the Night Raid Esports that actually were able to shut them down. It is going to be interesting to see how this last game goes for them, though, because as long as there is an opportunity on the board today, they can secure it, walk away with the chicken dinner with like 10 plus eliminations, and then set themselves up for tomorrow.
So we can't pretty much say we're waiting for comebacks from banners like Aerobotz and 4 Miracles, and so far they have been failing all of us, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, in the Pro Series, it's difficult to decide who you want to see a comeback from, because every single name you have seen in the past, you know what they're capable of, and yet some of them will be eliminated at the end of round 1.
Even Team Cosmic is in a big red zone at this point in time. They need one single big game to propel themselves on the safety lines. If Team Cosmic isn't able to find that big game in the span of 4 games that are left over, then we do not know what can save the day for them. Matchup of the day is in front of us, as GT's once again going to be there. I want to see teams like GT just go all crazy.
They did in the last game, and I think it was a different team they went up against. They were able to take down 3 players, but then instantly did get wiped out. And quite unfortunate for them as well, but it is Gujarat Tigers. I don't think they're going to try and put a lot of pressure. It was 4 Miracle, the team that they picked off 3 players from. The last man, Kyoya, who was hiding in a corner, and then all of a sudden the third party happens with Versatile Esports looking for blood, and they did find it as well. It was just an isolated player, so it was an easy frag for them to secure. But it was an interesting setup, especially from GLITCHREBORN. GLITCHREBORN, I think they are also one of those teams that has hidden away a lot of their tactics and a lot of their firepower in that opening week and are now putting it on display.
Yeah, pretty much for GLITCHxREBORN, even the first week was pretty nice. The second week, a decent outing, if you'd like to say. I mean, they do not really need to perform. Once again, it's one of those teams already crossing out forward the safety barriers. It's all good in the hood. They can easily qualify for the upcoming rounds.
See, right now, we are just assuming that that is the safety barrier, right? 65 points.
Yeah, it has to be somewhere around 58 to 65, right?
Necro, only 32 teams have played right now. We still have a lot more to go, man.
I mean, if you think about it, if you try and double up the previous cutoff, it has to be somewhere around that vicinity.
See, while we make that calculation in our heads, we do have a question from one of our lovely viewers, and it is BGMI guy who's asking us the question, what do you think about Reckoning's last week's performance? Their lineup seems to be tight and good for a major tournament, but their last week's performance was not up to the mark. Will they make a comeback? We have our answer, right?
Exactly. They already have started to make the comeback. 2 games were instantly good from the side of Reckoning Esports, and that's exactly what we all were waiting for.
Yeah.
Started things off with a bang on the map of Erangel with a chicken dinner, then later on the backup as well. The consistency was quite phenomenal.
Exactly. I mean, Reckoning Esports, I think this is us, Necro. I think it's us why people start doubting their favorite team. We just criticize them too much, even if they play bad one day.
But it makes a lot of sense, too, for the criticism, man, because these are the known names on the block. Reckoning Esports, they have pretty much been the grand finalists of BGS 2024, and they're supposed to perform. If they don't perform, it makes a lot of sense why they get so much criticism.
But again, as you mentioned, I mean, the bounce back was then. They still have tomorrow as well. So Reckoning Esports, I don't think BGMI guy, you need to be worried about Reckoning Esports. Yeah, it's round 1. A lot of these big names do take a chill pill, do take a backseat in round 1. I mean, we are expecting, I mean, I was having a conversation with one of our colleagues in the morning, and they were like, all right, I was going around asking people who they think is going to be. So there's a reason why my prediction for the day is Gujarat Tigers, because the people asked, or in fact, they expected Gujarat Tigers to be the best performing team of the day. And one of the conversations I was having with someone who voted for Gujarat Tigers was, all right, what about Reckoning Esports and what about iQOO? And the assumption was that, yeah, these teams are just going to experiment in this opening week because they are confident in their firepower that they will qualify for round 2 no matter what happens.
It makes a lot of sense too, right? That's what you expect from known banners like that. Yeah. They do tend to experiment a lot of the stuff in the early phase of the tournament because they are so confident in qualifying for the grand finals anyways. Yeah. They can easily move on over there. And that's what the case seems like so far. But the last game boots up on the screen, starting all the way from Savorni towards down south Primorx. This plain flat path, once again, is quite decent, but if the teams do want to move in towards Milta Power, it will be a tough stretch.
Yes, it is definitely going to be quite a tough stretch to glide towards Milta, Shelter, Mansion as well. But that makes me happy, because that means there's going to be a lot of drop clashes, especially for those vehicles, those small compounds east of school, that road that leads from Rozok School to Shelter, the roadway that leads from Pachinki to Farm as well. But up north, we have the players from HRZ looking to have a comfortable game from Stalbaka Mishki, and of course, Team Cosmic taking control of Savorni right off the bat.
Johnny, you know what? BGMI guy needs to be worried about 4 a.m. though. I want to see a next question about 4 a.m., you know?
Oh, yeah.
From BGMI guy.
Oh, of course.
Can 4 a.m. make a comeback? Adi being one of the most experienced IGL the community's seen so far, dominating in BMPS 2023, but now in 2024, the same IGL with the new banner is struggling too much. Do you think they can make a comeback?
I think they can. I mean, the performance that we saw, or at least the attempt that was made in the previous game, was completely ruined by the players of Gujarat Tigers. But in the end, they were able to secure a few extra frags for themselves from that fight as well.
Actually, you were not supposed to answer that question, Johnny. I gave that question to BGMI guy to ask next time, so we can answer it.
Man, why? I'm giving him the answer right now.
Man.
Give him a different question. DM him the question.
Okay.
Why are you letting it out on the broadcast then?
Hey, but look at Pochinki though. Stacked up with teams, right? You've got IG facing off against someone. And Ignite Gaming, they are one of those teams that are already dominating way too much. They've ignited a fire that's now turned into a volcano.
And it's going to be versatile.
Wow. Facing off against the formidable foes this time. Versatile Esports. They've got a big challenge approaching them.
Yeah, they've taken control of that six-pack cluster, Smack Center. Versatile Esports, though, with a lot more map control or compound control of this city of Pachinki. Especially that those two men playing the flank can give out a lot of information to their teammates, but it's not going to be easy for the front line as Aquinox spotted out, takes some damage from Aizen. Luckily, he's still left standing on his feet. He's not knocked out. Oh, but look at the radar. The players from Versatile Esports, they are forcing or in fact hurting the players of Ignite Gaming. It seems like into a bait. There's a man on the other side of the road who can at least catch one of these players off guard. And if he does, it swings the fight in the favor of Versatile Esports instantly.
But if position gets compromised, everything comes collapsing down. That's another factor.
It's a gamble.
So that one single man, which is Raiden, he needs to keep his position anonymous. And considering the fact that it is Raiden, he does pack a lot of punch, so you can have that assurity that he can at least get one of the knockouts easily. But Versatile Esports, the backup needs to be instantaneous. They cannot waste any sort of time. UMP45 in the hands of Infinity, and even he's looking forward to strike down a few players, but the players of Ignite Gaming, they're playing it quite cautious and slow. And I guess Aurora has got a clue of where Raiden is too. He's looking at that exact direction. Raiden's position's known.
His position is compromised, and as you mentioned, if he gets picked off, then everything can come collapsing down for the players of Versatile Esports. Luckily, Ignite Gaming, even they are being careful, they do not want to charge that isolated man yet. This wasn't the only drop clash, by the way, that happened. Even Team Empire, they are in a little bit of a kerfuffle up north. This is exactly where it's happened against Assam Titans. There was one more team in the mix, TNR, the Nitrate Esports, but they're a little bit too, I think, 200, 300 meters east of this position. And both the squads, I believe, have avoided getting taken out by each other, just moving forward. Empire is completely abandoning that fight for the control of Rozog, decide to play from Ruins instead.
Quite a slow start, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I expected this drop collision to come into fruition a while ago, but it's not been the case so far. GLITCHxREBORN, they've already moved down south. Considering the zone is tilting down south as well towards the Snoka military base, but I still have a gut feeling it's going to move up north.
I mean, if it does, it is going to be quite amazing. I mean, especially if it sticks around the bridge.
Outcast, a little bit too close to the enemy lines. GLITCHxREBORN, this might just be the opportunity they're looking out for to try and strike down the player.
Even 4 Dominators are moving along the shoreline, so Outcast, he can definitely be caught off guard. But look at that, Versatile Esports, Aquinox finally taken down. And to kick things off, Ignite Gaming, they find the advantage.
Yeah, now even Raiden's looking to back away to his spot. He needs to provide the cover fire to his teammates. Raiden's position is still unnoticed, by the way, considering now he's repositioned. And now Aizen, he's left with a lot to do. Shotgun in the hand, and that too, it's going to be a pump shotgun. If he whiffs one shot, it's going to put him in a big state of discomfort, and that's what exactly happens. But instead, this time, it's going to be Raiden who strikes down Aizen. And now for IG, the players are taken down way too low. But Versatile Esports, the same thing can be said for them too. It's a 2-on-2 battle, which will be commencing soon. But the revival will be there on the fallen player. And IG, they're slowly and steadily clenching their fists as they're the one to come out on top with the man advantage.
But as we say that, Raiden, he brings the revive on towards Aquinox. But hey, wait a minute. Look who has arrived. There's a third party, and it is Gujarat Tigers. I believe Necro have chosen to show up in the city of Pochinki. I think they have something against the players of Versatile Esports, man, because they seem to be hunting them down every single game.
You love to see a GT because they know they've already made the mark. They can't pull out shenanigans like these, but it's Raiden to catch them off guard. They had no clue Raiden's going to be so off for this positioning. And this off angle has definitely caught the players. But then GT, it's GT we're speaking of. They can easily retaliate, and that's what they showcased with that one single spray, as even Raiden's now knocked out. For the players of VXT, the survival seems next to impossible, as now the last man, Aquinox, it's better for him to just get away from this entire kerfuffle and try and play for the placement.
You know who's enjoying all of this? It's Ignite Gaming sitting at the eastern edge of the city because they don't have to do anything. These two titans of BGMI will just end up damaging each other, taking off players from either sides. And Ignite Gaming can just charge in at the last moment, just pick up the loose stragglers and secure all those points for themselves.
I know, right?
And I guess, Necro, I know why this is happening. in the previous game, it was Versatile Esports who ruined the day for Gujarat Tigers. This is revenge.
It's time to pay back, right?
Yep.
And for Versatile Esports, facing off against GT in such a vulnerable note, it's not something they would want to do. But for GT, they're already doing so good in the point standings. They can't afford to try and take risks like these. Versatile, not looking so versatile after all, just getting pinned down in this one single spot. And the Molotov is going to be exterminating the players as they will be taken down. That one single molly finds a two-piece. Nicely done by GT. What a flawless squad wipe that was. Not exactly a squad wipe, but still a 3K.
Yeah, they secure those 3 points for themselves, and they're going to be happy about it. Well, 2 points. I think one of the players was picked up by the players of Ignite Gaming. And they don't even care about Ignite Gaming, man. They are going to circle around, make sure that there are no loose points here.
Free point right there on the screen. He went for the shots, but no, that's not the right timing, my friend. You messed up big, Aurora. He had the right timing too, right there in his hands, but then it's completely fine. Ignite Gaming, they've got each other's back. And now for GT, Dark Lord, he needs to be a little bit careful, but it's completely fine. GT, they've got the man number anyways inside of the fight, so they can be the one to come out on top. But then Thor, he's single-handedly striking down players, left, right, center. As he turns around, slaps another man for Ignite Gaming. It's looking all good and dandy. This one single man, Thor, he's been doing so much damage.
And the last man from the side of Gujarat Tigers skips. He's left in a 1v2. Thor and Aurora, they're going to try and secure this one frag as well. They already have a lot of eliminations, all thanks to the players of Gujarat Tigers showing up. And I don't think Gujarat Tigers, they care about this fight anymore, Necro. What they came for, they have gotten. The heads of the players of Versatile.
I know. GT, though, they did not really anticipate the presence of IG like that.
Yeah.
It could have been a big mess up too, man. The initial spray with the Scarlet messed up.
Yeah.
I thought GT is going to get the better of the players of IG, but then Thor happens. And his Mjolnir this time is going to be that DBS.
Of course. Forged in a star, takes down the stars from both Gujarat Tigers and Versatile Esports.
But who's the dwarf?
I don't know who handed him the DBS.
The gods.
The BGMI.
Yeah.
There we have it. Our BGMI myth is complete.
Uh-oh. Skips. And he will be skipped through the lobby.
Yeah, I think, again, that is what they would have preferred. They already have enough points on the board. So a quick day coming to an end for Gujarat Tigers, I guess.
What about your prediction, though?
Oh, no, I forgot about that. Hey, it wasn't my prediction. It was prediction of the people, man. I'm the man of the people now.
So now you're blaming it on the people.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, they can send me their prediction for tomorrow.
I think so you should not ask them.
Why not?
And I think so they should not give their prediction because you're going to end up blaming them anyways at the end of the day.
No, don't listen to Necro.
It's actually quite smart, though. If your prediction is not right, you can just say, yeah, the people are just not up to the mark.
But if it's right, then all of us celebrate together as well. See, guys? So, yeah.
I guess.
On my socials. Every single day.
Nice. You've also got Tribe Hirdmen towards the safety lines now. They're pushing up. Then you've also got Team Empire getting chased down by the players of Error Esports. And for Error Esports, too, they've already made the cut, so they can go for fights like these.
Well, let's see, though. Oh, I'm quite interested in witnessing what is happening at the western edge of the military base over there. We saw the map earlier. It seems like Pod Army and GLITCHREBORN are quite close to each other, but no action yet.
Yeah.
And of course, towards Lipovka as well, there is an interesting development with NXTGEN surrounding the players of, I think it is Honored Rivals. And yet, no action there as well.
Error Esports on the run while you try and take a replay on how the fight exactly kicked off. This is how it entirely started. It was a beautiful knockout from the top. And as soon as the knock came into fruition, BXT, they just started to panic. But still, things were way too equal. Nothing could be said. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? Is it going to be IG or VXT? But then GT happens. They come in with a third party. They strike down the entirety of VXT, that one single Molotov getting that two-piece, and then GT, they got strike down hard by the side of IG, and all thanks to this one single man Thor.
He was just phenomenal in that fight. As you mentioned, Thor, unbeatable, of course. It's the god of thunder, dropping down the ammo on the players of Gujarat Tigers, but I could really realize now we are missing two of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. It's just Aero Esports that remain.
And I guess Aero Esports too is already on the hunt.
Yep.
Let's just hope that they don't get taken down. But yeah, this fight commences though. It's been happening for a while. Devotee's out in the open, and I'm not a big fan of this position at all. He needs to get back to safety lines. Even WishU closes on up to try and give him that backup. And BOTTLEGROUNDS Esports, they just want to disengage from this entire moment. WishU might just be able to catch the players. BOTTLEGROUNDS Esports on the run. And he might just be able to get a few knockouts handed out right here, right now. Shots are taken. Devotee, he's got quite a fluid way out of this fight. But still, there's one single man from BOTTLEGROUNDS Esports still driving around, and I'm not sure why he's doing so. But BOTTLEGROUNDS Esports, instead they have spread themselves out in quite a great fashion. Devotee goes for the flank all the way in the back.
Yeah, the one man closing in, I guess, was just a distraction to keep the players of GLITCHxREBORN engaged into this fight. But now Riz, he's going to have to pay a heavy price. Gets knocked out by Scuba in the back lines. A perfect spray lined up, and the finish is going to be secured. Out of nowhere, BOTTLEGROUNDS Esports, they find themselves in disadvantage in this collision. And it's still not over, by the way. Because along the southern shorelines of military base, look, the Hunters looking to dominate. 4 dominators, they're going to move towards this western edge. Oh, we were just about to see them on the radar, but seems like they turned up north.
But can they really stand true to their name? That's the question. 4 dominators, they're way too close to that fray too. And let's see how the fight between the players of Assam Titans and TNR kicked off. For Assam Titans, it feels like that was an easy piece of cake, just devoured. All the points easily accumulated in their hands, and Assam Titans now is looking so confident. If you try and convert this entire moment of Assam Titans in the previous few moments and how they were looking like, it's been quite incredible.
They've gone on to pick off the players from Team Cosmic as well in this matchup. What happened to Team Empire though? They were playing from Rozhok as well, moved towards Ruins. Now finally moving from Query, looking to breach the circle, staying on that main island of Wrangle, but Assam Titans, as we were talking about them, now the finish counter actually looks good, and this team has been on fire.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
The game just started, and Assam Titans, they've already got 8 points in total, wiping out 2 squads. And that too in a proper form for collision. That's super impressive. They've taken down some formidable forces. Team Cosmic is one of those teams that has had one single good game in the past 6 games that they played in the past week. And now Team Cosmic is nowhere to be seen in this last game of the day, all thanks to Assam Titans.
Oh, but look at that. Towards the northern side of the military bridge, it seems like there was a little bit of a clash between Team Empire, Aero Esports, and Aerobotz. And someone has been picked off. Who lost a player?
Yeah, there's definitely casualty.
It's not Aero Esports.
Oh, 4 Miracles too, chiming inside of the action. HRZ this time on the receiving end of things. For 4 Miracles, it's been the same way to play things. They like to stop towards that compound, and then they like to move on forward, and that's what they're doing once again. Before 4 Miracles, there's also going to be a return knockout on the players. So gifts being handed out on both the sides, and none of them know how to exactly react to it because there's a lot of those bees around the nectar.
Yeah, and you just gave them the idea of not opening packages.
Yeah, what if there's a clown in there?
Yeah, exactly. But the best package to open is going to be the one that has our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. And of course, an amazing device. Even the aesthetics of it, they appeal to you, right?
Yeah, hands down. I mean, the white color, the orange, Big fan of those.
The orange is, well, feels like leather, the back. Ooh. Very premium.
It's got nice glossy look. And if you're trying to speak about the white as well, it's quite nice. It's quite appealing, I'm not going to lie. I would want to spend my money.
Salty wanted to join our plan of walking away with these on the last
No,
day of
listen,
the show.
there's only 2 devices. Right? Yeah, there's no way. There's only 2 devices.
That's what
How
I
many
said.
people are we going to include? Fixes, Salty, you, me? Like, no, man. Are we going to share the devices like 6 months each hand?
We're not. I thought we weren't even including Fixes in this. I thought it was just you and me.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? So we're going to let Fixes know that he's involved. But in the end, when it comes to the actual heist, we will get rid of him.
And you guys, don't tell them.
Yeah.
We're trusting you with this information.
Evil plans with Necro and Johnny. But hey, jokes apart, 4M on the move towards the safety line too. IG, for them, the problems just never stop. They might as well just upload the reel of it.
Well, let's see. Next gen, I think Winterjord has sensed the players of IG getting a little too close. He is a little isolated. His teammates on the radar are a little bit spread out. Yeah, but he definitely needs to go Super Saiyan if he wants to avoid getting taken out by the players of Ignite Gaming.
Oh, it blows. He gave his position away with the gunshots.
I think he gave the position away the moment he started to walk away in that, or drive away in that buggy. But
yeah,
next circle, Necro. It's on the bridge. Let's go.
Oh, we're going to see a tough outcome this time. There's so many teams on another side, and everyone's going to be screwed now, Johnny. There's only one team camping it, and that too in the name of Aerobotz. If Aerobotz play this right, they can funnel in so many elimination points. It's crazy.
Hey, man, it seems like you and I, we have transferred our evil thoughts into this match. This is the most awkward circle for these teams to play with.
Oh, this is quite brilliant from Aerobotz. All the players now, they're going to play on the high ground. They gave away that split they had a while ago. And now Esports 2 will be chiming inside of the action. But only if the players have their hands on Hero Extreme 160R4 Wii, they can easily make that rotation.
Oh, let's see who gets their hands on it, though. We're going to have to wait all the way till the grand finale to see who gets the Hero Extreme 160R4 Wii for being the MVP of the finals and gets to walk away with the bat or ride on the bike IRL. In the meanwhile, 4 Dominators. Finally, the fight breaks out between them and GLITCHREBORN.
Oh, you just said it, and they disengage.
Oh, man.
They back away from this. They were quite desperate. They do wanted to break out as well, but then realizing the fact that it's not going to be that easy to convert, it's better to just run away from that entire spot. And that's the outcome they're looking for. Aerobotz Esports, all the 4 players up and alive. They're looking pretty nice and smooth in this spot. For Esports, though, which is on the opposite side, things need to be a little bit more cautious. Mr. Spray's out in the open towards the rocks. He's got a bit of that cover to play with. Also a few smokes that are there in the action. But if you try and look at the map...
Necro 4 Miracle. Weren't they just west of Farm a few moments ago? They've decided to cross the bridge from Novoripnoi. And now, I don't think Bot Army Esports are going to see this team coming towards them.
Yeah, it's quite a miraculous rotation and a chain of thoughts. Adi, a brilliant IGL, once again pulling off a brilliant move. But can this move deliver the finish blow? And it's way too early to try and judge that. Before Miracles, what a rotation this is, indeed. Bot Army Esports is there on the opposite side. You've also got 4 Dominators, 2 on the southern side. Even GLITCHxREBORN there on the bottom left. And 4 Dominators, they do want to find the breaching point too, but there's too many teams on that southern side of the zone. How can you find the breaching point? If you do try and take one fight, it's going to attract the second team.
Yeah, so much commotion, but look at this. 4 Miracle as they try to move in. One of the players is going to be dropped by the players of Bot Army Esports. Adi, the IGL himself, is going to hit the floor. And 4 Miracle, they are going to be scrambling for some cover with the blue zone closing in from the rear as well. There's so much pressure on this ridge. They try to escape. Siam has taken a lot of unnecessary damage, and the shots are not stopping.
Yeah, and even the vehicle is on the verge of blowing up. Now Adi steps out. They do need to get the revival on the fallen player. 4M It's not looking too good with the position they found themselves in. They should have taken a proper collision against Bot Army Esports. That's the only possible outcome that can be good for them. They need to go for some sort of risk.
Look at the circle though, Necro. It is completely on that bridge. 4 dominators. They are in the prime position to take down the teams up front. But the problem is that they have 3 different teams in the back as well that can stab them at any given second. Especially GLITCHREBORN is going to be the biggest threat with the control of that hill up there.
Yeah, the circle's the biggest MVP so far, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. 40 TR in the best possible spot they can ask themselves to be in. While IG, they're in water. Now being the Sharks. But you try and look at things on top of the bridge and you see Aero Esports getting dismantled. What can you even do? There's too many teams looking to eye out that position. Aero Esports, they're going to crack under that pressure.
No one will be able to survive this push head on. I think Aerobotz right now have a brilliant strategy to work with. Just leave one man behind who can comfortably secure all of those eliminations for the team. So a lot of those players are going to be stuck on the bridge. Look at Aero Esports, as we mentioned. One of the players did get finished off. Justy is still there along with Johnny, but even their position is going to be compromised. Quite a big threat up front, a big threat in the back lines on that watchtower. And Aerobotz as well. They're going to look to cross the bridge, look to still fight for the win in this game. It's not going to be easy though. 4 dominators in the meanwhile. We do notice on the finish feed are taking the fight against the players of 4 Miracles.
Oh,
but the
God.
third party from Bot Army Esports and 4 dominators, they get annihilated. We should get knocked out by the players of 4 Miracles. They are not done with this yet.
There's way too many teams duking it out against each other. Even 4M's part of one. And even Bot Army Esports, they crumble down. What is going on? It's chaos all across the board. 4DTR, a team that had the biggest advantage, they mess up big. But now Outcast all by himself from the side of Bot Army Esports.
Oh!
Even he's doing a lot of damage. Luckily enough for 4M, the day's going to be saved with that one single nade from Sayam.
And Adi as well just showed up as a big distraction on that left side. I think an unpleasant surprise for that last player, but in the meanwhile, Necro, all of this chaos was brewing up. GLITCHREBORN, they've managed to protect their numbers on that slope on the same hill. They found an entry inside of the zone.
Uh-oh. Aero Esports is Justy. He's right there on the opposite side and no one saw him. And Justy's just able to get those 2 eliminations with ease.
And he's not alone.
Yeah, he's not alone. There's also Odin on the opposite now. This time he wants to get the revenge for his foreign comrades. And the back's exposed. And Justy, all it takes is one single bullet. The revenge might just not come through. His fallen comrades, they're not going to feel good about this one. He needs to get the revenge. Odin's on the run. Aerobotz Esports. This team had the biggest man advantage, but now they messed up big.
It was never going to be their game after the circle moved out. And Johnny, look at him. He's trying to lob a nade towards him again and again. Mr. Spray up front. Odin, he's not going to go anywhere from here. Either he goes down to Mr. Spray, Johnny, or Justy. He's surrounded from every single direction. Just has one teammate in the back line that can provide him with some sort of support in this fight. But Mr. Spray sees the players from Tribe Hirdmen up front. There's one more knock. He's going to convert it and secure the finish point instantly. And now they're going to shoot at those sitting ducks up front. A scramble for points between them, the players of Aero Esports and the players of 4 Miracle.
Oh, look at a nuclear game about to brew up for the side of 4 Miracles.
Oh, yeah.
This is the miracle we all were waiting for, and now they actually come through with it. Team Empire, they do want to swim all the way across the islands, but this time, the rotation might just be cut off by the side of 4M. It's Sayam who's constantly peppering down the shots in the water lines, but GLITCHxREBORN from the back can be a big threat as well for 4M. They need to be watchful. GLITCHxREBORN, they've got all the 4 players up and alive. Even they're quite desperate and struggling for chicken dinners.
Extremely desperate. I mean, they've just played to keep their players alive, to keep their numbers intact this whole time. And now finally it might be their turn to chime into those fights. But Johnny, one more number added to the total tally of finishes that they have on the board.
Oh my
Team
God.
Empire, they're going to take an early exit. We're down to 4 teams, 3 teams, as the nade finds both the individuals from the side of Aerobotz. And Jazzy, he's not shutting down and he's not slowing down, Necro.
It's mayhem all across the board this time, Johnny. 4 Miracles. What a miraculous performance this has been. This is going to be a nuclear performance they were searching for. It's going to propel them so high in the overall standings. And for Miracles, only if they do not end up choking things, then it's all going to be good in the hood. That one single game-changing rotation has put them now in a game-winning spot. And Esports on the verge of being demolished completely. They've got GLITCHxREBORN to try and rule out. They also need to face off against 4M at the same time. It's too much to try and chew.
I mean, it will be difficult to close out the game with the chicken dinner, considering Adi has to do the heavy lifting in the backlines. The circle in control of GLITCHREBORN. But for Miracle, if they can secure those frags, that should be enough. But Siam goes down. The trade does come in as Mr. Spray falls as well. It's down to Justy and Johnny. They see the players of GLITCHREBORN up front. And Adi, he kicks things off in a brilliant manner, taking down LeBron.
Yeah, he goes for the strike, and this time he's going to find the knock too. Adi, the IGL himself, the mastermind. He's been doing so good, leading the pack so far. I just don't want to see them choke anymore. Justy confirmed. Esports, now they don't stand a chance to fight back anymore. The only team that can give a tough call to the side of 4M has to be GLITCHxREBORN, considering they've got all the 4 players up and alive. The man advantage is there in the final few moments.
Even LeBron just got revived, back on his feet. And now they know that Adi was towards their right flank, so they are going to be aware of the threat. Over there,
no.
The blue zone is moving in. Johnny, 8 first states, won't be able to survive for a long time. And as you mentioned, Necro, this fight, it will be down to 4 Miracle and the players of GLITCHREBORN. And 4 Miracle, the only way they win this game is if they find the opening frag, if they find that man advantage they are hoping for. It's not going to be easy. 4 versus 3.
The major chunk of the circle is in the favor of GLITCHxREBORN. With all the 4 players alive, they're also going to be super confident in this final few moments. As Jazzy's now making the pounce, and he finds the first knockout instantly. Nicely done by Jazzy. It's going to bring in the equalizer in this duel. And that was desperately needed too. Even Vishu gets strike down. Now it's taken down to a 3-on-2. Make that a 2-on-2 because Wicked replies back in a Wicked fashion. And now it's just down to the one last glimmer of hope of 4M. It's a domino effect. As soon as the one man gets knocked out, now it's just down to the IGL.
It's down to Adi, but I think he has done more than enough, Necro, in this game for his team. I believe they have 15 eliminations on the board. Look at that. No matter what happens, doesn't matter if GLITCHREBORN walk away with the chicken dinner. 4 Miracles, they will have enough points to make a bounce back in the overall leaderboard. And at the end of the day, that is the most important thing they were hoping for. GLITCHREBORN, they did all the heavy lifting in the opening week. And in this particular week, it's all just about securing your qualification spot. And with this chicken dinner, I think even that might have happened. Adi takes some damage from that nade. He's still left standing. Scuba goes for the second attempt. This one on the other side of the bridge. And I think this might be the end. No, he's still left standing. He's still alive.
Adi's still doing damage. Keep that thing in mind. He's still cooking. And the players of GLITCHxREBORN, they do not really know how to find the cure to this disease. And now it's time for Adi to toss in this nade. Maybe this can be the game changer he's looking to hand out. As he tosses the nade, Wicked repositions himself. This fight is now panning out in quite an awkward fashion. Scuba is there up close and personal, and Adi's done a perfect job avoiding it, and he finds the knockout 2 onto Wicked. What a beautiful nade that was. Now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-1. HP advantage in the hands of Adi. He can convert it. But then no, says the opponent. Adi gets denied. And the chicken dinner gets stolen away by the players of GLITCHxREBORN before Miracle. What a miraculous game that was.
Yeah, man, that was a hero move right there by the IGL Adi. And of course, an impressive performance, as you mentioned, a miraculous play by 4 Miracles. That rotation through the blue zone extremely late in the game, almost 1,000 meters away from where the circle was, right? That is what landed them the top 2 position, and that is what gave them all of those finishes, man. That was such brilliant decision-making, and this is why we were so hopeful for this team from the start. It's Adi leading the charge.
I know, right? He's supposed to be the brilliant man. He's supposed to be the brains, the driving force behind this entire team, and he proves why he's got so much experience time and time, why he's been such a good IGL in 2023 BMPS. That rotation was game-changing. Call it miraculous, call it impactful, call it whatever the hell you want, but the game that 4 Miracles has had, it's a wonder.
And I'm going to call it perfect, right? Because that is what it was, right? At the end of the day, it is a combination of placement points and finishes. And with 15 finishes in this match, I think they have done more than enough. 6 points for placement, 21 it's going to be the total tally. And on the other side, GLITCHREBORN, they're going to end up with 16 points. That's a 5-point advantage that 4Miracle have gained for themselves. That's the best performance we've seen from them, and I hope to see them in the same momentum tomorrow.
But now they need to be consistent, Johnny.
Yeah.
Just one single big banger is not going to seal the deal, considering the previous games were way too much of a letdown.
Yeah.
Now 4Miracles, they need to perform consistently with this entire momentum they've gotten. And also the standout has to be of that entire final fight, where Adi was cooking up that nade in his hands, and he knew there's a man pushing right up close and personal, but he still did not panic and cancel the nade. Instead, he still went for the knock on top of the bridge. That is so nice.
The best part was he got that knock as well, brought
Exactly.
it down to a 1v1, but it was just a small little misjudgment of how much of his body was visible from the other side of the ridge. And Scuba as well. He went far back, went for a wide peak. You do get to see the opposing player first if they are just sticking close to a corner. That is how angles work inside of the game. And just utilizing all of that space that he had for himself. Because had they went out just head first, Adi had the HP advantage.
I mean, be there any other player, they would have panicked and instantly canceled that nade.
Yeah.
That would have definitely happened, but
true.
Adi never did it. And that's a prime example of what experience can do to you as a player.
Yeah.
He has been forged for the past couple of years, and now Adi's over here with vengeance in his mind, and he's cooking pretty well. I mean, this chicken dinner has been the best chicken dinner so far we have witnessed. That one single rotation changed the entire fate of the game.
Yeah.
And even in the final few moments, the trades were happening back and forth. You got to give it to the players of 4Miracles.
Yeah,
with the way they were able to reposition themselves over and over again after every single knock they were getting, it was flawless.
Yeah, we are singing praises of Adi for that final moment, but all the hard work was done by the players before that. Adi was there just to deal with the players of GLITCHREBORN, but Saiyam, Jazzy, every single one of these individuals is phenomenal. And I believe, if my maths is correct, Necro, they are going to be somewhere in the mid or the late 50s in terms of their total point tally. So tomorrow it's just about securing, again, 5-6 points per match. They should be good to go for round 2.
Yeah, one little bit of that push to place themselves there in the round 2. But as you mentioned, we do not exactly know what the cutoff's going to look like. So it's still better to be on the safer side of things.
Exactly. Go for one more chicken dinner. Go for one more
points?
big game, 20 points. Yeah, 80 points. Go for 80 points just to be safe.
Yeah.
Can't risk it. Yeah.
And still I'm waiting for teams like Tribe Hirdmen, though, to try and make something happen. It's a returning name, and Tribe Hirdmen is still struggling. Team Cosmic, they had the momentum to start the day off, but unfortunately, Team Cosmic messed up big as well.
You know who I'm disappointed in, though? Bonami Esports, man.
Yeah.
They stood there on that western edge of military base with GLITCHREBORN for at least like 15 minutes and did absolutely nothing. They could not find an engagement, and GLITCHREBORN in this game, at least it felt like they weren't really willing to take a fight because they ran all the way towards the edge to avoid it from happening.
I mean, BotArmy Esports was the find of BJazz 2024.
Yeah.
With the way they were performing, this entire banner made a special spot for themselves in our hearts. They were so aggressive, they were so confident with their approach, but now that's not the case. BotArmy Esports, they're struggling to convert these 4-on-4 fights. Devotee's there, he's trying his best to try and get something done, but still, the entire team, as a cohesive unit, they're failing.
But yes, they are failing indeed. And as you mentioned, I mean, we recently came across them, amazing performances there. But it seems like it's the same story that's happening with Team Limrus, right? The tournament, BGIS 2024, was phenomenal, off to a great start to the journey. But now in the Pro Series, it's not really working out. But we do have the point standings from the previous game. And as we expected, 4Miracle, of course, up top with 21 points, GLITCHREBORN 16. Aero Esports, now this is another team that's fairly new to the competition. I mean, some of the players have a lot of experience, but somehow they are being extremely consistent. And Assam Titans, what a phenomenal run. 12 eliminations, just a single placement point, but who cares if the total tally from this match is 13?
I know, right? Assam Titans, these guys have been impeccable so far. Started things off with 8 elimination points. They faced off against 2 teams head on and still came out on top in that collision. And BotArmy Esports was one of those as well.
Yeah. You know the one team that I wanted to see Assam Titans fight against, because they were all the way in Rozok.
GT?
No, not GUJARAT. Aero Esports. Aero Esports did drop clash them, but they picked up the vehicles and just ran towards ruins. Although, since you do bring up Gujarat Tigers, they made me happy, man. They just showed up for revenge to ruin the day for Versatile Esports out of nowhere. They just charged towards Pochinki looking for Versatile. And I think as soon as they knew Versatile Esports was eliminated, they were like, alright, we are done. Might as well try and take the fight against Ignite Gaming, but that did not work out because Thaw was, well, he was quite upset with them.
Pochinki has always been the target, right? Yeah. And unfortunately for Versatile Esports, it's their home turf. And you always know if there's going to be a fight erupting in Pochinki, there's always going to be a third party if there's a team in the nearby vicinity, and that's what exactly happened. GT, they were lingering around that corner. As soon as they heard those shots and the few knockouts in the elimination feed, they instantly went head on.
I think there's only one scenario in which Versatile Esports will abandon Pochinki. If they are in the same lobby as Carpe Diem.
Or maybe even WSB.
Maybe
even
with
they like
WSB.
to go over there, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if WSB, Carpe Diem, and Versatile Esports, all these teams are playing at the same time.
I mean, then it's just going to be a fight between Carpe Diem and WSB, because I don't think Somraj is going to be that risky that early inside of the game.
He can third party though, yes, right?
Yeah, that can be an opportunity, and I think that is an opening that they are going to be hoping for, but we are walking in a different direction right now, Necro. That is a hypothetical scenario that we wish for. Yeah. And hopefully we get to see it in the later rounds if all of these teams make it.
But hey, duel between Assam Times and GT can be worth witnessing, I'm not going to lie. These two teams, they're quite incredible when it comes to the 4-on-4 execution, so I would want to see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Because GT sometimes, they're known to overextend a teeny tiny bit, and that's where Assam Times can't capitalize.
Not teeny tiny bit, it seems like every single time there are winning situations, they just let one man loose, like go and check who's there.
And usually it's GLITCHGOD, by the way, the IGL himself. The overall standings on the screen, IG is still at the top with 47 points, untouched. You see Reckoning Esports on the second with 37. You've also got TX, Team X-Park with 35. And WSB there too with 33. Once again, Ankipod has won in predictions.
Oh man, but look at Assam Titans. I'm very happy with their performance. Just 4 placement points secured in the 3 matches they played, but 25 finishes. Yeah. They were impressive throughout the day.
And finally, 4M, a performance we all have been waiting for, is exactly here. Even 4 Angry Men doing quite nice with 23 points in total. GT in the span of 3 games getting 21 points. They're already good in the hood. It's all okay.
Wait a second. Did you just say Ankipod won today's prediction?
Yeah, he did.
He predicted Ignite Gaming?
He predicted Reckoning Esports.
Oh, alright then. I mean, because he was the one who told me, he voted on my poll as well for Gujarat Tigers.
Oh, really? Then he just griefed you, man. He knew GT's already doing good. Today they're not going to perform, and Anki was like, you know what, a team has been struggling, and it is supposed to be a force to be reckoned with, the Reckoning Esports themselves. Let's go with them.
That is true. I mean, Reckoning Esports, again, that was a safer bet, right? I mean, we knew what was going to happen with Reckoning Esports once they showed up for week 2.
Whatever makes you feel better, man. You've been betrayed.
You do not want me to turn Gujarat Tigers in your life, Necro.
Listen, GT has been a formidable force. But, yeah, I just knew. For some reason, I knew that GT now is not going to be performing well because they're just going to be testing the waters, pulling off weird shenanigans, taking the fights, and that's what exactly they've been doing the entire day.
And even doing that, they have attained the safety cushion we are all talking about, right? That's 72 points from that opening week. Today, they just bounced beyond 80.
Yeah, exactly. They're now all good.
Yeah.
And if you try and look at a few more teams that we expected to perform, I've been mentioning about Tribe Hirdmen, and there's a reason, man. Because Tribe Hirdmen has been seen in BGS 2023, in 2024, now in iQOO BMPS 2024 as well, and Tribe Hirdmen, we're not seeing a lot of improvement.
But they were better in the previous 2 tournaments. That's the problem. Man. The performance has gone in the wrong direction. But anyways, we do have the iQOO MVP top contenders on our screens. And we have SprayGod, who's taken the first position, 23 finishes. TraceGod from FS Esports on the second with 22. ClutchGod, he's one of those rare IGLs who is still performing at a whole different level. 22 finishes secured, 38% finish contributions in the matches that he's played.
Hey, even Hulk has breached in with 9 games, 19 finishes. But keep this thing in mind, Goblin has only played 6 games so far.
I was just about to say that.
A lot of the players that are there on the latter half of the board, they will be making a comeback with these when they play their 3 games that are still remaining. Before this groups that we witnessed today, they've still got 3 more games to go. And maybe some of the teams that haven't been able to pull off the comebacks, tomorrow will be the last chance.
Oh yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a tough day for a lot of these teams, especially anyone who's as close to, who's in the 30s, in the 40s, because as you mentioned, 3 games to make sure that you have at least 1 or 2 chicken dinners, and if you get that 1 chicken dinner, you need to make sure it's a big one as well. In the other games, you're going to be able to, you will have to, in fact, secure at least 6 to 7 points just to make sure that you cross that threshold. And this is just an assumption, by the way, right now, that the qualification is going to be from the mid-60s to the mid-50s. It can be higher than that as well.
Can be, but you know, at the start of the day, we all made our prediction, and as I mentioned, Anki's pretty much won once again. I'm not sure what is going on with Anki.
Every single day, they won, right?
Yeah,
he's
been
every
winning.
Group
I think so. He's only lost once. That's it. Other than that, Anki's been predicting everything right. Reckoning Esports, a prediction from Anki coming out on top. Team X-Park from Sparrow. You've also got Ocean with WSB. Even I went with WSB, man. I thought WSB can perform really nice.
Yeah, but unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah, they did okay for themselves, if you'd like to say. Just, barely enough to qualify.
It's the same thing, man. Their week 1 was amazing, so they don't really need to do much.
You went with GT and Salty pretty much copied you.
Yeah, I didn't go with GT. The people went with GT. Our viewers went with
make sure
Gujarat
you're blaming
Tigers.
the people, by the way, over
No,
and over
man,
again.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just telling you what they told me. I'm the messenger of the people, man.
Interesting. So what am I a messenger of?
I guess the Hero Extreme 160R4V.
I would love to get my hands on that bike. It's going to be there in the venue, right? So maybe we get to drive around?
Oh yeah. Are we going to try for that?
Of course, I would love to.
Evil plans with Necro and Johnny.
Yeah, we can just straight up take it away. And then the next day, everyone arrives to the venue and they're like, wait, where did the bike go?
Don't tell anyone, okay?
Jokes apart, though, right? 3 more games to go for these groups. And even the first group that we witnessed today, things were way too dicey for a lot of those names. Yes, a few comebacks we did witness. A few teams doing really good. For example, Reckoning Esports now finally starting to perform. But tomorrow, it has to be on a consistent note.
Yeah, it has to be on a consistent note. You can try and take out some of the competition early. If you think there is a team that goes up against you, drop clashes you in certain maps, and they are struggling in the middle of the pack, just make sure you beat down on them in the early stage of the match so they don't get any points.
Exactly. And pretty much with that being said, we know tomorrow is going to be the last chance for these 2 groups to try and make anything happen. Tomorrow, Group 2 is going to be the one to chime inside of the action first, and they will be able to get their hands on Sandhawk. Maybe they can try and switch the fate. With that being said, today's day comes to an end. Before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, Hero Extreme, of course, for sponsoring this event and being our official mobility partner, and even iQOO Z9S series. Make sure to go on forward in Google and check the entire series out. With that being said, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny. We'll see you guys tomorrow. A final chance for these 2 groups to try and make the comeback happen. Everything's going to be on the line.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।